The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Welcome everybody to day one of the 2024 American Cup, held here at the St. Louis Chess Club. It's an exciting event comprised of all-time formats that chess can be played in. We have classical, we have rapid, we have blitz, and we also have the best chess players in the United States participating in this one. It's going to be a fantastic event. It's going to be played here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. I cannot wait to begin the games. Let's go to the studio and start the action.
It's been a long, cold winter, but it's starting to heat up in St. Louis as many of the best players in America come to the St. Louis Chess Club for the third edition of the American Cup, featuring a great format and great players. And it all starts right now. Hello everyone and welcome to the American Cup. I'm Women Grandmaster Anastasiya Karlovich and I'm really glad to be here with Grandmasters Yasser, Seirawan and Cristian, Chirila. Welcome.
Anastasia, a big welcome to you. This is your first time in the studios, so it's nice to have you with us. And Cristian,
good to see you.
It's always nice to see you, my friend. It's great. Hello everyone and welcome to the third edition of the American Cup. The richest edition, as well as the prize fund has been really nicely improved. And Anastasia, we really do have a roster of great players.
Exactly.
They're fantastic. Let's start with the open. Tell the people who's playing.
Yeah, of course, and the top seed is Fabiano Caruana. He's #2 in the world and also had great season in 2023.
He certainly did.
Let's see what happens now
Right.
in the first event of the 2024, the American Cup. Wesley So is in the second place, Leinier, Dominguez, Levon, Aronian. We have seen all these players before.
Great names.
All
Legends.
of them, they have 700 plus. And we have also newcomer Grigoriy Oparin will play for the first time in the American Cup.
Now, for a lot of people who aren't familiar with Grigoriy, he, of course, is a trainer, coach of Fabiano for many years. So he has been working with the best of the best. Let's see how he does against his principal and in the ladies.
And the top seed in the ladies section is Irina Krush, 8-time US women champion. We have Begim Tohirjonova is on the second place. She did also very well in US championship before.
Yes.
Alice Lee, the young star, 14 years old only player, but we know her very well. And Anna Zatonsky, the winner of the Cairns Cup of 2023. Really great field. Nazi Paikidze,
Our colleague, our
Abrahamian.
commentator.
Yes, Nazi decided to play this time.
We miss you.
Look at this, Yasser Jennifer Yu is on the 7th position.
It's unbelievable. A former women's champion, 7th. It goes to show how strong is the field, and a newcomer.
Yes, and Zoe Tang will play for the first time in the American Cup.
Now, it's a little bit complicated, but tell us about the format.
The format, we have 2 8-player double-elimination bracket style tournament.
Okay.
We will explain better what it means.
Exactly.
But at the moment, I would just like to mention that no draw offers allowed in this event.
Okay.
And the champions bracket will consist of 2 classical games, which means 90 minutes for the whole game plus 30 seconds per move. And then we have 2 rapid games with 15 minutes plus 10 seconds per move. And in case if matches are tied, we still have the playoff, blitz playoff actually, 3+2.
So if you lose a match, all the players who lose matches are dropped into the elimination bracket. And then in the elimination brackets, the competition will feature only rapid games, right?
4 rapid games will be played in elimination bracket, and again, if the match is tied, then we have Blitz playoff.
Exactly, and if you're eliminated from the elimination match, that's it. So that's the double
you can
elimination.
Rest until the end of the tournament.
Well, tell us about the pairings, or what we might call bracketology.
Yeah, we have Fabiano Caruana facing his second, Grigoriy Oparin. He will play against him in the first day, and yeah, I mean, Fabio was not that happy about it, but what to do? We have to play. Then Levon Aronian will play against Sevian. Leinier Dominguez will play against Robson. Wesley So will face Shankland.
Every match is a tough match, no question about it. And in the ladies bracket?
Irina Krush will play with a newcomer, Zoe Tank.
And that's tough on Zoe.
Yes, of course. Not that easy.
Right?
But I mean, it's still great to play against such a great player as Irina. And then Anna Zatonsky will play with Nazi Paikidze. It's going to be a derby between 2 former US champions.
Exactly.
Alice Lee is playing against Tatev Abrahamian. And Begim Tohirjonova will play against Jennifer Yu.
And tell us about today's schedule. What are the players going to be doing our first day?
Yeah, it's a really, really interesting format. We have 1 classical game, followed by 1 rapid game after the end of the first game.
Wow, that promises to be a long day in that case, that you have a classical game followed by a rapid game. And Cristian, what are your thoughts about this 3rd edition of the American Cup?
Well, first of all, Yasser, good to see you guys. We've been hibernating. We haven't hosted as much, but we're finally back to the desk. I'm having a lot of fun already, and I'm sure the games are going to be explosive. We have the best chess players in the United States, but let's take a look at who our title holders are going into the 2024 edition. In the 2023 edition, we have these 2 winners. Grandmaster Irina Krush. She has not won 1 American Cup, but 2 American Cups. Both editions before this one, she was the winner in the ladies section. And in the open section, a player that we miss oh so much. That is Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura. Unfortunately, he was unable to join us for this year's edition because he's getting ready for quite an important event. The candidates that will qualify to the World Championship match. So we miss you, Hikaru, but we have some pretty strong players in the competition as well. Notable players as we go into the 2024 edition. In the open section, that's the man. That's the man to beat. Fabiano Caruana, the #1 American player as of right now, also will be using this as his training ground for the candidates as well. As you can see, 31 years of age, 28.04. Second best rated player in the world after Magnus Carlsen, and of course he's headed to the candidates only a week and a half after the ending of the American Cup. And in the ladies section, let's take a look at who we have in the ladies section as notable players. It's impossible to speak about that section without mentioning the name Grandmaster Irina Krush, 40 years young, 24-21. She's 8-time US Women's Champion, and also she's 2-time American Cup champion. And we've only had 2 editions. She's been doing quite well. She's been doing quite well in this one. And we also have the one and only, the sensei himself, Kostya Kavutskiy, who will be talking with the players, will be interviewing the players and giving us the insights from the playing hall next to the players. Kostya, what do you have for us?
Hey, Cristian. Hello, Yasser, Nastya. I'm really pleased to be joining you guys for the coverage, such an exciting tournament. Like you mentioned, I'll be interviewing players after their games, both from the playing hall and from here in the studio. I'll also be doing daily recaps for the fans. They can watch those on the STL Chess Club YouTube channel. I'm really looking forward to this event. I love the knockout format. All the matches are so fighting, such interesting battles. You know, in the open section, you have these like very clear, what I would call experienced favorites. You know, Caruana, So, Dominguez, Aronian, and they're facing off what I would say, let's say 4 rating underdogs. You got Sevian, Shankland, you have Robson, and of course Oparin. And it'll be really interesting to see if any of the underdogs can score an upset. Because if you're going to do it, you know, knockout match is the place to go, especially in a rapid event. I'm also looking forward to the women's section. You know, we have Alice Lee. She's been improving with every tournament. She reached the finals in this event in 2022, loses to Irina Krush without winning a game. Then she makes the finals again in 2023. This time she beats Irina, then loses to her in the rapid playoff. So I'm really interested to see how she'll do this time around. Of course, she's a rising superstar. We have Zoe Tang in the field as well. She is playing for the first time. And overall, I think it's going to be a very, very exciting event, guys. I am very much looking forward to helping you cover it.
Thank you, Kostya. And of course, welcome aboard. I look forward to all your reports and interviews as well. Anastasia, I let the cat out of the bag earlier. This is the richest prize fund of any of the editions of the American Cup. Tell us how it's improved.
It's improved actually 100,000 more.
That
Yes,
sounds
not
good to
bad
me.
at all. Yes. So the total prize fund is 400,000, and we have open section prize fund in front of us. It's 250,000 total prize fund. First place will take home 75,000, and then the second place 55, all the way till the last place, which still has 10,000. Very, very decent prize.
Exactly. And if you're the champion without losing a match, you're going to get a champion's bonus of 15,000 in the open. And in the ladies?
In the ladies, we have 150,000 total prize fund, and then first place will get home 40,000, all the way till the last place with 8,000, and also bonus.
Yes.
If you win all the matches, you'll get 9,000.
Very, very nice indeed. And of course, we were at the opening ceremony yesterday, and it was very nice to see these incredibly gorgeous Khan chess sets. We'll talk more about them later, but we have a special guest who's going to be ringing the bell. Tell us about who this woman is who's going to be ringing the bell as we see the players getting ready.
Yeah, okay. It's about to start. And woman international master and Mongolian chess champion, Mrs. Tuvshintuks, will be ringing the bell today. She's representing Han Chess Company, a Chicago chess set maker. And these pieces are a tribute to the ancient Mongolian Empire,
Yeah.
Genghis Khan himself. Actually, we'll have more on that later. But I would like to mention now that the company donated 2 of their amazing chess sets to the winners of the American Cup for the women in the open section.
Exactly. The opening ceremony, the sets that we saw were simply fabulous, magnificent, and the players, the champions in both sections are going to get a Khan set. The World Chess Hall of Fame got one.
So Jeannie Seifeld is also there.
Exactly.
And the Council of Mongolia in Chicago as well.
Exactly.
Lady in the
Great.
Beautiful.
It's a nice tradition.
That's the way to start a tournament.
Let's
And here's
actually
the
see
chess
the
set.
chess set.
Just a quick glance.
Actually,
at one.
this one was given to the Hall of Fame.
Yes.
So
this
there
was
are 3 chess sets.
exactly,
2 for
exactly,
the winners and 1 will be for the Hall of Fame.
exactly.
What a beautiful masterpiece.
Really, I'm envious of the winners of the tournament and what sets they're getting as we see Fabi. His game has just started. But before we get into the games, let me just say that I'd like to start with the ladies. And we have our 2-time winner, Irina Krush, going up against Zoe Tang. And this game is started. It's not defined yet as a King's Indian.
Yes.
Irina opened 1, d4, d7, d6, knight f6, pardon me, c4, d6. This is, it kind of intimates, wait a minute, if you don't do anything, I'm going to play e7, e5. So, you know, King's Indian defense players, sometimes when you play against a King's Indian defense, you don't necessarily want to play knight f3. Maybe you want to play f2, f3 is same-ish. A little bit interesting. What do you have for us, Cristian?
Well, you guys started with the leading lady, of course,
Yes.
Irina Krush. I will start with Fabiano because
Please.
there is a very interesting story attached to this match. As you guys mentioned, Grigoriy is helping Fabi train for the candidates as well. And when they found out the pairings, I was in the room as well. We were doing a training camp for the candidates. And they were not very happy about it. And then they started discussing, hey, what are we going to play? You know,
We don't want
are
to
we going to
reveal
show
anything.
our opening preparation?
Right.
And they were like, yeah, we show absolutely everything. No, I'm joking, of course. They were like, we're going to play something that potentially we haven't looked at together. And that's
Right.
exactly what they're doing. Of course, we know Fabi can play e4, c4, d4. He knows a lot about chess in general, right? So he chose to go with d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3, and now we have have this move, KG idea, A6, which, in your times, Yasser, this move would be forbidden, right?
Right.
I mean, are you allowing me to go E4, something along these lines? Probably white is just simply going to be winning. But nowadays, with the help of the engines, of course, this is considered to be quite playable. In fact, everything is playable nowadays. Take on D5, E takes D5, and now we have knight to F3. I do believe that A6 surprised Fabiano slightly because he stopped at that particular moment. Now, the idea is that you don't have knight to B5 in certain instances, and then you can play C5 in one move. So, for example, if I go bishop to F4, which is one of the main moves in the position, later on, maybe not immediately, you can do it immediately as well. You can play the move C5, and now I don't have, after the move E3, of course, to secure my knight jumping to B5, let's say E3, bishop to E7, I don't have the jump knight to B5, which would be quite unpleasant to deal with, right? So you have, that's why without the pawn on A6, black usually sets up with the pawn on C6, right? But this is the extra option that this particular opening with A6 gives you. Bishop to G5 was Fabiano's choice. This is what we have right now, still within their opening preparation. But again, they're not playing their main lines.
No.
So it's going to be very intriguing to see how this one is going to develop.
Coach, I got to ask you the question, because as we came on the air, you say we're missing our defending champion, Hikaru, because Hikaru, is preparing for the candidates.
Yeah.
And we have a candidate's Fabi. So it's a different approach. Fabi wants to check his shape, so to speak, by playing. Hikaru doesn't want to lose energy.
Quite interesting to hear this about, because I actually opened the subject with Fabiano at one of our dinners, and he did say that he needs to play, he needs to touch the pieces, he needs to feel the pieces, because he hasn't played in, I think, something along the lines of 5 months. 4 to 5 months.
He played in Germany, but it was a different type of chess.
That was a different type of chess.
Right, yeah.
He said that as well.
That was freestyle,
But
960.
Let me remind you, he also played this Blitz event yesterday. He's played everything.
We're not counting the Blitz. We're counting the classical. He wants to play some classical chess.
So the Sinkfield Cup was his likes.
That was in December.
Yeah.
We're already close to April. So, okay, 4 months. That's a long time of inactivity, and he wants to play before the candidates. We've seen what happened to Ali Reza in the previous candidates. He didn't play for a very long time, and then he had trouble adjusting. I think he's trying to avoid that, and I think he's making a good decision.
And Anastasiya, this dynamic of playing against your trainer, we all know it's a very uncomfortable feeling. You don't want to play, because not only are they your trainer, they're kind of your friend too, and you don't want to lose to your friend, you don't want to beat your friend.
It's a difficult situation for Fabi, but I asked him about it before, and he said that what to do. I mean, I have no choice, and I just need to play. I mean, there's nothing he can do about it. And so I'm sure Yasser had many stories like that. Playing like sometimes against the person you would like not to play.
Exactly. So for me, the biggest problem was Viktor Korchnoi, because I literally worked with Viktor for, like, let's just say 18 months solid, and we would be playing against tournaments one another. And then it was like, I'm his trainer, I'm sitting there saying, okay, I want to play a variation that we didn't look at all. So I'm playing E4 and we're playing knight or something. It's like one variation we're not studying, and but it was great playing against Viktor Korchnoi, but it was this feeling of being a trainer and not wanting to spoil his preparation.
Sometimes you also need to play against your sisters.
Yes.
So we have different situations in the chess world, or brothers.
Yeah, the brotherhood pairings. I oftentimes travel to tournaments with lots of my friends, and sure enough, we get a last round pairing. It was like, you traveled all the way to Portland, Oregon, and I'm playing my friend from Seattle. Getting back to the games, looking at the game once again of Arena Crush versus Zoe Tang. Against this move order of D7, D6 by Zoe. So,
actually, I think it's a game of Anna Zatonskih, if I'm not mistaken.
Is it Anna's?
It sits on the screen, or
let me see. I'll pull up.
Yes.
Zoe?
Or it's...
I think on the... You mean from the side? Let me just check. What's Arena Crush's game, if you don't mind? Just making sure that I have the right one on my screen.
Sure, I will get to that in just a second. You're throwing me some curveballs here. Yes.
Apologies for
Yeah,
that.
just because we're trying to get used to it.
Right there.
Go.
So it's,
It
yes.
is a different, you're right, I've got a different game.
Yes, I see here on the right they have Anna Zatonskih, it's written.
You
On
got
left.
it.
Let me know if
Thank
you want me to take
I
over.
got
You
that.
guys
I
have
got
it, I know.
I clicked on the wrong, So we have English.
Yes.
Not the King's Indian data. So 1c2, c4 by Arena. And of course, Arena has been in chess and at the elite for decades. It's intriguing how they start with, everybody starts with e4. I was an e4 player. Fabi starts with e4. Then you shift, you become a d4 player. And then you shift even further. And I became an English player at the end of my career. c4, e5, the English, g2, g3, knight c6, bishop g2, g7, g6, knight c3, bishop g7. And this was actually one of my absolute favorite variations. After bishop g7, and I got scolded by Anatoly Lein, or Anatoly Lein. And in this particular position, I went my own way, and I would play the move rook b1.
Immediately trying to push before.
Precisely, immediately playing for b2, b4. And Anatoly said, I don't understand it. He plays the English, he plays rook b1, and they call him genius. He plays b4, b5, beats everybody, and they call him genius. It was great. Rook b1. We'll keep an eye on that. Back over to you, Cristian. What have you got first?
Well, I have this very interesting game between Wesley So and Sam Shankland. You see a Benoni, but take a look at how we got to this position. d4, knight f6, c4, and then g6. That's already a lot of information coming from Sam Shankland's camp. I believe he wanted to go for the Grunfeld. I don't think he's not a King's Indian player. He's usually a much safer player. He plays Queen's Gambit declined, Queen's Gambit accepted, things of that nature, which keep the battle compact. But this one, he's throwing the gauntlet at Wesley. g6 and f3 was played by Wesley, after which he played the move c5. Of course, you can invite the Zemish variation of the King's Indian, bishop g7, e4, and we get those type of positions. But against f3 and g3, generally it's considered that the Benoni is quite playable. In the main lines, against the main lines, the Benoni is not a great opening. Don't play it yourselves at home. What is your opinion on that? Yasser, do you think the Benoni is a good opening?
No, I don't.
I agree with you.
I respect
Finally, we agree
the
on something.
tactics that can happen. But yeah, I'm sorry to say, you give up too much space.
Yes, and let's take a look at what happened. So e4. Now, the big question in this setup for white is what are you going to do with the knight on g3, right? Knight to e2, knight to g3. You're going to castle. And in fact, this is the position we currently have after rook to b8. It's very easy to understand what black wants to do. Black wants to play the move b5. Black wants to expand on the queen side. How are you going to do that? You cannot play the move b5 next. So for example, if you go castle, b5 is not an option. What you're going to do is get another helper on the other side of the board. How do you do that? With the move knight to e8. Knight to e8 followed by knight to c7, and that's going to allow you to play b5 in the future. On the other side of the board, well, that's going to be the offensive side for white. You're going to be able to play f4, maybe even e5 followed by f5, a pawn sacrifice that we see very often in this type of positions. But what I'm gathering from the first few moves is that Sam Shankland, and we know this about Sam, he's very well prepared. So if he plays this type of dangerous positions, dangerous openings, you know that he's analyzed them at home quite thoroughly. So if I would be in Wesley's shoes, I would be slightly concerned about this one. And I think we should mention the time format as well. This is classical, but it's a very short classical.
Exactly.
You don't get a second time control.
Right.
And we've seen Hikaru last year as well. That's how he won the event. He was playing the Kalashnikov, he was playing all these like crazy openings, and then he was keeping the position intact. He was not losing by any means, maybe slightly worse. But in time trouble situations, he was taking over the game. And this is exactly Sam Shankland's strategy, at least based on these first few moves.
Do you think it's easier to play this position with black? That's why he decided to choose it.
Look, I'm a Benoni player myself. I've played the Benoni. I've played the Benoni.
Shame.
I quit the Benoni. It's not fun. Look, it's fun when you're playing against lower-rated opponents and you try to beat them, and when you're in must-win situations in general.
And you're playing in Swiss tournaments where you need a big score.
You need to win with the black pieces, right? In this type of elite level competition, I would be terrified to play the Benoni. And in fact, I don't think I would have a lot of fun. I remember the only one big Benoni game that I remember was Jeffrey Chong against Fabiano Caruana from, I believe, 2018, when Fabi was trying to catch up with Sam Shankland, and he needed a victory with the black pieces.
In the US Championships.
In the US Championships, play the Benoni. In fact, he won that game against Jeffrey. So it can be played, especially if you've analyzed it thoroughly, and I think this is what Sam Shankland is banking on right now.
Let's see if Sam Shankland will change your mind about Benoni today.
Exactly.
We're curious.
Turning our attention to the game of Alice Lee versus Tatev. Alice Lee comes at 14 years young. I remember her as a 12-year-old and all being stunned that she made it as a 12-year-old to the finals against Irina Krush, but then she did it last year as well. Today she's playing Tatev. Alice comes in as a 14-year-old, third seed, and she's playing the white side of a Catalan. So after the move d5 takes c4, open Catalan, I used to play queen a4 check immediately.
And grab the pawn.
And return and grab the pawn. The problem I had with playing bishop g2 is, as I would discover, there are actually quite a number of ways for black to play to try to retain the pawn. One was c6, one was bishop b5 check, one was crazily enough immediately b5, and some of these lines were really, really sharp. And I wanted to avoid them, and I played queen a4 check. So in this case, Tatev played a7, a6, a clear indication that you can't play queen a4 check anymore. Queen a4 check b5 is a little bit embarrassing. So I'm planning to keep the pawn. Okay, go ahead and play b5, and that's a very well-known pawn sacrifice, knight e5 and so on. No, knight c6, and what are you going to do? And this one throws me a little bit off kilter, and I wanted to ask your opinion about it, Cristian. Bishop e3. Now, that's not a move that a lot of players who play the Catalan want to play. Normally speaking, you don't put the bishop in front of the e2 pawn. You kind of put it on f4 or more likely g5. Other times you play a2, a4 to try to pick up this pawn. Bishop e3. Is this...
Not a new move.
Not a new move.
Not a completely new move. But as you can see, you can play a lot of moves.
Yes, yes.
This early in the Catalan. And bishop e3 is something along the lines of the 8th option that you have in terms of games being played in this position. Okay. 33 games have been played with this move, bishop to e3. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Alice Lee trains, or at least she used to train with Alex Lenderman, who is a great Catalan player. And he's showing her a lot of these interesting ideas that can pose problems to her opponents early on. And that's exactly what she's trying to do. She's trying to get Tatev out of the opening with this move bishop to e3. And by the way, if you look at the percentage scored with the move bishop to e3, 48% wins by white.
That's huge.
30% draws, and only 21% wins with black pieces. So that's quite a significant edge if you think about it statistically, right?
Wow.
And bishop to e3 was played, bishop to e7, knight to d2. So you're trying to get the knight to d2, not to c3, basically. And you don't want to play the move bishop to g5, because very often with bishop on g5, black is going to have ideas after she plays the move bishop to e7 of jumping with the knight to d5, opening up that diagonal and proposing the exchange of the bishops. She wants to keep the bishop on e3. And in fact, you might get attracted as black with ideas knight d5, knight takes e3, but very often I will be able to take with the f-pawn, open up the f-file, solidify my center. You're going to bite on granite with that knight on c6, right? That's going to be a limited piece for black. So I do like what she's doing. Knight to d2. And I don't think we have any more moves after this move. Yeah, knight to d2 was the last move. As you can see, Alice is not spending a lot of time. 1 hour and 30 minutes on the clock and 1 hour and 20 minutes for Tatev. Definitely surprised early on in the opening Tatev.
If you don't mind me asking, after the move bishop e3, bishop
Yes.
e3 does nothing to help you win the pawn on c4. So if I play
Well,
the
it
move
does.
rook b8,
Okay, yes, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
so anticipating knight d2 as played in the game, then I do want to play b5, and I've cleared the
Yes.
diagonal,
Yes.
if you will.
Now, another way I can try to target that pawn right now, and I understand, queen to a4, you go b5, you defend that pawn beautifully.
Clear.
I can go queen to c1.
Okay. b5,
What do you do
of
now?
course.
b5, and now I'm taking advantage of the fact that the knight is on c6 unprotected. I will go b3.
I see.
And now you probably have to go, what do you do? Knight to a5 if you want to hold on to the pawn, but you're
It's a
placing
little
your
awkward.
pieces on awkward spots, right? Knight
Exactly.
to a5, maybe I can go knight to d2, we can exchange, and then what do you do with the knight on a5?
And
right?
that's a good pawn sacrifice for white.
That's a great pawn sacrifice.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Already the engine is saying that. You play
wonderful.
only moves to stay in the game.
Right.
You don't want this.
No, I don't.
You don't want to hold on to the
So
pawn.
bishop b3 is like supporting d4 pawn and allows the queen to go to c file, yes?
Well,
That's
c1
the main
or
idea,
knight to
c2.
d2.
Yes.
And at the same
Or knight
time,
d2.
you are defending d4, so you can play knight d2. You can't play knight
Yes.
d2 right away. d4 pawn is hanging. So it is
Yeah,
doing
it's
something.
unpleasant.
Well, it does prepare a little bit knight d2. And then she has played bishop e7
Bishop
right
e7,
away. And I assume knight d5 is also a main move.
After the
instead
move
of-
knight to d2 or
no,
bishop
no,
to
no.
e7?
After bishop e3 immediately.
After bishop to e3, knight to d5 is the main move.
Is
in
the main
position.
move.
15 games have been played with knight d5. Rook to b8, your idea.
Right, sure.
Second most played in the position, bishop to d7 and bishop to e7 have been played 4 and 3 times respectively. Knight to d5, the same idea. Queen to c1 is the move. Yes. And again, you see, and this is why Magnus played the Catalan against Nepo in the World Championship match. Because you can experiment with so many ideas, right?
Right.
Again, bishop to e3 was the 8th choice
Right.
by
Yes,
games
exactly.
played.
Very,
Imagine how much you
very
have to
ready.
analyze as black if you're
Truly.
playing against the Catalan. That's exactly why he played. That's why Alice is trying her luck with the Catalan. You can experiment, you can find new moves and ideas quite easily compared to other variations of chess. And that's why Alice is playing this bishop to e3. And I have to say, I like it.
I have a
Yeah.
question still. I mean, so let's say white is ready to give up this bishop. Like black just can take the bishop and we're fine.
Knight takes.
You can
Yes.
take the bishop, yeah.
F
yeah.
takes e3.
And I can take with the
You
pawn
will
as
take
well.
with the pawn.
With
yes?
the pawn.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yes, why not?
That was
So
interesting.
just to buttress what.
Now you have to play g6.
Yeah,
But
because
Weird
b5, b3
ideas.
again. Yes. So.
Yeah. Yeah, this idea that the pawn on e3 actually does two things. It defends d4, but the half-open f file is actually useful.
Oh yes.
That there are moments when knight to c3 to e4 to g5.
Well, imagine a knight maybe
Yeah.
landing on e5. Right?
And that's
Wow.
nice too.
Yeah, it's nice position. Yes.
Yeah.
It just looks nice. And again,
Okay.
maybe even e4 at the right moment. I can transition this knight via e3. I have a lot of options as white, and that's what Alice wants from this position. Again, we go back to the fact that you don't have a second time control. If you
Right.
spend too much time in the opening, you're going to have huge difficulties catching up on time. You're going to be in time trouble, and then the practicality of the game is going to speak for itself.
Exactly. We haven't looked at some other games. I just now I can pull up Anna's game with Nasi. Is she really playing this e5
She does.
with d6? It's strange. First of all, we have the King's Indian defense. Very, very old game. Yes, and Anna and Nasi playing not the King's Indian, but the old Indian. So the idea of the old Indian was that you're actually giving yourself the flexibility of either playing 4 g7, g6 and transposing into a modern King's Indian, or putting the bishop on e7, castles and rook e8 and playing it solid How about yourself? Are you an Indian?
No, not really.
Players?
No. I
Never went
no.
in that direction.
No, but I really like the tension which can happen in this kind of games, and I think it's an interesting choice for Nazi. Let's remember that it's a battle between two former U.S. Women champions.
Right.
And also, what is interesting for me that top seeds have white pieces in all the games.
That's right.
That's a new rule for this
yeah.
event, that everybody plays with white pieces, and then we will see the rapid game where top seeds will play with black pieces. So
Yes.
it's very important. Let's say if you play with white, I thought about it before, that if you have white pieces, you have to try to win this game, because then you will have to play two games with black pieces, right?
Exactly.
Which is not really comfortable.
Not so,
Anastasiya should try to do something.
And for Nasi, the choice of playing the old Indian, I think, is a very good one, because we have seen Anna in her career, especially in the more recent years, really playing the opening slowly. So if you can surprise Anna by playing something that really she's not familiar with, and I have to even confess myself, I am not up to speed whatsoever on the old Indian, because it's such a rare guest. Why should I prepare for something that nobody plays, right? So Anna being a little surprised, taking a time on her clock after E7, E5, and rather stuck.
We can see them now on the screen, Nazi Paikidze. Normally she is here in the studio,
exactly.
but now we can see her playing.
Exactly.
And it's great.
And Cristian, what else have you got for us?
A lot of explosive games. In every single one that we're following, it seems like both players are trying to infuse some dynamic play to the competition. And this is exactly what's happening in the Levon versus Sam Sevian game as well. We have the English, you guys covered the early stages of the opening. And in this position, after the move bishop to e7, a very typical move, of course, black can also start with the move knight to b6, get this knight out of dodge, but generally you play the move knight to b6 when white plays the move knight to c3, attacking the knight on a d5. Bishop to e7 and the immediate d4, which is more of a sideline, right? And it's considered, especially if you analyze with the engine quite thoroughly, it's considered to be equal. But it seems like Levon has some ideas. e4, knight to e5, f5, defending the pawn on e4. You don't want to take on e5 first, because the problem is, how are you going to defend the pawn on e4 right now? You cannot play the move f5 anymore. That's going to be a non-passant situation. E takes f6. This pawn on f5 magically disappears. And that's it, right? The pawn on e4 is going to be lost. You cannot defend this. I can even exchange the queens if I want to. I don't have to. I can go queen c2, knight c3, pile up on the pawn on e4. You're going to lose it. This is bad for black. So black starts immediately with the move f5. And now we have knight takes c6, b takes c6. Again, a very, very complex battle from a structural point of view right now. Black has a presence in the center. White has to work with these double pawns on the c file. There's a lot of things happening, a lot of transitions happening in terms of structure. f3, take on f3, bishop takes f3, bishop to e6. And what strikes me not necessarily as odd, because Sam Sevian is known to be quite well prepared and to understand, is that Levon, on the other hand, is spending a lot of time. He chose this opening with the move d4. He chose this particular line of the English, and he's the one spending more time. Sam Sevian still feels within his range of preparation. Bishop to e6, only 3 minutes spent by Sam Sevian. The position remains very complex, very close to equality, practical equality, objective equality as well. Bishop to e6, white is going to work against the double pawns on the c-file. Maybe at one point we'll be able to go e4 and open things up towards the king. But I have to say, also, in the absence of this pawn on f2, it feels like the white king is a little bit weak. So there's a lot of opportunities for both players. But I have to say, Sam Sevian is not backing down against Levon in this one.
And of course, we're using the chess.com interface. But I need to ask you, Cristian, on your screen, I'm looking at this 99.5 and 99.
The accuracy.
What am I looking at when I see that? 99.5.
That's their in-house calculated accuracy. Chess.com's in-house calculated accuracy based, I would assume, on a combination, and this is just an assumption, but
Of
meaning
the
a combination of
chess
the
engine?
chess engine as well as the opening theory and maybe the results that were up to that point. This is my guess. 99.5%, 99.9% for Sam Sevian.
Who's
So
more accurate?
he's been playing. Both of these players have been playing perfect moves up to this
And
point.
what, statistically speaking, of our database, how does White score?
There's been one game.
Only
Yes, according
because the
to
players have played such natural moves.
only one game. Again, D4 is a little bit off track, and then
Okay.
already this 95, 96, maybe Queen to C2 was also
Also
a little bit
little
off
independent.
track. But
Maybe that's why
Has-
Levon is spending so much time. Because
Yes.
maybe the position is pretty new for.
But he chose
him,
the
yes.
opening.
Right,
He
he could've
should have
guessed.
known this. I think he knew probably Queen to C2 and all these ideas. Maybe he did not expect Sam Sevian to be so well prepared, right? Because these players, they have to prepare against a lot of things, right? Sam could have played something else entirely.
Yes.
And maybe
Right.
Levon spent a lot of time on that particular opening and not this one. A lot of things are happening behind the scenes, right, that we don't know. Bishop to E6, King to H1 was played in that only, and as I was mentioning, the king feels a little bit weak on G1. You want to put it on the light squares where the bishop on F3 is going to protect it. But at the same time, this position has been seen once. It was a draw. I don't know the players. It could also be an online game. Maybe the players are not aware of this. I think they're on their own right now,
Right.
and we're going to have an exciting middle game developing.
Thank you, Cristian. Just turning our attention to the game of Begum and Jennifer. Begum, of course, was leading our Olympic team. She was the first board. She's up against Jennifer, and Jennifer chose the Queen's Gambit accepted. And here I feel better. It's like I'm on safe ground because I played the Queen's Gambit accepted through many, many years in my career, and I always liked what I would call a mainline position. This is almost a tabia position for the Queen's Gambit accepted. A7, A6, and it's very clear what my problem is my light squared bishop. It's not on a very nice diagonal, so the move A6 is prep for the move B5, which will come with the tempo, and suddenly this bishop will actually have a very nice
Very
diagonal.
good life, yes.
Yeah, on the long diagonal. So White oftentimes has played A2, A4 just to stop this idea. Also, in anticipation of the attack, sometimes the bishop steps back so that after B7, B5, the pawn can be undermined by A4. But the main line by far is castles. B5. Now, bishop E2, here I would say bishop D3 is by far the main line. Other players have actually liked to play bishop to B3. The bishop E2, it's a little bit more cagey. The idea behind the move bishop E2 is that sometimes White jumps with the knight and quickly the bishop can challenge the long diagonal. From D3, it cannot. So bishop E2, bishop B7, and then Begum went a different way. She said, okay, now I'd like to capture this pawn on B5. Funnily enough, there's a line where you actually do gambit the pawn. You play knight D2, knight D7, pardon me, and you take everything on the A file, and black gets development. But B4, main move, knight D2, knight D7, knight B3, and I think we're up to date with the players. And again, they are still in their theoretical preparation, and more or less I would like to say that White's slightly better, but you know, the only problem with the position is this pawn on B4. Imagine
weak
that it was on,
sometimes, yes?
yeah, a little bit weak. Imagine it was on B6, the move C7, C5, and I'd say the position very, very balanced, but it's very hard to prove that the pawn on B5 is a liability. We'll keep an eye on this game and turn it back to you, Cristian.
But I have a question
Please.
for you guys. Do you remember when these two players have met last?
In the US Championship.
Begim and Jennifer.
In the U.S. Championships, perhaps?
At the US Championships in the last round.
Yes.
And Begim, with a draw,
Could win
would have
tournament.
been the winner, the champion, right? But she wasn't, because Jennifer beat her with the black pieces from a completely dead last position out of the opening. Begim was completely winning, and then Jennifer turned it around. There's a lot of history between these two players.
Absolutely,
They
yes.
know each other very well. I'm not sure how I'm not going to create any drama, but there's been some very, very battling chess being played between these two players.
Jennifer
What
is a
happened to her
warrior.
rating also?
I remember Jennifer playing.
She's at Harvard. that's probably what happened.
Irina Krush and Jennifer were in the women's championship, went into rapids, and it was a sudden, I think it was an Armageddon. Jennifer lost a piece.
Yeah, I
Just
remember.
lost a
Armageddon.
piece
I
out of
remember
the
this
ending.
crazy. Yes, this
And
game I was here as
fought-
well. Yes.
Fought her way back and won
Exactly,
the
yes.
championship. She is a fighter. She does not give up.
She is, yes, for sure.
Yeah, thank you for reminding us of that last round game. That
Her
was
rating
real
is very
drama.
misleading.
Yeah.
I want to say 22, whatever it is right
72.
now, 22,
70,
72.
something.
She was close to 2,400 at one point. She is a twice U.S. Women's Champion.
Right.
So she has class. She knows how to play. She knows how to fight, especially. And this is, once again, I'm coming back to the format. It's a fighting chess format. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this one is going to develop.
Thank you, Cristian. We have prepared, thanks to Ben Underwood, I want to say, some really nice statistical graphs. One we'd like to show you is about some openings. Let's take a look at the opening preparations of these players. Okay, this one's straightforward.
Yes, average number of moves before first deep think for each player, which is really interesting graphics. We are talking about them only the American Cups, right?
Yes.
For the moment. So open section, we have Sam Sevian with 10.
So he
83.
makes 10, almost 11 moves before he has his first deep think. Basically, what that's saying to you, statistically speaking, is Sam Shankland
Is the winner.
Is the clear, stone-cold winner. He prepares 20 moves deep before he starts to say, okay, you've surprised me.
Yes, exactly.
Wow.
And actually, it's not so surprising for us because Sam is known
For his preparation.
Exactly. And Ray Robson is in the second position.
Also very impressive.
But the
I would
problem
have
with
thought Fabi was a little bit more.
Robson and Dominguez is whenever they take their first deep thing, it's usually like 40 minutes deep thing.
Yeah, that deep thing. And for me, Anna is a little bit misleading because I can tell you that sometimes on move 2, move 3.
Yes, exactly. Yes, you can start thinking about the position.
So that's a little
yes.
bit misleading, but I'm really impressed that Alice Lee's preparation is on par with Irina Krush and Nasi's.
Yes, so it's very
It's
impressive
amazing.
actually for the young players. So it means her opening preparation is really deep and she's working a lot on the openings.
Really, really good. 14
sign.
years young. Thank you to Ben for that deep things. And again, Sam Shankland. Can you imagine? You know how it's so annoying. You play and you make a move, and your opponent's like, "Yep, got that. Yep,
Yes,
got
I know
that."
also this and that. Yes, so you will not surprise me today.
And then when you reach for something and you play a move and the other person stops,
Yes.
you think to yourself, "Oh dear, did I make a mistake? Like, oops, did I forget my preparation because they
Yes, yes,
stopped, right?" Oh, and there you see Sam Shankland with the black pieces.
Against
Today, as
Wesley.
you were saying, he was playing a Benoni, and I thought he was going to go knight e8. You had left us in a position where we were expecting knight e8.
Yes, but Wesley played the move bishop g5.
Stopping
so now
knight
you
e8.
cannot play the move knight to e8, obviously. Immediately followed by a move that hasn't been played as often, but it's a very natural move. h6, queen to c7, it's usually the choice of players with the black pieces in this position to get rid of this pin. Queen to c7. The problem with queen to c7 is, again, you're taking away that square from the knight. Knight to e8, knight c7 to follow up with b5 is no longer possible. And especially right now with the queen on c7, b5, I'm not 100% sure how you're going to be able to get that going. You're probably going to have to start with the move c4, and that creates a completely different dynamic. That's the idea behind the move queen to c7. Get rid of the spin, but also support the idea of c4. Once you play the move c4, though, you're opening up the strategical possibility of a knight maybe landing back to d4. I'm very often having problems with the knight on g3. If I can get it back to the center, I'm going to have a great position. So it's a double-edged sword whenever you play the move c4.
In this game, Sam actually spent some time, right, in the opening. He spent more time than Wesley.
After this move h6. So h6 he played it quite quickly, actually. But I'm sure bishop to g5 somewhat surprised him, right? Because it's a pretty rare move. Bishop to f4, knight to e5, queen to d2, attacking the pawn on h6. Of course, h5. h5 in general is played by black anyway, because you're trying to fight against this knight on g3 once again. And white played the move castle. You're thinking, hey, but after h4 my knight is trapped, right? Well, not really. I still have this move knight to h1. And in fact, it's a pretty cool move by the knight, because you're going to follow up with the move knight to f2. You're going to control the expansion. And this pawn on h4 is going to become a liability for black. Even if you play moves such as h3, I have ideas of g4.
Right.
Now, what are you going to do with the pawn on h3? Knight to f2, followed by knight takes h3. You don't defend this, and you don't have enough of pieces around my king to create any sort of danger. My king on g1, despite the fact that I played f3 and g4, is very safe in this position. So I really like what white is doing with castle, queen to d2, bishop to f4. He's keeping the position compact and definitely making Sam think. That's something that you, Anastasia, pointed out in the position. We were saying that Sam is generally spending a lot of moves before he starts thinking. Well, right now, Wesley So is ahead on time.
Varusian informs that the move h7, h6 is actually novelty. I'm surprised because it looks like a fairly typical and natural
Queen
move.
to c7 was
the main.
Was played before, yes.
Most often.
So what is the difference? Let's try to guess, because black plays h6 and then h5.
It is, well, that's the thing.
It can transpose.
Yes. It does transpose,
Okay.
yes, and that's a very good point. So after h6, bishop to f4, knight to e5, if you do go after h6, something like bishop to e3, now you transpose.
Right.
Now you go knight to e8. So I would say h6, bishop to f4 was more off the beaten tracks.
Okay.
Play knight
for
e8
white.
here.
You could play knight to e8, and perhaps this was the better idea. Now, what I think white wants to do with the bishop on f4 is have this square for the knight. So, for example, I can provoke the move h5.
Right.
And now I can have ideas of knight to f1, knight to e3.
Because I still don't have time to play knight c7. Yes, d6 will be hanging.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes. And now I also have to deal with ideas of maybe at a later time for black to go g5 and harass my bishop on f4. I'm not going to allow you to do that. And maybe I have ideas of knight to f1, knight to e3, and knight to c4.
Right.
That would be the ideal square for the knight. So a lot of competing ideas for these players, a lot of choices and options for both of them. And it does seem like right now after knight to e5, queen to d2, h5, castle, knight to h7 was the move, the last move by Sam Shankland. Wesley So now in deep things, trying to figure things out.
So knight h7 is a prelude for f7, f5 and fighting in the center?
I think you can play f7, f5, but only after you play the move h4. You don't want to play f5 with the knight on g3,
clear. Sorry.
right? So
Yeah.
you're going to go that would be a bad move, of course.
Your accuracy went way down after knight takes h5.
20% accuracy. Yes, that's how it usually goes. The thing is, the best move in the position is actually knight h1.
Wow. These moves normally people are missing, right? To go with a knight. But
Right.
It's typical, actually, for this position, but from a practical perspective, you don't really want to play it before your opponent attacks you, right?
I want to say, I
Come
would
on,
play
attack me
a5.
first, right?
I would play a5
Right.
and say, go ahead, play
Just
h4,
play h4,
so I
yeah.
can move my knight.
Now I feel good about knight h1, right?
Right.
Look, I tricked you. You
Yes.
thought that I don't have any squares, but I do have a square. I'm not going to play knight h1 without being
Voluntarily.
bothered
Yeah.
on that side.
Exactly.
Bishop h6 is the other move by the engine. h3 is another move in this position to control the g4 square. And in fact, I kind of like this move because very often whenever I go f4, to attack the
knight.
knight on e5, you don't have the move knight to g4
Exactly.
anymore. So I do like this move h3. We'll see what Wesley is going to come. Oh, bishop h6, as we were just discussing.
I just wanted to say that for me, I always thought the bishop on g7 was a great piece.
Yes.
And I was always seeking to trade it with the move bishop h6, and Wesley pounced. He said, let me get rid of your dark square bishop.
That he did, and now the suffering begins. The Benoni suffering begins.
Without this bishop.
It's a son of sorrow, Benoni. Turning our attention to the game of Arena Crush for a moment against Zoe, I was more than curious because, again, as an English player, I really like to see what the young kids of today are doing. Well, guess what?
Yes, so Ruby one trying to play before. Yes, tell me what you
Exactly.
predicted. Yes.
A7, A5.
She stops.
Yeah, in this position, my primary move was you're trying to stop me from playing B4. I would play A3. But
You would insist, yes.
I would
yes.
insist.
Yeah, I want to play.
But I also did very much like both the moves E2, E3, as well as D2, D3. D2, D3, I felt I was playing a reverse Sicilian, and E2, E3, I was thinking that in this case, I am playing to control the D5 square.
Yes.
I want to plant a knight on D5.
Like typical knight G to E2, probably, yes.
Exactly. And let's see what the players are doing. Now, in this particular case, again, I spoke about being a reverse Sicilian. You know, I didn't like my opponents playing the move D6, D5 against me. So whenever they were threatening to do that, then I occupied. I blocked them. I played knight D5, as did Arena, and knight B4. Okay, that's a little bit of a surprise move for me because I'm very much a pawn structure person. So when I can change the pawn structure in what I think is my favor, I am used to pouncing. In this particular case, Zoe, of course, is
Threatening to take, yes.
and to take.
Yes.
So it's a double attack. I definitely do not want to do this because in this particular case, this particular variation, I feel that pausing. I've invited the rook. I just wanted to make sure that queen b3 wasn't a good move. Queen b3, rook a7. I've invited the rook into my position. But I can do this. I can play knight takes e7 check, queen takes e7, bishop takes b7, rook to b8, for example, bishop back, rook takes, now, pardon me, knight takes a2. Now I start to think the pawn structure is in my favor because I have one compact structure, whereas black has a pawn on a5, which is loose, let's say. So the move knight b4 is a bit of a surprise for me. How about you,
Yes, I also.
Anastasiya?
But I'm also thinking about this move, and probably Black didn't want to trade the knights on d5.
That's
definitely.
for sure. Yeah, and you don't, even in this kind of thing, you don't want to really give it.
Yes.
Give up the two bishops, and what do you have? Yes, I agree. You can play c6, but in this case, I like the two bishops very much. I think white is for choice. So knight b4.
And the fact that Arina is thinking that, I think she's trying to find the position she prefers to play right now, the pawn structure. She's probably checking all the possibilities.
Well,
taking on b7, taking on b4.
Well, for me,
trying to choose what is better. Maybe to take on b4 and queen b3 also.
Exactly. As a pawn grabber.
Yes,
you know,
immediately I started to think of the possibility to take it.
How can I win a pawn? In this particular case, though, I must say that after knight c6, I'm not eager to give up my beautiful, beautiful bishop on g2.
Yes.
Let's remind everybody that this is a double elimination match tournament. So we play matches, so we have brackets.
Exactly.
Let's start with the open.
Yes.
Anastasiya, do the honors.
So in the open section, we have matches between Fabiano, Caruana, and Grigoriy Oparin. First 2 days, we will see them competing against each other,
Right.
the trainer and the student.
Right.
Then we have Levon Aronian playing against Sam Sevian, like battle between generations, I would say.
Right.
And Leinier Dominguez will play is playing against Ray Robson. Wesley So is playing against Sam Shankland.
Yeah. And in case you
yes.
lose, you get eliminated to the elimination bracket. So it's a double elimination event. You're not knocked out of the tournament. And in the women's, in the ladies?
Yes, and we have Irina Crush playing against Zui Ten. Anna Zatonsky is facing Nazi Paikidze. Alice Lee is playing against Tatiana Brahamian. And on the last match, we have Begim Tohirjonova against Jennifer Yu. Let me remind also that we have 2 days matches.
Right,
And in
the
case
schedule.
if somebody will make 2.5 points out of 3, the match will be over. They will not
Correct.
play the 4th game in this
That's
case, or
right.
3 out of 3, somebody if he makes it. Yes.
Right.
So
and our schedule today.
Yes, we have one classical game, the one which we are following right now.
Right.
And in the end of those games, we'll have one rapid game in every match. So we'll watch 2 interesting games. What a great day, actually.
Well,
Normally we have one, and now we have
I was
2.
about to say, it's going to be a very challenge for our players as well as our commentators. As this game is, we have a unique board. We have one board that the Silverback team has put together, and what there is, it's an armrest behind the pieces.
Yeah, between
So-
Queen and King. I
Queen
think,
and
yes.
King. So it's a rather large armrest, but the armrest itself has a hidden camera. So, and the camera is placed literally strategically between the E and the D file so that we have a view like this of the players, and the idea is, and there you can see
Yes.
the armrest
Actually,
for
I
the
don't see the
players.
camera, so it should
Exactly.
be really comfortable
It
for
is-
players. Yes,
yeah,
they don't
it's
notice.
hidden.
If you see in the middle
Yeah.
of the
There
armrest,
is a
You have to
very, very small dot,
really,
yes. Yes, I can
you
see it now.
really
yes.
have to get the.
but don't give away the secrets, guys. Come on, don't give away the secrets.
And by the way, the board is elevated, so the camera has to be at a
Yes. What a
certain
nice
angle.
view in any case, and we can see the players and their emotions so close.
Right, but especially this idea that if you get shocked with, I don't care, a queen sacrifice.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't expect it. You can get that view of the players.
I would love to see this camera during time travel situations.
the nervousness.
The eyes going back and forth between
And during the blitz, huh?
Right.
kids. That's going to be fun.
It was funny. You used the term student
Yes.
between the trainer and the student, and I teased Viktor Korchnoi mercilessly. We would go in, it doesn't matter, to a party or something, and who are you? Grandmaster Viktor Korchnoi. Who are you? Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan. He's my student.
Student, not pupil at least.
Korchnoi was my student. Speaking
I
of
bet he liked that.
Oh, not very much,
I bet he
actually.
liked that.
What's happening in Fabi's game?
Well, let's take a look at what happened in the last few moves since we left it. I think we left it somewhere around this position. Bishop to g5, bishop to d6. Both players are basically developing their pieces in a very natural fashion. Bishop to d3, c6. Again, not c5. We were expecting that perhaps black is going to choose to play the move c5, which, by the way, is a very playable move in this particular position as well, but it leads to completely different situations. You're going to have IQP positions if white decides to take on c5, or even completely different situations if white plays castle and allows the move c4 for black. Very different structure, potentially, than what we've seen in the game. c6, castle, sorry, not castle, bishop to f4, and that's quite a cool move to see. You played bishop to g5, you waited for your opponent to play bishop to d6 followed by c6, and now you're saying, I want to trade those bishops. I want to trade those bishops because I'm going to have some comfortable control over the dark squares. And potentially, if you do take on f4, if you decide to exchange like this, then I'm going to have a nice control over the e5 square. And I'm also looking at this idea of f5.
That's more nasty.
Try to defend this bishop. You have to go g6. It doesn't feel right for black. It looks really good for white, I have to say, if you do trade on f4 with the bishop. Of course, black says, no, no, no. Queen to c7. We're going to trade on my terms. Grigoriy is telling his student, castle, castle, and a4. This is the new move in the position, and a lot of games, in fact, have been played right now, 64 games. Queen to c2, rook to c1. Generally, the way we see the positions develop in this particular case is with a minority attack. We're going to go a3, b4, a4, and b5. That's how you want to break black's structure on the queen side. Fabi decides to go with a4, which allows more or less
a5
closing of the action, the battleground on the queen side. a4, a5. That's what Grigoriy played. That's how he reacted. Queen to b3. You're not actually threatening to take my pawn on b7. So I'm going to play this useful move, g6. Generally, I was going to play it anyway. Give my king some loof, some space, maybe ideas of knight to h5, f5, and then back to f6 and jump with the knight in the center. Some expansion, potentially, on the king side for black. You cannot take, of course, on b7. As we were just saying, rook to b8 would trap the queen. That's over. Game over, right? Of course. Fabi's not going to do that. But knight to g5 was played, and this stopped Grigoriy in his tracks. What are you going to do next? What does white want to do next?
Actually, good question. What are the plans for both sides? I was thinking about it.
I think what white wants to do is, in fact, take that bishop on e6. Take on e6. So let's say you go, what do you guys give me a move.
Okay, queen b4. Queen b4.
That's a very strange move.
I wanted to trade queens on my turn.
No. I'm going to go queen to c2.
And now rook f8, rook f8 to e8, just to defend.
And right now I think I'm taking.
Really? And
I think I want to take.
Rook takes?
Yes. But perhaps maybe I shouldn't start with. Maybe f4 is his idea.
Oh.
So this is what I want to get.
Is
if possible.
f4.
Let's say you play a random move, right?
Okay.
I think this is the position that you want to get. This is the structure that you want to get.
And g6
Take the
is
bishop,
also potentially.
You play for g6 is potentially weak.
Yeah.
You don't have the break with e5.
Gotcha.
And I have time right now. And I have space as well, so I can focus my action and my moves on the king side. I can go g4. I can take a lot of risk, open up my king, because you don't have a lot of maneuvering way as black on the king side.
It turns out my move queen b4 is a waste of time because queen c2 was more useful.
Correct.
So if I have played rook f8 to e8 immediately,
and I see we have a beautiful shot of the time as well. As we can see, Grigoriy is dropping down almost close to his 1 hour mark.
So it shows
1 hour and 20 minutes.
That he doesn't like his position that much, and
he's not comfortable.
Comfortable about it, yes.
Yes.
Another move in this exact position that I'm, as black, I like playing Queen's Gambit declines as well. Knight h5. I kind of like that move. It's useful in the sense that knight to g7 sometimes the knight gets rerouted.
Yeah.
It also makes luft for its colleague.
I will take, again.
Right.
I'm taking, and the thing is, right now, you cannot take with the queen.
Exactly. If I take with the pawn in this... Oh, go ahead,
You cannot
please.
take with the queen.
Queen
because
b7.
I take
Now
on
queen
b7.
b7
And I have this diagonal to get out.
Right.
Right?
But
Now,
b2?
it's important that I have the pawn on h3. because you go
b8.
here, I go-
yes.
and now I go all the way to h2, right? I finally have the escape square.
Right.
Otherwise, it would be just a perpetual against my queen. So this is what we have right now. Knight to h5, a very typical move. Unfortunately, not knight takes f7. Knight takes e6, f takes e6, and now again, maybe
This
ideas
f4.
of f4. I don't want to allow you to go e5, even though with the queen already set up on this diagonal, maybe e5 is not that powerful. I have ideas of knight to e4, take advantage of this spin, right? So I can get ready to play f4, but okay, let's see what this move I think f4. I think this is, from a practical perspective, what Fabiano would intend.
Aspired. So knight to g3 to f5, perhaps?
Sure, you can do that. You can do that. And then maybe I can even go
Really? Wow.
maybe at the
It's
right
getting
moment.
wild.
g4.
I will prepare that, right?
Right.
Rook f1. At some point, I will
Intriguing.
go g4, right?
Well, this game, it feels like it's happening slowly, but it's getting
At some point, it's
more
going to
interesting.
explode.
It's
Yes.
boiling. It's on the boil.
It's boiling. That's a very good way to put it. Yes.
Exactly. And Anastasiya, have you been following any particular games that
I
have
think we
got your eye?
haven't really checked the game between Dominguez and Ray Robson.
Let's do it.
Let's have a look. I think things are changing quickly there.
Okay.
And I really was surprised what was going on, but I couldn't get it until the end.
Okay, I see.
Some
I just
crazy
looked
position, huh?
through Sam Sevian's, looking at Grigory's
Yes.
game with knight g5. Wesley has traded bishops, and you're right. Ray Robson's game and Leinier's game has kind of avoided our scrutiny. Now, these two players, again, I'm borrowing statistics from Ben on this one. Wow, preparations absolutely intense. And for
both players like to think, actually.
exactly.
Will we see the time travel today?
So-
After the preparation ends, yes. they do like to think.
Najdorf with the English attack, f2, f3, mainline stuff, e7, e5. And I think for both players, including this move, h7, h5, we're not really even at their tabia. They know this.
Everything, yes.
Yeah, inside and out. This is all very standard stuff. Takes, g3. For a lot of people, they see,
Why would
would you
move? That's-
two tempi?
Yes.
You spend two tempi to persuade g2, g3. Yes, because if you look at it from White's point of view, right here, right now, if it was my turn, I'd probably be very happy to castle. I'd probably be very happy to castle, tuck my king in on the king side, play a move like f4, and try to prove that the pawn on h5 is a liability. So Black says, you know what? Go ahead and castle kingside with your pawn shield a little bit
Yeah, with some
spoiled,
problems,
a
yeah.
little bit advanced, f3 and g3, and now we see a change. The move rook g1, a clear indication that White is going to go long, and also a very clear indication that the move g3, g4 is on White's agenda. Again, I think that all of this, Cristian, is quite standard, and the players know each other inside and out.
Well, the thing is, this is the perfect moment for Leinier to stop and think for 40 minutes.
Why?
Because he has so many options
No.
in the position. He can take on g4 with the f-pawn, with the rook, but he can also just leave the pawn on g4 as is and play a very funny looking move.
Queen
h3.
Oh, no.
h3.
h3. I'm trying to provoke you to open up the g file, right? If you do take on f3, then bishop to h6, you're in deep trouble right now. Bishop to h6, you try to defend that with bishop to f6. That's okay. I will take back this pawn and I will set up my cannons on the f and g file, specifically the g file, and you're in deep, deep trouble. Right now,
Right.
I have a huge threat in the position. You try to start attacking me on this
A5.
side, a5, try to kick my knight away. Bishop takes g7 or rook takes g7, both of them work. But let's see, bishop takes g7, take queen to h5. I have a huge threat right now. Checkmate in 3 moves. Try to go a3, that's a check, that's a check. Don't put the queen on g5, it doesn't really matter. King to f6, queen to g5, that's a checkmate in the position. So
Right.
the attack comes fast. And this is exactly what both of the players are very much aware of because they've analyzed countless of hours in this Najdorf variation. He knows that this h3 is a possibility. He's seen this pattern before. And right now, that's exactly what he's spending his time trying to figure things out, whether to go h3. And to be honest, after h3, the best move in the position, according to the engine, and perhaps the only move to keep the balance, is g3.
Wow.
Yes.
Rook takes
Right.
g3,
Wow.
and now
Wow.
f5. I'm trying to do something, and I'm trying to do it quickly. And the idea being that once you go rook to g1, rook to f7, I have a threat in the position.
f4.
I go f4. Also, I had enough time to bring this defender to the g7 square, the rook. What I don't want to see as black is defending this pawn on g7 with the bishop on f6 without the additional f5.
Right.
Because then it's problematic. You don't have a way to involve the other defenders into the position.
G1,
I have enough
bishop
time,
h6.
rook g1. At some point, something is going
Bishop
to get
h6,
sacrificed
yeah.
on g7, and you're in
Right.
trouble. And whenever you go g6, there's, I mean, first of all, if you go g6, well,
Yeah.
that's it, game over,
Unpleasant.
right?
Yeah. Yikes.
So very dangerous position for black. If he manages to stabilize on the king side, then from a strategical point of view, he's going to be doing quite well. He has a very healthy pawn structure. Robson with the black pieces, but Leinier enjoying a nice attack on the king side if he manages to get it going.
Thank you, Cristian. We reached that time in our show where we question our folks at Q Boutique, and we ask them,
what do we have
today? Well, the World Chess Hall of Fame, Q Boutique has a World Chess Hall of Fame athletic jacket, and there it is. It's the newest edition of the World Chess Hall of Fame jacket, and it is not to be missed. It's made of 95% polyester, 5% spandex, features the outstanding durable hot press logo of the World Chess Hall of Fame on the front, and it is available in men's and women's styles. As we go on our break, we are going to show you a feature of the beautiful consets made by the Mongolian company that we saw yesterday at the opening ceremony. Hope you enjoy. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Ceremony of the American Cup was made extra special by a donation from the Khan Chess Company. This amazing luxury chess set was produced by Khan, a company that started in 2015.
This chess set represents history of Mongolia. Mongolia has a rich history, and it represents friendship and rivalry between Genghis Khan and his best friend Jamo growing up. And we only made limited quantities. It's 1 out of 99. In the past, we have gifted and donated to a lot of leaders of the world, around the world. And we're excited and happy to be part of this event. And thank you guys for having us.
Representing Khan Chess are the director, Bat Ayun Shalunbat, and designer Nasan Bat Dashniam. Also in attendance, Women International Master and Mongolian chess champion Batsetseg Tavshintugs. This important gift becomes a permanent part of the World Chess Hall of Fame. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield. The St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuzha Nakobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a Chess Merit Badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Welcome back to the American Cup, and let's have a look at the brackets
For the champions. Day one, here it is.
Still we are on the day one, And let us remind you who's playing actually today. Fabiano Caruana is playing against Grigoriy Oparin. Levon Aronian facing Sevian. Leinier Dominguez is with Robson today. And Wesley So is playing against Shankland in the open section.
And in the ladies section, what are the brackets there, Anastasia?
Irina Crush is facing Zoe Tang. Anna Zatonsky is playing against Nazi Paikidze. Alice Lee against Tatia Abrahaman. And then we have Begim Toherdjonova playing against Jennifer Yu.
And today's schedule, what are the players going to be playing today?
Today we have 2 games. First, we started with the classical game, which has 90 minutes and 30 seconds per move time control.
Okay.
And it will be followed by the rapid game, which has 15 minutes plus 10 seconds per move. So we have 2 nice games.
Yeah, a big day of exciting chess. The whole day, I was going to say. I mean, it's tough to play a classical game.
And then suddenly you play rapid. It's maybe difficult for players, but it's really nice for the followers. We'll have both classical chess and rapid chess today.
As a chess coach, don't you find that as a real challenge? Because you've got to prepare 2 games, actually.
Yes, and especially when they're weighted the same.
Right.
Generally, classical, if you play in a hybrid format, classical is going to count for double. 2 points usually, and then the rapid is 1 point, right? It's usually double the weight, but in this one, both of them weight the same. So it's quite an interesting format. I want to say novel because I don't think we've had any other tournaments that do this.
When I think of the Grand Chess Tour, the Rapid and Blitz, we always weight the slower time controls
2 points,
heavier.
and then the blitz is 1 point, right, for a victory.
Exactly, yes.
That's what we get.
So it's different this time, and I don't know, it's also interesting for the players because, you know, classical chess also affect the rating, and what is more important, you know, just to make a draw in classical and think that you're better in rapid, for example, but then you may lose a couple of points there. I mean, the strategy is interesting here, like how you would approach the challenges.
For sure.
Are you a better rapid player than a classical player, right?
Yeah.
I know Sam Sevian, for example. I mean, he's winning a lot of events in rapid formats. So you could definitely look at him and say, yeah, he's specialized in rapid time control. So
he's
Sam maybe wants to make a draw and then go into the rapid.
Especially being the underdog in the match. Like, why not you make a draw and then you try to push in rapid, just knowing that tomorrow you will play with white pieces again in the classical game. So, I don't know. It's interesting format also that underdogs got some extra chances perhaps in this event. We will see how it goes.
Absolutely. Cristian, during our break, where's the action?
I wasn't watching for action, Yasser. You're putting me on the spot here.
Of course.
I was scrolling through my phone during the break. That's what we usually do. Okay. But take a look at what's happening in this one, right?
Sure.
Fabi versus Grigoriy. Grigoriy is thinking, and he's really spending a lot of time on the last few moves. So we left it after knight g5.
Okay.
And we were saying that at some point I do want to take on e6, but I want to take on e6 in a way that you cannot recapture back with one of your pieces. Okay. In this case, for example, if you go knight to h5, I take, you cannot recapture with the queen because you're allowing me to take on b7 and retreat my queen via h2. That was the line that we were discussing. He decided to go rook to e8. Bring another defender, that bishop. Whenever you take on e6, I'm going to take with the rook. Why do I want to take with a piece and not with a pawn? Is because once I take with the rook, I can use the semi-open e-file for my offensive on the king side. I can go rook to e8, then I can put a knight on e4, expand with f5 and get some play. If I am forced more or less to take with the pawn after f4, I don't have any play. This is the semi-open file, the f file, but I don't have a way to use it. I don't have this important square e4 for the knight. The only important square that is controlled by one of the sides in the center is the square e5, and white controls that because of the d and the f4 pawns. I will be able to maybe even maneuver a knight to d1, knight to f2, knight to g4 perhaps, and knight to e5, or knight to e2, knight to g1, knight to f3, knight to e5. At some point something is going to land here, and you're going to be in strategical danger as black. And as you can see, look at Grigoriy. He doesn't show a lot of emotion.
No.
But right now he does seem a little bit concerned, right?
Yeah, there's concern.
Hey, I'm spending a lot of time. I know I don't have the second time control. What do I do? Where's my plan? Where's my activity in the position? I don't see the activity in the position, and that's why Fabi is not in a hurry to take on e6. If I am Grigoriy,
E1.
maybe I will go h6. Maybe I will try to force a reaction from you. You take on e6, at least I take with the rook, right? And I get what I wanted.
But
I
then
don't want
g6 will be very weak. That's a problem, right?
Exactly. I don't really want to go h6.
Rook A1 to E1 was
Yes.
the move. Now if you play H6, a quick question. Knight
Yes.
takes E6, rook takes E6. Is B7 hanging or not?
Yes, it actually is.
Because after
Because now we
rook
don't have a
B8,
B8.
queen A7, our queen isn't trapped.
You don't have rook 8.
And,
The rook is not on the e8 square.
well, I'm thinking you would play rook E8 and
Back.
threatening to trap my queen.
Can you take, maybe.
You take and rook A8. in
Queen
that case.
a6. Take a look at
but
this.
the bishop is on d3.
Oof.
Knight to D5.
Knight, is
No,
knight b5 the
wow.
move, really? And you don't have a way to defend. Oh my goodness.
That's,
Wow.
that's
Oh, but
nice.
this is...
Queen is 6. and rook is hanging on
Why is
a6.
this?
It's important. Yes, rook
It's
is
a
6.
triple
Knight
fork.
is 6. Wow.
I don't think I've seen this type of fork before.
Yes.
That's a
Knight
nice
is
one.
7.
I'm forking
yes.
my own piece as well.
Right. Knight just hit everything.
The
It's
two
like-
rooks and the two queens. That's
Exactly.
a very nice knight. Very
Looks
visual knight for sure. And yes, after rook takes e6, rook takes a6, knight takes e6, you don't have time to recapture my knight because your rook on a6 is dropping. In fact, you can go rook to b6, and maybe this is the best way to go for black. Maybe this is the best way to go for black because
To
you do
win back the
recapture your
pawn.
pawn.
Ah, you take on b2.
But looking at this from
That's
afar,
an adventure.
making sure that you're not missing any tactical
Right.
ideas in between these moves that we've just seen,
Nice.
and assessing this position with a weak c6 pawn is not easy.
Not easy at all, but rook on b2 is quite active, so maybe black has some kind of compensation. a4
Yes.
may fall down at one point. Yeah,
It's
so
very difficult to assess it. That's the problem, and that's why Grigoriy is spending so much time, and that's why look at Fabi. He
Yeah.
looks confident, strolling around with the white pieces. He got what he wanted out of the opening. We knew that they're not going to be playing their main lines.
Right,
They
they're
know
not
each
gonna
other
share.
too well. They know their repertoires too well, right? So they're going to try to freestyle in the opening phase. He got what he wanted. He's putting a lot of pressure. He has more time. Definitely Grigoriy on the ropes right now.
Okay. I would like to go to a match between our women's champions from the past. We're keeping an eye on Anna's clock, too, by the way, as she goes up against Nasi. And it was that old King's Indian which became the new King's Indian as
Just
they,
6
as they
was-
transposed. And they did transpose to the F2, F3. And again, I feel really, really good. I'm on terra firma. This is a position I played on both colors, white and black. I played it against Garry Kasparov.
Oh.
Yes, as black. He played with me. I sacrificed my queen.
and how did the game finish?
It was a draw.
Okay.
It was a draw. It was a draw. And it was one of these. I borrowed a page from the book of David Bronstein, you know, The Root of All Evil. David had ideas in every kind of opening. And if you look at this position, your first thought is, ruh-roh, I'm in trouble as black. I'm in
But
this
what about this
terrible,
knight?
this pin. If the knight tries to drop back to
Yes.
f5, there goes the knight. I sacrifice my queen.
Wow,
No.
knight is 3?
And that's one bishop, and that's two bishops. I got two bishops and two pawns for my queen. And it was enough for a draw later. That's not how it happened in this game. That queen sacrifice, again, it's well known. All credit to David Bronstein. In this game, Anna says, I'm not going to let you sacrifice the queen. This time, if you give me the check on h4, I'll play g2, g3.
And you don't have knight
there's-
g3
there's
anymore.
Exactly. But I do have the move f7, f5, says Nasi, and we're up to date. And again, this is very, very standard play. I must say that for myself as white, I always like playing these games with queen d2, castles, and my opponents usually castle short. And I love those games where our kings are on opposite flanks.
Me too. I also like it so
it's
much.
like
Then it's about the speed and about the action. Yes, and
Let's go. Let's
yes,
go.
I like those games too.
Is time a factor in this game? The
Absolutely.
clocks?
Half an hour they have the time difference, and it can be really crucial for this time control. Let us remind you, 90 minutes only for the game, and we don't have additional time for the game.
And finally, Queen D2, Anna's played this position. She's consumed, literally she starts with 90 minutes. She's consumed 50 minutes for what I would consider a pretty standard opening position as a white. That's way too much. Nasi has 67 minutes. And again, just as you were saying, there's no secondary time control. They're going to be playing on their increments of 30 seconds a move. Is there we get a good view of the clock and the position of the players. Cristian, back over to you in your game with Wesley So and Sam Shankland.
I wish we had those spy cameras on
this
game, because this one is a fascinating battle, I have to say. We left it off after bishop to h6. h4, we kind of anticipated this expansion, h4 followed by f5, right?
Right.
f5, take, f4, try to kick the knight away. And now I'm going to keep the tension as is in the center. White is trying to keep the tension. Black is trying to avoid that and force a reaction from white. Either e5, either e takes f5. Bishop to d3, rook to e8, rook ae1, bishop to d7. As we were discussing, don't take on e4. You do not want to take on e4 because that allows my knights to get activated. I'm going to take either with this one. I think I can even give you the d5 pawn. Your king is going to be very weak, right? But I'm going to take on e4. We're going to exchange. This knight is going to come around. You don't have queen to f6. Queen to c3 is a big threat in the position. In the absence of the dark square bishop, your position is busted at this point, right? You overexpanded on the king side, and you haven't even started playing on the queen side, where you should be playing with the black pieces, right? So he played the move bishop to d7. Always a useful move, and we've been discussing, and he's been signaling the fact that he wants to play the move b5. How do you do that? Rook to b8, bishop to d7, follow it up with b5. Now, white has to do something. Can he go e5? I don't think he's ready for that. I think I'm just going to pick up the pawn, right? Take, and that's why the knight on f7, the rook on e8.
Well.
Everything works well for black, right? It seems like he had things under control in the position. You go queen to c2 to try to force me to take on e4. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go queen to c8. I'm going to follow it up with the defense of my f5 pawn. At some point, you will have to do something, because I do go b5, b4, b5, c4 very quickly. So I'm looking at the position, and I'm starting to like Sam Shankland's position.
How to prevent b5?
If you don't mind, I'm intrigued also by the position queen c2,
Yes,
what you said.
let's go queen c8.
I
Not the
wanted
only
to-
move, but let's say queen
I
c8.
wanted to take on f5.
Okay, now I probably take on e1 first.
Okay, I have
because
to
if you take, I take, and then you cannot take back with
Precisely.
the queen. So this is what you
Yes,
want. You're
exactly.
a sneaky man. I see
Exactly.
what you're doing. Yes,
Right.
Yes, I cannot take with a
Queen
because
or the
bishop
bishop.
takes f5.
You'd
I
have to take with the knight. And now, does this allow me knight d1 to
And knight
e3?
e3, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
And I keeping the pressure on f5.
It feels like you're the one in control, right? You're one step ahead of me in the position.
Yeah, but still, for example, in that position,
No, even
the
in
final
that position, maybe knight h6 at the end. Yes,
Yes, exactly. So take on
Take,
you. Yeah,
take.
take. Knight
Knight
d1.
d1, knight f6.
No, say b5.
Sure.
Which is what you want. A, B,
Yes.
A, B.
Sure.
Knight e3, knight h6. And
Yes.
then white is pressing, but black
But I'm
is...
trying to,
I'm
yes,
still
to hold.
holding
in
on,
there,
right?
Yes.
I'm
In
still
there, yeah.
holding on. I
Right.
keep the position compact. You
But
don't
look
have
at this
a way
king.
through,
But
right?
look at the
It
king
looks
of black.
so
Oh my gosh.
strange. b3, and the king looks a little...
That's
naked.
That's the funny business when you play the Benoni, yeah?
Right.
You get to experience this type of situations with a weak-looking king.
Yes.
But
Not
you don't
always
actually
easy.
have a way to get to it.
Easy to sack the king.
Bishop to d7, Wesley is spending some time. We remember the last time we checked it, Wesley was ahead on time. Right now, Wesley is behind on time. And I have to say, I'm looking at the position even with the help of the engine. From a practical perspective, we know that if you don't get checkmated, if you don't get in a really bad strategical situation as black, the moves are quite easy in the Benoni. You know what you want to do.
Exactly.
You want to expand on the queen side, you want to go b5. Your plan is very well known. What is white's plan in the position? And that's what Wesley, that's the question Wesley is trying to answer right now, and I'm looking at the position. There's no clear or easy answer to that question. So I'm starting to like Sam Shankland's position in this one and chances.
Wow. Actually, I just wanted to remind you about this game between Ray Robson and Leinier Dominguez. Leinier is still thinking about the position.
H3, rook g4,
Yes.
f3 takes
Or no,
g4.
he just played h3. Look at this.
Oh my goodness,
Yes, I mean,
yes.
maybe later we can show it again. Yes, so the move we were expecting, and he finally played it after 20 minutes of thinking.
More.
More, even more, yes, exactly.
Wow. Just turning our attention to the game of Arena Crush and Zoe. When we left it, we had seen this kind of night before, this like offside looking move, and I found myself drawn to ideas of knight takes e7 and bishop takes b7, altering the pawn structure in the favor of white. Knight takes e7 was Arena's choice, but she played a3.
She didn't take on b7, something what we were predicting with you, Yasser.
Exactly. So that's a little bit more modest move. I would guess that you want to follow it up with b2, b4, and b5. After all, the whole idea is to blast open this diagonal and pounce on the b7 pawn. Knight c3, queen d7. And I think Zoe's happy because she precipitated the trade of knights so that when the knights were on the board and in tension on the square d5, black couldn't capture the knight. So I think Zoe is going to be pleased with the outcome thus far. Knight to d5, a4, a very common move in these moments when you don't play b4. Now anytime you play b4, black is happy to en passant.
Yes, and she used the fact that knight moved to g5, so she could afford to play in this move a4
Exactly.
in this position. Yeah, and
E3, E4.
That's a typical also idea, right?
Exactly. By the way, let's just interrupt ourselves and say we've got some footage from the opening ceremony that we'd like to share with you. And of course, it was I was very surprised by the Mongolian flag, and it was the Khan set. It was the Khan, and again, student and teacher.
And teacher were here, yes,
Right.
and we can see Behim Tohirjonova and this
Talia
is the opening
Cervantes.
ceremony
Also,
with Jenny Singfold now on our screen.
she was very, very happy to introduce
Rex.
her husband, Rex. And Rex was like, why, thank you, Jeannie. Those were the most compliments I received from you.
And this is a beautiful chess set which will go to the to the Hall of Fame.
Exactly.
Congratulations to St. Louis Hall of Fame.
Exactly. And it was the couple on the left there, and that.
Every player got the coins at the opening ceremony. We had already the drawing of lots done before, so it was not the drawing of lots, it was just representation of the players.
Exactly, because we knew the top seeds were going to get white in the opening games of their matches. There she is, Zoe, our rookie maiden championship.
Yes, so it's her first American Cup, and she's playing against the top seed of the tournament, Arena Crush, and we were just checking her game.
It's always tough. You're a rookie in the field. You want to join. You know, you're playing with these legends, and then your very first match,
Yes, you have
play
to-
the worst possible opponent. Zoe.
Why do you say so, Yasser? I would be happy when I was
I want to make a few wins first.
I want to play with the strongest player, and who knows what happens, but at least I got my chance to play against the only grandmaster in the tournament.
I wanted to play against Walter Brown, but I didn't want to play him in round one. I wanted to play him, like when I had warmed up.
You never know if you have a chance in this event because it's, it's a different type of event.
I wanted to say that Zoe's last move, by the way, really threw the game into turmoil. This last move, e5, e4, if black gets in this move, I really want to say for free with no repercussions, Black is doing extremely well because the bishop on g7 is on this beautiful diagonal. This bishop on c1 still isn't in the game. Don't forget, it hasn't moved at all. So for example, if we see a move, just to pick one, something like this, takes on c4. If you take on f5, I'm not saying it's required, queen takes f5, and we can see, like, very suddenly, Black's
bishop
pieces...
c3 is a threat.
Bishop takes c3.
If you, for example, play a move like, I don't know, f4, there is another threat.
Surprise, Rossi. That's
Wow.
a surprise. Hello.
Yes.
So you can see the activity of Black's pieces suddenly. And if you make another move, I'm okay.
Yeah, like
give me a
even
move,
d4
please.
is not possible in this position because c4 pawn is hanging, right? So
Absolutely.
just to show it to
Absolutely.
the public. I don't know, the other move, what can be, I don't know, say...
Knight d4,
yes.
for example. Knight to d5.
D5, yes.
Apologies, knight to d5. So I take, you take, and I
Yes.
play knight e5.
Wow.
And suddenly I'm kind of happy with Black here. This pawn is a potential weakness. Again and again, this bishop on c1 is not in the game. So I feel that these last few moves by Arena, excuse me, knight to c3,
Rook e1.
knight to d5, knight back to c3. That's a
Yes.
lot of
Did
moves.
she just play knight takes a4?
Did she? Knight
She
takes
did.
a4.
Knight
And,
takes a4, and so-
here I pause because I actually have this move, which opens up an attack against the knight, but it also
Threatens
very
d3.
happily, I'll win back my, if you, for example, play a move like b3, I'm not saying you will, knight takes d3, and look at the, compare bishops. Just compare these two bishops.
I don't want to alarm you guys, but knight takes a4
Looks terrible.
has a couple of question marks attached
Yes.
to.
really?
It's not accurate.
No, not at all.
no,
It
not
seems
at
like
all.
probably knight to e5. The more I look at the position,
It's a beautiful
knight to
position for
e5,
Zoe.
That knight
Yes.
is coming to d3. The engine, according to what we're seeing on your screen, is saying that Black is just winning at this point.
Really? Wow.
Black is just winning after knight to e5.
How do you see the engine on my screen?
Well, I can see the eval bar. You see the live
Oh,
board on the left?
that's
Yasser.
on.
Okay, now we can see that, yes.
Yasser.
Yes, no, but even you immediately found 95. We don't need the engine here. Yasser immediately
Thank
found
you.
95. And
The old gray
Doesn't need
cells
it.
are still working. No, I agree though. 95. That's a powerful double attack.
Oh, yeah.
The pawn on d3
Did she
alert.
miss this? Did she just simply miss knight to e5?
Was
Very
she
possible.
only expecting after knight takes d takes? Okay.
But even
even
D
D takes, this is
D,
not
right?
pleasant.
Well, maybe she had some idea that she was going to
Corral that
calmly,
pawn, yeah.
calmly. But knight e5, boy, you were talking about the spy camera on what board?
Yes.
I'd like to see Irina's reaction after she sees knight e5. That would be like, ruh-roh.
But
That's terrible. Sorry.
did she play the move? Zoe?
No, I'm
no,
just
she's
saying.
thinking about it. Yes,
Yeah,
okay.
Irina played the move knight
Wow.
takes a4.
So
Well,
this
it's
is the
easy to
current position
spot.
on the board. Time is not a big factor. I think they're both
Yes,
more or
not
less
Around the
at
50-minute
50-minute
mark. Yes.
But knight e5, an hour two-time American defending champion.
And she's
make
about to make a move.
She's about to make a
Exactly.
move. Let's see if she'll make this 95. Wow, what a
Big
moment, you know.
moment.
Normally you
And
have
she's, yes, you have these butterflies.
yes, immediately. Like, and
yes.
it's about the trust also. You have to believe in yourself to make move 95.
Here we
like,
go.
I mean, you're playing against the best player in the tournament. You don't normally expect her to blunder something like that, yes? So you have to
Exactly.
be really confident and to play this move 95.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh, I mean, will she find it?
I was playing, here it goes.
Wow, what a moment. Oh. Yeah, and she plays this 95.
Nice,
Wow.
95.
Kudos to the...
And Irina kind of,
yeah.
I was
She
playing.
must have, did you
Yeah.
see that head shake?
Yeah,
She missed that move. I
Yeah,
don't know
she
why
did.
she missed that
She did.
move, right?
I mean, sometimes you get caught up in your own ideas and you just forget the opponent has a different agenda than yours.
Finally, Yasser, you explained what happens to me all the time
Nice.
in my games.
But it's not an objectively difficult move to see.
No, of course
right?
not. But when you're on this idea that the pawns are in tension, I don't want to take on on e4, but you're going to take on d3. So she's always calculating in so many lines the captures on d3. I remember I was playing Anatoly Karpov. He's world champion Anatoly Karpov. And Karpov was absolute ice. He had the perfect poker face. You didn't know if you were winning, worse, whatever. Yes. He sacrificed a piece against me, and I didn't believe him. Like, I'm going to take this piece, and I took the piece, and he's totally calm. Like, no problem, he continues. His second, FM Galler, comes and looks at the game, and with a big shock, he looks at the screen, he looks at the and he looks at Karpov, and I saw the little blush on Karpov.
Here we go.
You caught him. Yes.
Then this little blush, and he's saying to Geller, "Go away, you're bothering me."
Exactly.
95, big turn of events in
Irina
the
is
women's championship.
on the defensive right now. Our
No
defending champion here at the American Cup
Right.
is right now in danger of starting with a loss.
No
with the
question.
white pieces
Wow.
in a classical game. Of course, she has.
Doesn't happen that often.
Even if she loses this one, she has the opportunity to bounce back immediately.
Of course.
In today's rapid game. So
But
there's
still.
still plenty to play for, but you don't want to start by missing a move such as knight to e5.
I'll tell
it's
you
just
something.
a bad decision.
In a match play, if you lose as white, you can go on tilt.
Yes.
Yeah,
You can
because-
definitely go
You're
on
right,
tilt.
and you'll have black pieces also.
Exactly.
And we do have some information about tilt,
Tilt,
and the
we'll share
players that
that
are
in.
tilting in this event. I'm sure we'll go to that in just a second. But
Cristian,
guys,
Sam, and Levon.
I have a feeling this is going to be our first result.
Okay, what happened?
Take a look at how this one transpired. Bishop to e3, queen to d7, and now everything is getting chopped off the board. Queen
Boy,
to
it sure
c6,
did.
rook to b8, rook to c2. The players are also playing quite quickly. King to f2, I understand. Maybe white has a slight edge. You have this open third rank that you can swing the rook on c3 to pose some problems on c6. But also my
Solid
rook
structure,
is a very
though.
defensive, beautiful piece, right?
Right.
You go to c3, let's say I go king to f8, right? You go to c3, I go to f6. You go back to a3, I go back to f7, right? This rook on b6 creates its own unpleasantries on the b file as well. And if you do go b3 to try to defend that, well, unfortunately, that closes the third rank. So you don't have all these shifts with the rook anymore. I just see this position.
If I go rook
it's a very
out.
simple position. I don't think Sam is going to make any mistakes. I understand the engine is saying white has a slight edge in the position, but there's nothing. In a practical game, I think Sam has an easy draw in his back pocket. And once again, a great way to start this tournament. We were saying, Sam in classical, maybe not as good as in rapid. He's still extremely good.
Sure.
But I think he feels more comfortable in those shorter time controls. He's also a great player in online events. He's playing amazing chess, around 3,000 rated on chess.com. So definitely a player that enjoys playing rapid chess. And that's what I think we're going to see from these players. This one, I think, is going to end in no time, and then they're going to gear up for the rapid game.
Lovely.
Actually, yes, we have to mention that the second game, the rapid games, will start at 5 p.m.
Ah, okay, very important to know.
Central time, yes.
Central time here in St. Louis. Yeah, I'm just getting a bird's eye view of all the games. And this move, 95, the more I'm looking at it, I start to say, if I'm in Arina's shoes, I'm starting to think I have to play the move d4, not a move I really
Yeah, I
want
thought
to
about
play.
this move, but I think it's also not that great. You know, pawns are hanging. Yes,
no,
if we can check it. Yeah.
No, it's not the way you want.
But you're trying to find the best, yes,
Right.
in this situation.
I'm almost thinking that I would be very, very grateful if you would do me the favor of winning an exchange, right? You know,
Yes, I
I'd be
understand what you mean,
I'd be
yes.
almost grateful for that. But I'm afraid of knight takes c4, and then I've just got this wayward knight, this really silly bishop, and pardon me, but also a worse structure and a bishop here as well. The defending champion not looking good. Back over to you, Cristian, and what games have caught your eye?
Well, the defending champion in the open, actually not the defending champion in the open section, but the highest rated player in the open section, Fabiano, is
He won the
enjoying.
American Cup.
his game. He did win the first edition
edition.
of the American Cup. That was 2 years ago. Unfortunately, came in 5th last year for Fabiano. He spent a lot of time, Grigoriy Oparin, that is, with the black pieces on this decision, this rook AE1, and just not being able to get rid of this annoying knight on G5 really forced him to stop and think. And he thought for around 40 minutes at this point. That's a very long thing, especially with no second time control. Play the move knight to F8, which apparently was a mistake. Right now, Fabiano could have played the move F4. Try to expand immediately, try to go for F5, try to open things up on the king side. I'm ready. I have all my pieces, or at least that's what the engine seems to think, that it has all the pieces geared towards an attack against the king, right? Fabiano didn't really spend a lot of time. He played the move queen to c2. He's also playing practical chess. He wants to put more pressure on his opponent's clock. He wants to force his opponent to stay at the board and think. Queen to c2 is not a bad move by any means. You're also bringing another attacker geared towards the king on this diagonal. Knight to h5 we have right now, and we're expecting something like f4, maybe even g4. Take a look at this move, g4. You wanted to go to g3, right? After f4, maybe knight to g3.
Yes.
Transition that knight to f5, perhaps a better position. But I can actually start with the move g4. Where do you put the knight?
Knight g7.
Knight g7. Do I go f4? Why not?
F5?
6 or
F5?
I want to get rid of I want to get rid of this knight. This knight on g5 really.
It's annoying, right?
It's very annoying.
Yes.
It's annoying. Yes.
Yeah, f6. Get rid of that knight. Go ahead, take my bishop if you'd like.
I don't think I will actually, because I know what you want to do. You want to go f5, and then I'm ready to jump to e5. And if you don't play f5, then I might play f5 myself.
I wasn't sure about g5.
G5 at what point?
Now?
Oh, right now. But I have the queen defending the second
Oh,
rank.
so queen g3 check is met by queen g2.
Queen
Good
g2
point.
all the time.
Yeah,
Yes.
your queen had been on b3 forever, and apologies. Yeah, queen c2.
And that's you can miss those type of things.
It's a little
Yes,
nuance.
You can miss those. You can forget about it, right?
Right.
Obviously, you don't miss that the queen can go from c2 to g2, but you forget about it in your calculation.
Because the queen had been
The queen
on
was
b3.
on b3 the whole game, right?
Right.
So these are the dangers that Grigoriy right now is facing if Fabiano decides to go for a g4.
But by the way, he's primed and set up for that. I mean, rook on e1, rook on f1. You want to go g4, you want to go f4, you want to expand.
I think so too, yes.
Yeah.
I think g4 makes a lot of sense. f4 also perhaps makes some sense in the position. And again, this queen is very important. You can try to sacrifice and get some sort of perpetual on this side. You're not getting any perpetual, right?
No.
I have queen to g2. Take a look at the player cameras.
Yes, we have both of them now.
The spy camera
nice,
the spy cameras.
is at work here. So when you sit down and you face the #2 player in the world, Fabiano Caruana, this is what you're seeing.
I'm not sure. And you have to stay under.
Your king is in his sights. You know, this is what you face. Yeah.
Yes, I don't know who's pieces
Maybe
are
if you're an
bigger.
ant,
Right?
then yes.
The Star Wars look. Thank you, Cristian. Thank you for that. I just wanted to turn our attention back to the Anastasiya Karlovich game. Now, it's very strange to me that the computers of today, if you put the King's Indian defense positions into the computers, they despise Black's position. They just think it's terrible, terrible, terrible. I never thought the positions were that bad. But what I wanted to say is we're about to achieve a position right now that I absolutely loved as white. So the point is, in the King's Indian, Black is supposed to play f7, f5, followed by f5, f4, and get a kind of a clamp on the king side to justify White's clamp in the center. But when I get to play the move g4, the king side clamp isn't as powerful. In fact, there's nothing to be said for it. After a move, for example, like h2, h4, my next moves are intended to be knight to d3, and I've got all of the space.
Yes.
And
Who's attacking?
And what are you
Here.
attacking
Yes,
on the king side?
where's your attack? Yes.
There's no attack. And I love to play these positions as white, and I played them against some of the world's really, premier players, and I had a very heavy plus score as white. So I just think that this particular iteration of the King's Indian did not work out for Nasi. And in this particular moment after G4, I really like Anna's position. I don't like her clock, though.
But it's getting better a little bit. You can see that the time difference dropped to 16 minutes, which is,
an improvement.
It's not that good, not that bad.
Well,
no, still 27 minutes. Sorry.
Right.
I just
but again, she's very experienced. Is Anna? She knows these types of positions. There are certain positions that she plays very well.
She's digging into the position probably.
Exactly.
She's trying to, you don't play King's Indian every day, so sometimes maybe it's not a bad idea to spend as much time as she did and just feel it better. And maybe some moves she will do quicker later in the game.
Exactly. Back over to you, Cristian, as we'll keep an eye on this one.
Well, this game might actually be over in no time because they did follow the variation that we were proposing, the game between Levon Aronian and Sam Sevian. They played king to f8. Sam Sevian played king to f8. You want to bring the king as close to your only weakness in the position the pawn on c6 as possible. You want to defend this pawn on c6 with the king. If the king lands on d7 or d6, preferably, then you have absolutely no problems in the position. Rook to c3. One thing you don't want to do, as black, is defend with rook to c7.
Sure.
Right.
Then
Instead of rook to
c5,
f6. Rook to c5, exactly. And now how do you defend against rook takes d5,
Ouch.
right?
Yes.
You don't have a way to defend. So let's say you
If the king
spend
goes
some
on
time.
this side,
If you try to go, then you're towards the pawn, you're even going to experience a check after take, take, take. So that's why I wanted to stay closer to my pawns on the king side with king to g8. But unfortunately, when you do take on b2 and attack my pawn on a2, I can take on a7 and defend my pawn on a2. And that transition is just very good for white. White has not a winning position yet, but you have great chances to win this one. Because the d5 pawn is also a big weakness, right? Not looking good in this one, but of course, both players know that they can calculate. They're extremely good players. And we have this position right now, rook to f7. If Levon chooses to go rook to c3, rook to f6, then we know the players are going to shake hands in no time. But what to do? How are you going to improve the position further as white? Where are you going to bring this?
King e3, yes?
Sure, king to e3, but where is this king going? Maybe I can even go g5, but let's say I go g6. I defend this pawn on f5.
Right.
King f4?
Sure. King to f4, but now I go rook to e7, right?
Because if rook f6, king f5, yes.
Yeah,
correct.
Right.
I mean,
but now I'm starting to look at rook e4 ideas. Again, I will defend my pawn on c6, the only weakness in the position,
with
laterally,
rook e6.
Right? With the rook on e6. I'm not going behind the pawn.
That's
with rook
right.
to c7. So I just don't see a way to create any separation for white. I think Levon is going to understand that. He's going to play rook to c3. Go back to his hotel room. He has some time before the rapid game to get some ideas ready. The same Sam Sevian is going to do, and we're going to see an explosive battle in the rapid.
From the current position, if you don't mind, Cristian, if Levon maneuvers his king to d3, not to f4, just puts his king on.
Okay, so let's go king here. I go g6, you go king d3,
King
right?
to d3, yes.
Okay. Let's say I sit and wait.
Exactly. If I play, for argument's sake, rook on a3 to c3.
Okay, I defend.
I will play a3.
Let's say I go king e7.
Right.
I think I can go king e7 now that you don't have rook a3 to attack.
Right. I'll play b4.
Let's say I go king f6.
And rook to c5. And just,
I see what you want.
Just you slowly.
So you're trying to go b5, right?
Yeah,
no,
I'm trying to play for b4, b5 in a position.
Okay. Now that you went away with your king, maybe
h3, just to
okay, let's go h5.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so
I want to go
e3,
h4.
e3,
Let's go h4.
and No, I'm not.
We're actually-
I was trying to use my king to be able to go A4 and B5, A4 and A5. So go
But
back
even if
just
you
a
get
little
your
bit.
king to a4,
No,
I
no,
give
no,
you
no,
a
no.
check, right?
No. Go back just a few moves. I think I can show you what I mean.
Okay.
And I did it wrongly. Okay, so I played B4. You play king F6.
Sure.
I go H4.
Yes. Okay.
Now just yeah.
Can I go H6
right,
to go
just-
G5?
Right, exactly. So E3. So I want to discourage you from playing. You don't mind me playing Rook H2?
Not so much, no.
Okay, Rook H2. I get the open H file.
Okay, let's say I wait.
And takes Rook H8. Nothing.
Not so
Not
much.
so
Now I
much.
can go Rook A6 and your Rook on C3 is still not able to leave play.
Okay, if we go back to the current position, if you don't mind. So the idea was, okay, go ahead.
Rook C7, Rook C3 hasn't been played yet. So Levon is definitely still thinking of maybe trying.
Right. So King E3 for a moment. What did you do? G6?
G6.
King D3?
Seems like a normal move. Rook E7, I cut you.
E3.
Let's say King F7.
H4.
H4, let's say King F6.
Rook C3.
This one, right?
Yes, please.
Rook E6, always.
A3.
Okay, and we got into the same position, right?
Yeah, B4. And do me the favor.
At some point, I will go Rook A6, just because I want to see your Rook.
Right.
stand on C3.
For the people watching, what I wanted to do was instead of playing your move Rook A6 was very good.
Yes, because you wanted Rook C5 and B5, yes?
Rook C5, King C3,
King C3.
A4, A5.
The problem is
And then-
E3 is
But your
hanging.
E3 pawn is
The pawn
hanging.
is hanging.
And
Yes,
E3
that's
is
a
also
problem.
the problem.
Yeah, and
Not
if you
so
do,
easy to get.
No,
It's not.
Unfortunately.
No, to break.
I don't think you have a way. You have a practical
So
way.
yeah,
The
that's-
position is
Levon
too simple.
Yeah,
That's the thing.
Levon is facing. He doesn't have enough firewood.
Don't you think that Levon could have thinking that this position is a little bit better for him, and now that he's in descending, he realized it's not that easy.
It very,
Sometimes
very
it happens.
often happens from a far distance. You see an ending, you go, I'm better. There's a weakness on C6.
Yeah.
You get to that position, the weakness on C6 turns out to be pretty easy to defend, and you have no advantage.
Yeah.
Turning our attention to the game of Alice Lee, who has gotten to the finals twice.
Yes.
This
and
was the
played with
Bishop
Arena.
E3 variation
Yeah.
that she played in the Catalan. I was more than curious to see how Tatev was going to deal with it. So Tatev did play knight to D5, and we did get those
The
positions.
position we would discuss, right?
Yes,
So,
with the double pawns. The dynamic half-open file gives Alice dynamic play for these double pawns. Personally, I hated having double pawns. So I really put them down. And the dynamic play had better be really, really good. And in this case, the problem that Black is experiencing is her bishop on C8 is quite passive, and Tatev prepares to open her bishop with the move E5. And you can see that her last moves were all prepared and geared in that direction. And we've now caught up with the players after E5. And the question that I was going to propose is, I just said that I hate double pawns, right?
yes.
So imagine a position where I took and played knight E4, threatening to double the pawns.
Yeah, it can be unpleasant for Black because then
What do
the
you
pawn
think?
structure,
Is
king will be exposed a little bit.
right. If I hated double pawns, I really hate them when they're in front of my own king. Knight
It's nice to have them for your opponent, yes.
Knight E4 captures F6 is on the agenda.
like this
and the reason
idea.
why I captured on C6 is because in case of knight G5, now I have knight takes E5. A moment ago, the knight on C6 defended the
It
E5
was
pawn.
horrible for Black.
So that's not that pleasant. So Alice Lee, I wanted to ask you, Cristian, Alice Lee has this opportunity after the move E5 to capture on C6 and play knight E4. And to our innocent-looking eyes, this looks dangerous for Tatev.
Which one was
we
your
were looking
decision
at bishop
again?
takes c6
Bishop takes
and
c6 in
94.
this position, right?
Yeah, bishop takes c6 and 94.
Take and 94. Yeah, that's one way.
I see the evaluation bar.
It's
thinks
dropping.
It's even a better.
Right.
There's
It's
a better
taking a nosedive.
continuation.
There
Yeah,
is a
even though-
much better continuation. and
D5
that is D5.
immediately.
Yeah, D5.
That was the alternative.
And then 94 the same.
Knight
the same.
A7.
Wow.
Yes, knight to E4.
But you keep the bishop
But
also.
then I go
yes.
bishop to g5, and then I stuck. And then
That's fine, but I think I go D6 and now
Oh.
Okay, I
knight to
took it.
B6. Ooh, I think
Oh,
knight to
knight
B6
to
is the
B6.
idea. I think this is the idea. No, never mind. That's not the idea.
You tricked me.
Yeah, I tricked myself. Take, and now bishop to D. Okay, this is not easy.
No, this is not human.
Oh,
This
that's
is
not easy
human.
stuff.
This is
That's not
beautiful.
obvious.
I understand it as I see it,
Yes.
Right.
but
Because
it's not easy
F7
stuff.
pawn is the case, yes.
You have too many ideas in the position to choose from that you're not going to land on this one.
Well, you're looking at the smack on d6, knight takes d6, as well as knight b6.
No way.
The move bishop d5 is not.
No, it's not the move you can play.
I don't think she's
Right.
going to go for this. I don't think she's going to go
No,
for
I
this.
like the way you made it, Yasser. Just I don't understand why computer is not so. It doesn't give so good evaluation.
Well, no, because the
What happens?
computer loves the complex.
Yes,
And-
no, it's
and
a
loves the
knight
I
f4.
bishop.
like this.
right?
I like
Loves
the
the bishop.
simplification.
Take, I mean,
Take.
take
Look,
on
this is
F6.
not looking good.
Right.
I mean, how
visually
it can look
it's
good?
not
yes,
looking
it's not
good,
possible.
right?
Right.
It's better than the alternative, but it's still not
I
really
mean,
good
look at
for
the
black.
pawns of black and the king, and how it's possible that it's.
I grew up with Capablanca on my bookshelf.
No,
Capablanca's chess fundamentals and the pawn islands.
Yes,
he liked
exactly.
these pawn islands. So
I think she's going to go for this.
There are
Yeah,
four
it-
pawn islands here.
But I
Actually,
want
she
to
did go
say-
for this. She did go for this.
She did
yes.
go, yes.
Bishop
I
takes
mean,
Alice
c6.
did.
Yes.
But I wanted to say, from Tate's point of view, I think Tate got surprised by this move, bishop e3.
Oh, for sure.
Because her knight d5, knight takes
Yes,
e3,
yes.
I want to say was a bit too cooperative.
But you
And-
see, it's something logical. I don't know. I also proposed this line simply because I thought, okay, you take the second bishop, probably you see e5 following, and then your bishop goes to h3. I mean, but the position is very concrete, and those knights start to jump around, and actually you come first. I mean,
Yes.
this knight e4, knight f6 looks so.
It's just
Attractive.
about
Yes.
these knights. Knight c4, knight coming to e4.
Yeah.
It's knights against bishops, and in this particular case,
Yes.
it's all about the knights.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, the final position with all those pawns. How
The
it's possible?
worst
I still
pawn
cannot
structure
believe
ever.
it. That's why actually sometimes we need commentators, guys,
Yeah.
because if you watch it with a computer, you will try to understand this line, which leads to +2,
Right.
and then you check this line and you think, okay, computers think it's just a little bit better for white, but in fact it seems like completely lost for black.
Right.
I don't know. And if Tatev can defend it.
Amazing.
Exactly.
Not
I mean,
easy
try
at
to
all.
defend it, yes.
Right.
With your king exposed and all those
What
pawns.
is that Sicilian where white plays bishop g5, captures on f6, you go g takes f6, and then there's a pawn structure d6, e6, f6.
The classical,
and
right? The classical Sicilian. With
Yeah.
knight c6, knight f6, bishop g5.
I once saw a game where white has played f4, f5, and black played e6 takes f5, and the result was the worst pawn structure for black I've seen.
I've
But
won one of those positions. Yeah.
This might trump that classical Sicilian
It's because
setup.
you also have a
Ooh.
weak king.
You have a weak king to go with your bad pawn structure. This looking very, very good, I must say, for Alice Lee as we are getting into the second hour of play here. I want to just go around. We didn't see Ray Robson.
Yeah, and there are a few moves.
Yes.
We have
Oh, good.
some moves. That's great. I mean, after
Let's go.
h3, I think Ray played g3 move. He found the best continuation, the one which Cristian was showing us half an hour ago.
Yes. Yes.
Let's have a look.
Well,
Yes.
this was
F5.
this was the key moment. Now, again, when I'm starting chess, I'm looking at this position as white, and I'm eager to keep the position open against my opponent's king. So the move rook takes g4 not only would come without hesitation, it would come with this feeling like please give me an applause. Recognize that this was a good move, and I'm keeping the G file open. If you had said to me, no, Yasser, the best move in the position was H3, I would accuse you of being an alien.
Exactly, yes.
Why would you play H3? And as Cristian was explaining, if you try to capture, then you're going to get hit with bishop to H6. A sacrifice is coming as soon as we play queen takes F3 and
It's about forcing that bishop on F6 before you play the move F5.
Yes,
Right.
that's important.
And then you don't have enough space to bring more defenders.
So
to
Black got the
the
pawn,
G7.
but we got many open lines in time.
You need to be able to play rook to
F7.
F7.
Yes. And that's what he did, actually.
And he did play G3 as
So you have to
rook
take
takes.
and F5.
So it feels like, okay, it's an open G file.
I
Rook
think I
takes
found
G.
the difference, Yasser. Maybe
Okay.
move instead of H3, if you immediately take on G4 with the rook, then Black can play F5 right away.
Exactly, but
So
then
maybe that's the point,
but
no?
then in my mind, I'm
Yes.
thinking, okay, good for you, I get it, but maybe G3 is a lousy square for my rook.
Maybe. Let's
I will.
we
I
go
will.
to G6
I
immediately,
will
yes.
post up. You know, and I agree. You could play rook F7,
Rook G1 and Bishop F6. Or what?
maybe
no.
my rook isn't even great on F. But yes, here you have to
you
be.
lose F5, yes. So maybe Bishop F8.
Or okay, fair. Bishop F8, but okay, I'm sitting there saying, I'm kind of glad my pawn's not on H3. I don't know. I might play King B1.
I
Are
think
we
it's just normal
still
position.
in the theoretical territory?
No, of course not. No,
No,
we left that a while
where
ago.
was the novelty? After takes H3.
A long time ago. I think H3 was not a move. Long time ago. It's
What?
not really relevant.
So
I
the
think
Bishop H4
rook to
was-
G1 seems to have been the new move, and perhaps this was something
Really?
that Leinier
Was-
prepared
okay.
at home. This is move 16, by the way. So it's not really a big surprise. I mean, it is move 16, right? But let's take a look at where we are, because you were proposing some moves.
Sure.
And the engine was laughing.
Laughing.
really?
No,
You wanted to go rook
problem.
G6, right?
No,
No,
that
it was in
a
different position.
variation.
I was checking rook G4 right away instead of
Okay,
H3.
but go ahead, rook
let's,
G6.
I
let's
thought
see.
he wanted to go rook G6 in this
That
position,
was
but
rook
okay.
takes G4,
I
F5,
see.
rook
Yes,
G6.
that's-
With a pawn on H2.
Yes,
Yes.
No
exactly.
difference.
No difference.
Almost no
difference.
difference.
Okay.
yes.
You're lost.
E4.
This is a Najdorf.
Knight
There's a lot of
E5.
tactical shots in the position.
Knight E5.
Hidden
Knight E5.
tactical shots. Knight E5, game over, right?
Yes. Wow.
Now you
Forked.
lose the rook. So
I got forked.
you got forked, right? So perhaps you can start with rook G1, rook F7, and now maybe rook to G6. But I would assume I have the same thing. This is a mined square, guys.
Wow.
G6 is a mined square. You cannot.
Wait a minute. Let's go back for a
You
second.
sure?
Put the
Yeah,
rook
yeah,
on D1. Go rook G6.
By the way, rook G1 was played. So maybe
So
we
rook
should
G1
take
is
it from
played.
here.
Okay,
Okay.
let's go. And then rook F7. And
I think
what
he's-
with the
Because
now?
I had a really nice
In fact,
move
you
for
have to
guy.
go rook F7, right? You cannot
Yeah.
go bishop F6, queen takes F5, game
Yes,
over.
Right.
yes.
So
So
rook
rook
F7.
F7.
Forced, and he played it.
Forced.
So
It's on the board.
maybe
Yeah.
Bishop H6, all those moves.
Bishop G5 or Bishop H6?
H6.
No, he's going to play bishop.
Bishop G5. He already played it.
he
Yeah.
played bishop
They're playing the best moves, by the way.
Right.
These are the best moves according to the engine. They're playing it, they understand the position. Bishop to G5.
The accuracy.
Yes.
But where
it's
is your
extreme.
attack?
I don't know.
F5, hello.
I understand, but this is
What?
how I'm dealing with that. You cannot take on F5 because I take on C2.
It's
nice.
This is nice, yes.
Nice
Felt
transition.
Like a little puzzle rush going
Exactly.
on there.
The
Nice.
position is still materially
Balance.
equal,
But
but
look
I
at the
mean,
pawn structure again. I think black is doing fine.
It's
Better.
about-
Six.
Much
Wow.
better. Yeah, I
black
love it.
is better.
Yeah.
Definitely better.
Wow.
Yeah, I love
Weakness,
it.
weakness, weakness.
Gotcha.
Right?
So
And I don't
we
have
cannot
any.
play rook f5. Okay, let's go back.
Sure.
we,
So let's say I take once again and I go
queen
this queen
c7.
c7. Yeah.
Yes. So rook g2.
Rook where?
Rook g2 to protect
This one.
yes,
This rook.
c2.
So now you're reinforcing the
I
idea.
want to take
right?
on f5.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
And
But
queen
again,
c4.
I want to go into the endgame. I want to take advantage of my better
Yes.
pawn structure.
Right.
And if you don't checkmate me, and
And
unfortunately after bishop g5 you're losing one of your attackers. I understand for one of my defenders, but at the same time the position becomes more simplified.
Interesting.
Lovely. As we get ready to take a break, just remind everybody that we are in a double elimination match tournament. Today's day one.
Yes.
And our schedule is we're going to play classical.
Now they're playing classical,
Oh,
and
exactly.
actually at 5 p.m. Central Time, everybody will play the rapid game.
Right.
So we have
2 games.
8 games of classical chess and then 8 games of rapid chess
For
in
the-
both open and women's section.
Wonderful. We'll take a break, and we'll see you on the other side of this break.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuja Nakobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy. The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
So today's Community Day. All the participants of the U.S. Championship are going to schools around St. Louis and, teaching kids openings, end games, tactics, doing some fun stuff like hand and brain, some simuls, and we just finished our first class and it was really fun.
I see kids taking the skills that they're learning in chess, whether that be critical thinking, decision-making skills, planning skills, and I see them applying that throughout the rest of their school day, whether it's in classes or sports or even just how they interact with one another and with their teachers.
I play with my auntie, my mom, my sisters. Sometimes on the weekends, we go to the park and we play. They be begging me to teach them. I show them new stuff, new openings. I show them that. And so I'm trying to see them get better and try to beat me.
What I like about chess is just trying to have fun and learn new things, and maybe I'll get more into it and it'll maybe be my full career.
I heard that if you play chess, you make better decisions in life, so I always want to make better decisions in life.
I can tell you that they've engaged more in critical thinking. They are looking analytically at moves and trying to think ahead.
I like the complexity of chess, how you have to think about every single move you make. Every move you make, whether it's gonna put your king in check, whether it's gonna put your anything in danger, whether it's just a move that you make, everything counts in the long run. I like how it makes me use my critical thinking, makes me look at the whole board.
I think it's teaching them to be persistent. You know, we have a lot of students who it takes them, like it may take a few weeks or even months in chess club to master a particular strategy or skill. And what I think that teaches kids is even if they don't get it the first time around, or even if it's difficult the first time around, it's worth sticking to it.
Well, one thing's for certain, without the St. Louis Chess Club, we would not have chess instructors because, I don't know if you all know this, but there is a critical shortage of teachers and educators, and especially those in areas that are not core content area. And because of the St. Louis Chess Club collaboration, we have people who come in here working with students who want to work with them. Today, with the experience, the Grandmaster Community Outreach Day, I came up and I'm like, well, what's a Grandmaster? And they're like, oh, you don't know what a Grandmaster is? And they were able to explain that. And they recognize the importance and the seriousness. I mean, it's a sport, it's a profession. And so they're able to see things outside of the sports that we typically promote in school.
It makes me feel good because like learning stuff like this will help me build my problem solving skills, help me build strategy and like, you know, helping my brain.
Welcome back to the studio.
The
We
St.
have the
Louis-
American Cup happening right now. And let's check the brackets.
Yes. Somehow I was expecting the music, and that was a quick back.
Yes.
And
we
the
have
brackets.
Fabiano Caruana playing against Grigoriy Oparin. First classical game. Levon Aronian is facing Sevian. Leinier Dominguez is playing against Robson. Very exciting game. We'll definitely go there. And Wesley So plays against Shankland.
And in the ladies bracket,
Irina Crush is playing against Zoe Tang, and the position looks dangerous for her.
absolutely suffering. Zoe Tang in her maiden experience here in the American Cup, winning against the two-time champion.
Wow. So Anna Zatonsky is playing against Nazi Paikidze. Then we have Alice Lee playing against Tatyeva Brahamian. Also very exciting game.
Right.
And the last game of the day is Tahir Dronova Begin playing against Jennifer Yu.
And of course, our schedule is we're going to be playing 2 games today. It's very rare to see a classical game followed
By rapid.
Yes,
Exactly. So
absolutely.
8 classical games we have now in the open and women's sections. And then at 5 p.m. Central Time, we will have 8 rapid games.
and they will be game 15 plus 10. The classical game is quickly played.
Yes, it's only 90 minutes for the whole
Gotcha.
game and only 30 seconds per move.
Right. And I'm anxious to get into the games. Cristian, I tell you, on our break, Ray played this move E5, E4. I'm looking at the move. I'm loving it. The engine's saying, bad move. Why?
Ray is better than the engine. And I'm not kidding.
I love the move.
I'm also not kidding.
E4
Yes.
is a good move.
Ray is better than the engine, at least the engine at depth 21.
Okay.
Because the engine is saying queen to e3 and white has the advantage, but you let it think for a little bit. And then you see this move, knight to e5.
Which is the obvious follow-up to E4.
It makes sense, right? I'm attacking the pawn on f3. I have ideas of knight to c4, right? I'm targeting this queen. If you do take my pawn on e4, after bishop takes g5, and this is the key idea, you cannot take with a queen. I take back, take, knight to f3, you're in trouble. Two rooks under attack.
Exchange.
I win the exchange. I also have a lot of activity for my rooks. There's absolutely no compensation. Black is winning right now.
Gotcha.
So what do you do after this move knight to e5? Well, the one thing that makes the most sense is to continue and try to bring your own knight into play. If you manage to land the knight on e6,
that's good news.
Devastating consequences for the black king, right?
F4? No?
No, now
No,
I can
not F4,
just
not
simply go knight to
immediately.
c4. And I'm asking you a very pertinent question. What do you do with the queen, right? Where do you put that
Okay,
queen?
queen b3, let's go.
Queen to b3. That's actually one of the really bad moves in the
Because?
position. Because of queen to a5. I'm trying to give you a check on d2.
After
If you
taking
take
on
on
g5.
if you take on e7, queen to d2, and the game is over. Queen takes d4. That's it. Knight to d2.
Knight to d2.
Rook takes e7. I have
Double
too
it.
many things working
g5?
for me. Huh? Bishop to G5, I think
Yeah.
E3.
Yeah, I lost.
E3, you choose.
No,
E3, F4.
No.
E takes F3, whichever
I
you
lost
want.
the joy.
Whichever you want.
I lost the
So let's take it from the
soul
beginning.
of the position.
We go into this line, and this is, I was going through the lines, and I believe this is what he missed from afar. Knight to C4, and that's why I was saying the engine is weaker than Ray. In this one, knight takes C3, bishop takes D8. And you might be thinking that rook takes D8, I take on E4, this is looking good for white. You go F4, but it doesn't really matter. I block that
this is
pawn.
an extra pawn.
The knight is coming to E6. You don't really have a good way to get the knight back.
Sure.
It's looking good for white, right?
Right, this one is.
But there is a big problem. I have this intermezzo move. F4, what do? Where do you put the rook?
Yeah, I'll have to move G5 or what, D6.
G5 already bad.
Yes,
G6 probably is the best way to try to put some pressure on the pawn on D6. I just simply take, and once you take, I go F3.
Wow.
And now
F4
you
F1.
have to sacrifice and make a draw.
Whoa, really?
Yeah, that's it. If you allow me to go F2.
F5?
Yes.
Knight F5? No, you can take.
Rook takes F5 and F2.
And I take on G7.
Then can
How
get
many pawns
shades.
did I get?
Yes.
No,
You
not
get
enough.
a few, but
Not enough. Not enough.
not enough, right?
Not enough for advantage.
There's no follow-up.
No.
You're worse.
Worse, I agree. I
You're
agree.
probably losing from a technical perspective, right?
Wow, that's
You have
really
to fight.
great.
But I have to say, E4, really great move. F takes E4 was the move chosen by white. Knight to E5 has to come right now.
Right.
You don't have to
No
time to take
question.
on E4. You have to go Knight E5. You have to infuse some tactics into the position. And by the way, Queen to E2 seems to be the only move right now.
Really?
Take, and F4. I'm looking at the position. I'm starting to like black.
Yes, because
Well, that's what I
you have
thought
this
as
knight
we
on
were on
E5.
break. I love the pawn sacrifice for Ray.
You got the extra pawn, I understand that, but I have so much compensation with that F pawn, with that beautiful knight on E5. There's so much play for black
Right.
in this position. Where is your counter shot as white?
Yeah. No, it's just not there. I mean, it's.
I love it for
won't go.
Ray.
Yeah.
This E4 was a move not approved by the engine, but definitely approved
It's
by
working.
the humans in this one.
Wow, that's a very interesting moment, yes. But we also have some interesting action in the women's section.
Absolutely.
First of all, Arena Crush has this very bad position.
Right. When we left it, we saw this exact moment. Zoe had just played the move E4, and this precipitated a crisis for Arena. Arena should have taken on E4 and let the chips fall where they may in that variation. Instead, she saw this pawn on A4, she captured it, and she totally missed knight E5. Knight E5 suddenly is a massive double attack, the knight on A4 as well as the pawn on D3, and she actually just ended up losing 2 pawns. There's one, and there's the second pawn. And not only is she 2 pawns down, but it's actually one of those cases where black has the compensation.
Yes, and have a good position still, no matter what, even with 2 pawns up.
So that's terrible. But then there was another game that was, I think that Jennifer Yu.
Yes, Jennifer Yu seems like
She's
is in trouble.
in the driver's seat as well. Let me just pull that game up for
She
us
plays
as well.
against Begim
Exactly.
Takirjonova, who has white pieces in that game as the opposite in this match.
Exactly.
And,
Oops, that's not there. It's on the other one. Just a second. Games.
Yeah, so it will require some time, of course, for
I get used to
the new
the new interface, but here it is. This was the Queen's Gambit accepted, and we've seen the position after the move B4, and we know. Oops, excuse me. That was a little bit too fast. Here we go. So we have seen this position, and knight B3, bishop D5. Again, it's one of those Queen's Gambit accepted positions where after the move C5, we're going to be 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2. Wesley So is really one of the world's premier grandmasters for those endgame positions. Knight E4, bishop D1, that's already an indicator. Bishop E1, it's an indication that Begim is not completely happy. If she was going to put a bishop on D3, she should have done it initially. And this trade did not work out.
Yes.
We've now caught up
This
with
is
the
game
players.
over, guys.
It's game over?
This is game over.
Because?
What do you play?
Well, knight to d4 was just played.
No, it's game over for black.
Yes.
Oh my
because,
gosh.
Like this king still in the center.
You don't have queen takes a5 because of knight to b3. You take on d4, I take back with
Just
the
a
queen.
second. We don't have queen takes a5. That walks into, as you put it, a knight
Knight
4.
d3.
Very,
Yes.
very simple, right? Got that. So we can't take. If
And
we
if we
take on
take-
d4, that's a double attack, right?
Queen takes d4.
Queen d4.
Queen takes d4. Actually, it's a triple attack. We attack this bishop. We attack
Pawn.
this pawn. We attack this pawn.
And where the king goes. Look at the king.
One problem at a time.
I mean, he moved the bishop before, or queen g7, I don't
Bishop
know.
to
You have a
d3.
great
Bishop takes b4,
choice.
I think.
Maybe she missed this bishop takes before.
Queen takes g7.
And where the rook goes.
Are we ready to resign?
Yes, because king d7 or what?
I'm
Queen
crying.
d7, queen takes f7. That's it.
Exactly.
I'm
Or
really,
rook
really,
d1.
really crying. No, that's too strong.
Wow.
That's him.
So what did she miss? I mean, simply position became suddenly lost or what?
I mean, the material is even,
Yes,
but
exactly.
you can resign, which is
Bishop takes,
probably what he
Take,
missed. She
takes,
just
if I-
completely underestimated
The position, yes.
this transition, yes.
A5. Maybe A5 move was the move.
But a5, maybe you can go queen a7, right?
Ah.
And at least,
Take with the
but
bishop.
you're not really surviving because the bishop takes b4 now. I'm taking a pawn, at least. Yeah, no.
Suddenly,
Knight to d3.
Knight d3.
In any case, queen a7 may have been a superior move because what you're saying is this position is terrible.
It's resignable.
yeah, and she
Right.
also has 5 minutes on her clock. Look at this.
it
She
sure
gets-
is.
has
yes,
5
only
minutes?
yes 6. I see that it's only 6 minutes on the clock against
Wow.
47. So she was struggling
Oh,
from the
dear.
beginning, and it seems like an opening catastrophe.
This might be,
Yes.
well, this surely will be our first decisive result of the
I
day.
cannot believe it. Yes. So like,
So the problem is the queen cannot move and protect the bishop again. The queen takes a5,
It's not
walks
working.
into knight b3, and we're busted. So we feel that we have to give up the bishop, but that allows
then-
queen takes with all sorts of very,
It's a very simple
very
double
nasty.
attack, triple
Yes.
attack, however you want to call it.
And the problem is, if I just, move the bishop to defend it, like I want to play here, these positions are just horrible. My king is stuck in the center. I can't castle. My rook control. No, this is lost.
I would
This is
even
just
prefer
lost.
bishop
It's completely
before with all
lost.
these ideas of bishop d6.
Yeah,
And even
oh.
after bishop d7, I mean, I somehow like bishop
I like
before.
bishop before as
I mean,
well.
yes, I mean, it's, or you have some tricks here.
And the
Yasser.
no, you
Maybe you
don't.
have queen d5.
No, you don't, because queen takes g7. And that protects g2.
Yeah.
It's pretty sad. It's a very
Wow.
sad position.
Bishop
Unbelievable.
takes.
Even queen d5 is not working.
Cruel. You're cruel,
it's-
Anastasia. Look at this.
It's Cristian who found it, yeah?
You're begging to exchange the queens. We're not exchanging any queens.
G2,
No.
and
And
you're
what,
threatening the rook
queen
with check.
d7, you cannot even play this. It's a very sad position. It's a very resignable
So
position.
down to 5 minutes for Jennifer
Wow.
and for Begum. Wow.
That's a good start for Beck.
Can you tell me, Yasser, what was the crucial mistake in this game? I mean,
Well-
literally, like, I cannot imagine black collapsed like that.
Well, I think that this position is just fine for black right
Yes.
here, right here for full stop.
Yes.
And you've got a lot of ways you can handle your business. For me, bishop e7, and just getting your king out of the center
Yes.
is quite straightforward. Queen b6, okay, I don't think anything's wrong with that. Bishop d3, and then something really went wrong right here, right now, and probably it was necessary to capture on d4. And she played instead bishop e7, and this is where things went wrong. Takes, takes.
She allowed to take.
And,
It's just 2 fours.
And
Yes.
a5.
And there
And
is
the
no way.
queen just is trapped. Again, queen a7 was maybe a better attempt than queen b5 because queen b5, just knight d4, that's, I like your word, catastrophe.
Yes.
Catastrophe.
Catastrophe. What to do? This kind of.
It's beautiful. It wins on the spot. And by the way, we do have Jennifer went to 4 minutes on her clock before capturing on d4, and queen takes d4 came quickly. And what can Jennifer
D3.
do? Bishop
Yeah.
d3.
Bishop d3 makes sense.
The last
You need to
attempt.
try something. You need to attack some pieces,
well,
right?
Well, go down swinging. I mean, make white nervous that her rook is trapped.
Okay,
Guys,
bishop
play
before.
with the...
There's no nerves right now. Nobody's making anybody nervous with black in this position. No way.
What's the heart rate? What's the heart count?
That's the thing, you don't have
Do
any
you
counterplay.
remember when they were keeping the blood pressure of the
Yes,
players?
yes. Now they
Never
did it in
mind
Germany.
the engine evaluation. What's the heart count?
Exactly, we can judge from that.
Bishop to d3. What are you doing, Anastasia?
I
Are
think
you
bishop
capturing
before
on b4?
and queen g7.
You have so many options. I guess bishop before.
Bishop b4 is one, and then you want to capture here,
On
I
G7.
guess.
I follow your steps, Yasser. You showed it before, and I trust you more than engine.
More than the, that's
Bishop before, I think you have to
I
go
just don't.
f6.
I mean, I can't move my king. That's a
King
disaster.
Okay, like king d7, queen f7. Yes, and
That's
where
just
you go?
I walk into
Nowhere.
a checkmate,
Yes.
right? Like that's
Yeah.
that didn't get.
You're not running anywhere.
That's
You're
why I like
not
this
running
variation.
anywhere.
Yes,
I
it's
mean,
really hard to find.
That
a move.
wasn't exactly what I described as a run.
The best thing you can get is probably queen takes b4.
Okay, queen
And
takes
then
b4.
I'm taking both of your rooks and I'm still checking.
Well, okay. I mean, I'll go into some horrifyingly bad rook and pawn endgame where I'm many pawns down. Yeah.
You're trying to escape.
Actually, yes.
Unscathed.
No, I'm not escaping. I mean, this is just easy extra 2 pawns,
Two
right?
pawns, yes.
Oops,
Okay, but
excuse me.
still requires some.
Not much, thank you.
In my case, it will be still.
It's not a certainty. Okay, but this is
Probably the best
Jennifer's
thing.
loss.
Yes.
Arena is going down. What's happening in Tatev's game too?
Yes, so we
because
have to check. Yes, so I saw
Alice
some
Leach,
triple
it was
pawns.
Yes, exactly. The triple pawns. And by the way, I once again I want to say that I really think Anna Zatanski's position is supreme. She's really, really looking good in her game. We were.
But how much
looking
time
at
does she have?
Triple pawns.
Is the question. How much time does she have?
That I'm not sure. We have left
She has
it
enough.
with the bishop takes c6 variation.
Bishop takes.
And
Yes.
this is she didn't
play
play
knight
knight
e4.
e4. Oh, wild horses couldn't have stopped me from playing knight e4. Knight e4 takes
Yes,
f6.
of course.
That would have been instant. She took on e5.
Okay.
Bishop h3. Tatev is trying to kick back a little bit. King f2. This move, to my mind, introduces ideas of g4 and king g3. Don't ask me why, but that's Alice's approach. She played rook b8, and the pawn count is 4, 2, 6. 6 versus 6?
Yes.
Is this so bad?
Yes, and 2 double pawns.
But is this so bad? I mean, Tatev's got her own pluses in the position, right? I mean,
Yes.
the half-open b file, double pawns is a weakness on e3, perhaps.
Yeah.
I'm not sure Alice has played this in the best way. Time is a factor, not.
Yes, at the moment, yes, Tatev has less time. She has only 10 minutes against 37
minutes.
Yes, 37 minutes.
Okay.
So yeah, it's a quite big time difference. But I think Alice could have gained more. Yes.
Yeah, she cashed her chips a little bit early. Cristian, over to you. What do you have for us?
I'm looking at some crazy lines in this important game of the round, Fabiano versus his second, Grigoriy Oparin. And we left it somewhere around here, I believe. After knight to h5, we're discussing g4 or f4. He decided to go for f4. And as you wanted, you felt like you need to play this move, f6k on the board. You need to get rid of this knight on g5.
It's a pain.
Force a reaction. Knight takes e6, and now knight takes e6 was critical for Grigoriy, but it needs to be calculated.
No.
Because after f5, it looks like you're completely busted. But now you have this idea. Knight to g5. I allow you to take on g6. Knight takes h3 first.
Wow.
Queen to g3.
Yes.
I cover.
Rook takes e3.
And rook to e3.
Unbelievable.
I'm attacking 2 pieces at the same time, the bishop and the rook, right?
And you cannot take on g3. Yes, so.
If you take on g3, I take back with the rook, I take back on d3, I'm doing quite well.
Right.
So you can throw in, if you really want to, a check.
Yeah.
Why not? I hide.
Right.
I still cannot touch the queen on g3.
Same reasons.
He probably, from my understanding, from a practical perspective, he probably saw bishop to e2 and stopped. Piece up, you're not getting the piece back. I defend the rook at the same time as I defend the bishop.
That's a good time to stop.
Exactly. but now I have queen to h4.
Oh no, this kind of quiet move, yes?
Only move in the position that saves the position because the attack continues. And you cannot cover with bishop to f3 because the rook on e1 is not protected. You cannot cover against rook to g3 with rook to f3 because rook on e1 is
and
hanging.
knight f4 is a threat.
But bishop h5.
You have to take on h5.
Yes,
and now I take on e1.
But
and
just
now,
a second, I've got two minor pieces.
You
in this
do
case.
have two minor pieces, but then I get back, and then I'm going to deliver a perpetual. And if you don't allow the perpetual, then you're probably going to be in danger because the endgame is not that easy anymore.
Wow.
Even if we exchange the queens, it's not that easy anymore.
Wow.
I'm going to take on h7. I'm going to be rook and a pawn for two pieces, but you don't have a lot of targets for your pieces.
So just
very difficult
Okay,
position.
how to estimate it? It's really hard.
This is very hard. Because just to be clear, in this position, Cristian, if I play a move like bishop f7,
yes, bishop to
threatening
f7,
queen g8 mate,
I'll give you a check. Yes.
and queen g3.
I can also maybe just take, since you
I was going
delve deep there on f7, maybe I can start attacking that bishop.
And a position like queen g6, the minor pieces. Yeah, queen takes h7, queen g6. The minor pieces and the versus the rook
actually,
is
you're
favorable
in a bad
for
position.
black.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, rook a6, rook b6.
Wow.
You don't have
and
a
rook before
great way
at
to
the
defend
end,
the
after
pawns.
91,
Yeah,
rook before.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. So.
Wow.
How to understand all this? Tell
Exactly.
me, Yasser, with the full
How
board
to
of
calculate,
pieces.
right?
Before you understand how that endgame is assessed,
Judge.
you need to calculate
Just to
all the
go
way
there.
to this position.
To get
Oh
there.
my gosh.
Very difficult,
Yes.
especially
What
with
happened
the
instead?
clock running down. He took with a rook.
Okay.
Which is a bad move because it allows this move f5, which was the plan all along.
Okay.
After knight takes e6. Take, and now we get this position.
But
this is
to my
what we
eyes,
have.
it's very strange. It's not terrible. I don't really like my pawn structure as black.
Where's this knight going? Nowhere because of the pawn on g4. Where's this knight going? Nowhere because my queen is protecting against knight to h4. Your pieces are very limited in their purpose right now. And this is problematic. The best move in the position is knight h8.
To bring the knight to g5, it's okay.
Right,
yes, it's nice, knight h8.
I understand that, but if Grigoriy plays knight h8, I mean, check his pockets. Or, he's not going to play knight h8.
By the way, it was actually pretty funny at the players' meeting. The arbiter, Chris Bird, was explaining that because of the fair play rules, at the end of the game, they may wand you again.
Yes.
You get wanded coming in, but if Grigoriy plays knight h8, he gets wanded going out. Okay, knight h8. At this moment, the advantage, Fabi, I get that. How big?
1.5 points.
Bigger than I thought.
That's pretty big. Yes.
That is big.
It's significant, borderline, a decisive advantage.
Gotcha. Going around the horn of the games in the open bracket, I want to just jump to the game of Wesley So and Sam Shankland. This was the Benoni. We always make fun of the Benoni, but as long as the Benoni, as long as you haven't resigned, somehow the Benoni.
Yes. And you played b5 also.
And you get in b5.
Like
it's like
you're doing well.
Yeah, you're in there with a shout. Okay, takes. We'll pick up the action at this point. Bishop to b1. Well, Wesley is beginning to feel a little bit awkward. b5, b4 was going to chase his knight. The knight protects the pawn on b5. Okay,
knight h8. What about knight h8
Wait a
here?
minute. We're going to have Sam Shankland is going to have to get wanded. Knight h8. Okay, so Sam is saying my pawn on h4 is a little bit also a liability.
No, but what a move,
vulnerable.
by the way, yes. I mean, again, you put the knight to better position, g6.
And now, by the way, I mean, I must say, I've admired the maneuvering of Sam Shankland, and Sam has improved his game. I'm not sure about Wesley. How is the assessment of this current position?
Definitely initiative black.
I think yes, black is doing well.
Initiative black.
Yes.
That's what it feels like.
From an objective point of view, you see it's close to equal, but it just feels like black has the easier play, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're right, Anastasiya. You've got the E file, so ideas of bishop b5, rook e2. bishop b5, and maybe on a good day you can slide in bishop c4, or maybe,
Yeah.
that's a nice pawn.
What do you think if we exchange, all these exchanges are better for black? Let's say,
Yes.
for example, if we provoke this exchange, bishop b5, rook e1, I mean, and we swap the rooks.
It's all about that pawn on
Pawn
d5.
Yes, pawn on
that's
d5, right?
That's
I
a
mean,
big
that's the
liability
problem.
right
Then it's-
there. I've got a liability here. So let's just say I start with maybe not the most attractive move. And by the way, you're not compelled to trade
So you cannot
rooks.
take with the queen?
You might want to even keep the rooks with the queen or the knight. Sorry.
Yes.
With the queen.
With the queen d5.
Oh, pardon me.
Yeah, so
of course.
probably we should take with the knight.
Okay, but
Then,
I'm
yes.
kind of a simple guy. Knight e7.
Knight
I
d7.
mean, knight e7, bishop b7, queen f7. I can hit d5 multiple ways.
Yeah.
Not looking great for Wesley in this one.
No, absolutely not. By the way, we do have a couple of results.
Oh, please.
Levon Aronian and Sam Sevian. That game finished in a draw, expectedly.
As we did expect,
And
yes.
Begim also has won her game against Jennifer Yu, also as
Expected, yes.
we expected. I mean, her position was so dominant.
Right.
And it all started with that simple move, bishop to e7.
Yeah, that was...
You don't have time to recover after this. It's incredible.
Wow. Wow.
What about Alice, guys? Maybe we can check
Oh, sure.
her game.
She had
We
a very
were-
good position from the opening. She managed to catch
Katav
yeah, exactly.
unawares, yes. Let's go
But then
to... And
what happened? I mean, things went a little bit wrong.
Yes, that was the knight takes e5. We were really... Our focus had been on the move
Knight e4.
knight to e4, and boy, I mean, taking that bishop on f6, doubling up the pawns was just so compelling. Alice took a different approach, including king f2. Not a move that you really feel that good about. Queen to c3, rook e8, b3, rook to b6.
Defending
We've caught up
c6.
with the players, and I don't know. This feels to me like it's anybody's game. I mean, I can be advantage or not. Let's jump to Kostya, who caught up with Levon Aronian, who made a draw in his game with Sam Sevian. Over to you, Kostya. I was really just
This interview
kidding.
has finished, yes.
Beautiful interview.
Yes. So probably, yeah, but
some little
technical
technical
issues,
issues on that one. We will get you that interview. I promise. I
yes.
promise.
But maybe we'll have a look like what happened. Is it the final position in the game between Alice and Tatev?
No,
the one
that,
we were checking.
Yeah, that was the last. The last move was rook to b6.
Well, guys, just because of the urgency of everything that's happening, I think
Yes.
Chris Bird should get his scanner ready, because Grigoriy played knight h8.
No.
Oh no!
Look, he's inspired by Sam Shankland. If Sam can play knight h8.
He played knight h8 in this position, and I'm scratching my head.
Well, he
I
wants to play.
understand.
Yeah,
Knight f7, knight g5.
Clear.
Yes.
But it's such a strange move, because at the same time, you're allowing this bishop to roam free on this diagonal, and there will be some problems with the h7 pawn. I
Consequences.
understand.
Right.
If you get to g5, you're getting your own counter.
I have happiness. Yeah.
And that's what he wants. He needs to get some play in the position.
True.
That's what he wants with this move, knight to h8. Question is, what if I just go queen to h4? What do you
And I
think
just
then?
expect maybe no.
Okay, and what if I get in?
Continue.
That I didn't like. Hold on. After you move queen h4,
Okay.
I can't believe
I
I'm
was too
saying
quick,
these
yes.
words. I'm going to sacrifice a pawn.
No,
I know.
get out of here.
I know. I don't believe it myself.
How do you do it?
f5.
Really?
So
Okay.
yes, and
I'll
I was
take your
thinking rook to
H6.
h6.
Okay, that's fine. What's next?
Well, I played knight h8 for a reason.
Sure.
I don't know if it was
I'm
the
not
right reason.
letting you to go to g5 that easily, at least.
And I guess I have to play queen f6.
But queen f6, e4. Are you in time?
Knight to g.
Ooh, e5. I'm not sure about this.
E5.
I'm not sure about this.
No, e5 is too. I'm like a tempo away
You're a
Yes,
tempo
yes.
away.
from
Just
getting. Okay, queen f6 was wrong. I'll agree with that part. if I have gone king h8.
Yeah, king h8 is probably best, but I will still continue
play
with
e4.
Yeah.
And then you're again e5. Yes, is the problem.
You have to. Once I play e4, you have to take.
Yes.
If you allow me to connect my pawns past the midpoint line,
I agree.
it's over.
I have to take. I have to take.
So what we play after queen h4? Like, the question remains.
That's a good question. The good news for Grigoriy is that he's very close to catching up on time. At some point, he was around 40 minutes behind his opponent, Fabiano. But right now, he's catching up on time. I kind of want to see where their eyes are at. Maybe we can see the spy cams, especially for Fabi right now as he's thinking about this position.
Is he eyeballing?
Is he looking at queen h4?
Actually, he does.
He is looking.
It goes to left, no?
Yes, yes. He's trying to understand this knight h8. Hey, what's this knight h8 move?
Knight h8 has a reason.
No, but actually, today we have this kind of thematical day. Yes, so 2 games with knight h8.
Very rare.
And knight h1.
By the way, you're right.
Wesley played knight h1 as well.
Yes, so probably, you know that for many players, it's really hard to see such moves when you have to bring your knight back.
Of course.
And it's a great example, something to learn from the best players in the world.
By the way, now we promise you an interview with Levon Aronian, who did draw his game with Sam Sevian. Let's go to that interview with Kostya.
All right, Levon, you just drew your first round game with Sam Sevian. Do you have any thoughts on the game?
Yeah, it was a solid game. He played this very solid line. I knew about its existence, sometimes some openings are just like that. You get to play them, and you face some ultra solid way, and you just have to try and get some pressure. I think maybe I got a little bit of pressure, but it looked overall very solid. So I had to play very precisely. I think I made an inaccuracy at some point, and then it was nothing.
I see. Well, you got the rapid game coming up soon. Are you going to prepare it all or just rest?
Well, I prepare a little bit in the morning, so I'll just repeat a little bit and rest.
Okay, we'll let you get to it. Good luck for your game.
Thanks.
Thank you, Kostya. As they were the first result, a draw, I think. And
at least it's a first draw for sure, because we know that in women's section, Begim won the game against Jennifer Yu. So Levon has some time, yes, to get ready, and he said that he has prepared before. I think it's a good strategy, to remember a little bit, but not to spend too much time, and just let yourself give yourself some rest.
Because in the game where he was just white and he made a draw, now you don't want to be in the situation where you lose with the black pieces. So it's sort of like, okay, I understand that you prepared yourself with white and then you prepared with black, but you also prepared with black as a consequence of your result, right?
Yes, of course,
like if you had lost,
you're
now
right. Yes,
you want to play something more dynamic.
You need to have a different strategy, right?
Mindset, right? Okay, now we made a draw, but now I don't want to fall behind in the match. I've just brought up the game of Leinier and Ray Robson because, again, I find this whole pawn sacrifice fascinating for Ray Robson. I think it's a great practical decision that Ray has made. He sacrificed a pawn, but this knight on e5 is simply awesome. The pawn on f4, is really giving white fits. You got to keep an eye on that criminal.
Absolutely.
To quote Nimzovich, rook f5, queen b6, and we've caught up with the players at this point. What's the time situation?
The time situation
around
is
20 minutes
the
both.
Same, yes?
Yeah, that's for two players who are notorious for
they'll get there. They'll get there. Don't worry about it. They'll get there.
They're getting there.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. And tell us about the results thus far.
Yes. Let's catch up with players.
Here we go.
We have already one draw in the open section. Levon Aronian made a draw against Sam Sevian. We just saw his interview.
Exactly.
They're getting ready for the rapid portion.
And then in the ladies section, we have seen
Yes, we have
one win
result.
already.
Yes.
And we really think Arena Crush, well, at least when we last checked on her, she was suffering, 2 pawns down.
Yeah, and the position didn't look good at
That
all
good.
without compensation.
And I thought Anna Zatansky also had a good game. I wanted to get your opinion about the Leinier's position. I think Ray's pawn sacrifice borders on brilliant.
Ray's
I really
playing
like
a perfect game.
I really like it.
I'm not exaggerating. I've seen a lot of games. I've hosted a lot of games, but Ray right now is playing one of those perfect games.
Wow.
Perfect Najdorf game. I mean, look, he's better than the engine. He really is better than the engine.
Wow.
At this point, this move E4
The
is
engine
granted
didn't like.
a question mark.
Right.
Guess what? That's not accurate.
Yeah.
If you take the engine by the hand, which probably in his mind he did, after the move E4, by the way, Queen to E3 was the best move, and we saw those ideas with Knight to E5. Once you take, he assessed it very, very well, very accurately, that this pawn sacrifice is definitely in his favor. This F pawn is so strong.
Right.
And you can use all of your pieces to help it promote, help it create big inconveniences on the queen side for white. With this move, Queen to B6.
By the way, can you give me
really good move? Yes.
Cristian, could you please give me a thumbs up on Queen B6? I'd really like. I'd like a thumbs up.
I will give it to you next time, but I will give you a thumbs up. Yes, look, there's a thumbs up right here. We'll get the one that you want because I know which one you want.
You know what I was asking
I
for.
know what you want. We will get to that one. I cannot do it right now. But
all right.
Queen to B6, this is the position that
Hitting
we have.
the rook on G1.
Yes.
Don't take on F7,
No.
you lose on G1.
Check.
That's game over. So how do you defend this rook?
Yes.
Rook F1.
Okay, so you go rook to F1. My moves are fairly simple.
Okay.
I will push.
I gotta move my queen somewhere. I'm not sure where.
Where?
Exactly. It was Queen D2, some...
Do you want to go to E1?
For example.
Okay.
Knight D3. Just
You fell for it, Yasser.
I sure did.
I tricked you again.
You did. You did.
There we go.
I like those forks.
You're a nasty man.
So let's say you go to D2, right?
Okay.
Guess what? I'll
Hit
continue
the rook
attacking.
again.
I'll continue hitting. Do you want to go to F2? Nope.
No, I
Again,
fell for
knight
it
to
once.
D3.
Wow.
You're in trouble.
Wow.
You are really in trouble after this move.
Well,
Queen
it feels like
to
my
B6.
pieces are like misplaced somehow. I don't know how to, like, the rook. I didn't want to go rook to G5.
It's this pawn. I mean, this pawn is so strong.
And Knight on D5, actually.
Yeah,
yes.
G5, also
Queen
F3.
F1.
Yeah, F3, this is actually -5.
Wow.
Yeah.
-5 right now.
So
Queen E3 check is coming.
Computer doesn't like this rook F5 move. What
Yes.
was it better option?
I mean, Queen to G2 apparently the best move, but then again, if you
Okay.
leave the engine to think,
Yeah.
Queen to E7, it already says that black is already better, right?
Wow.
So it changes its mind, right? Because of the low depth that the engine is set on. But I mean, Ray assessed it perfectly.
We don't have time like for
Wow.
Knight D4, nothing, right?
No.
Nothing.
No,
I
you're
mean,
not in time.
just let's check it, like Knight D4. If I just play
After
logical
Queen to
move.
E7, Knight to D4,
Yes.
F3.
F3. So we cannot take, of
Tempo.
course. So
Again, my moves are fairly simple. You cannot cover
I cannot do
F2.
anything.
Knight
yes,
D3
Knight D3
check.
all the
Knight
time.
D3.
So like Queen G3, I
You have
don't know.
to-
F2,
Queen-
yes.
Queen G3, probably I can give you a check. And then
gosh.
F2, and then Queen takes E4.
Oh, it looks so bad.
Boom, 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 boom.
Queen E1
Everything
check.
comes with tempo.
Queen E1 check is
Yes,
alert.
yes.
Alert.
Yep.
Yes, it felt that white has some kind of an attack in this position, and suddenly it's black who is winning. I mean, unbelievable.
Yeah.
Really,
Wow.
Brilliant
What a
game.
game.
Really
Quite
brilliant
the
game
tournament.
by Ray. He still has to finish things up. I mean, Queen to
Right.
B6 is not completely winning. From a practical perspective, he has great chances. He still has to convert. He still has to maintain precision. He played the move rook to D1, Leinier.
did Leinier.
He really doesn't like that knight D3.
Wow.
Right.
And it makes
Put it
sense,
on your board,
right?
rook to D1.
Rook to D1 after Queen to
Queen
B6.
B6, I mean, yeah.
No knight D3 in this position, but I
Yes.
can just continue. Again, my move is simple, at least the first one. I go F3.
Now probably
Queen
Queen E1 is possible
E1?
because Knight E3 is not
Queen
working.
E1, Rook takes F5, and now Rook C4 is the best move.
You know, it's funny because I wanted to play knight to D4. And the move, yeah, knight to D, I mean, on a good day. But rook C4, just like, that's a showstopper.
Yeah. No, it's still not an easy conversion, but Ray has a tremendous position, and he's been playing an incredible game up to this point.
Thank you, Cristian. Turning our attention to the game between Fabi and his, for quite a number of years, years is strong, few years, he's been working with Grigoriy. After knight h8, we did not see queen h4. We saw instead, in anticipation of this knight coming to the f7 and g5 squares, we see h3, h4, stopping the idea before you even get a chance to do it.
This is horrible. Like, yes, you found this move knight h8, you found this plan to move your knight on g5.
Yeah.
Fabi plays h4. Don't even think about it. Yes.
Right. I had that when I was playing Tigran Petrosian. I had this idea that I was finding some active moves, and he was preventing them before I even discovered them.
Thought about it. Yes.
Yeah, right.
But he's famous for that. Yes.
Yes. So knight f7. Do we have that on the board?
Yes, knight f7 is on the board.
And g5 is also on the
Not
board?
yet.
No.
Not yet. So we're anticipating g5, right? And now we pause for just a moment because I'm torn. I have f5. Okay,
you
you
cannot
can
take
capture.
f7 will be played, so black should find an alternative.
I can't take because rook takes f7, and I have no ways of taking advantage of that. So, in some ways, it's kind of funny. Like, what is your threat in a sense?
Good question.
Like,
Can I take on f6?
Like, let's say I go king h8.
Yes.
An incredibly stupid move, king h8.
For example, if I take with the pawn,
I want to go knight h5, and now you see why I might have played king to h8. I'm hoping that g4, g5 has opened up white's king at least a little bit.
I see, yes, and white has to create something.
So
if I don't take it right away,
and
what
if you try to take with the rook and try to take with the queen, well, we've looked at this on different moments, but you have to queen g3 check.
You have to deal with that.
Yeah, that's not exactly what you had in mind. Now, on the other hand, king h8 doesn't threaten anything. It's not like I've suddenly allowed myself this great idea,
So
possibility of.
I have a move like maybe what else? How can I use it? Yes,
right.
The fact that
Rook f1, knight e2. I don't know. Maybe you could play h1.
King h1, yes, sounds actually. It doesn't look so bad, but then knight h5. Some ideas with knight g3.
It's weird. It's a very peculiar position, Cristian. Weigh in on this one, because after g5. How does the engine assess what's needed?
Still a good advantage for white. He did play the move g5, by the way. I think you need to play the move f5.
Is it required, though? Because what's the white's threat?
If I remember correctly, yes, it was required. Let me just make sure about that. By the way, f5 was played. So
rather quickly, in fact.
Rather quickly,
So we were just looking briefly at king h8. What's the refutation?
King h8, not a very quick one, not a very fast one.
So at least we don't feel completely...
No. By any means. Knight to e2 is a good move. Try transfer the knight on the other side. E4 is very powerful in the position.
As well.
E4, yes.
E4 I like.
E4 is the most powerful in the position.
I like that move.
So now you take with the knight and then rook takes f6. That's going to capture the pawn. You don't have enough compensation.
No. So we did see f5 was played rather quickly.
That's right.
G4, f5, and the current position, if you will.
Yes. And again, the same plan applies. Don't take on f5 because you have some problems with queen to g3 later on. Let's see which one specifically. Bishop takes f5. Knight takes, rook takes, and now queen to e7. How do you defend?
Knight d6.
Knight d6, knight d4. I'm getting somewhere, right?
Exactly.
I'm getting some play in the position as
agreed.
Black. I don't think he will go for that. I think knight to e2 is much more preserving of his advantage, his stable advantage in the position. I'm going to go knight to f4. Maybe on a good day, I will even continue my expansion with h5. I have to solidify. Rook g3, then h5. Again, the knights, you've maneuvered.
Passive.
But what do you do with them right now? At some point, get the queen off the d6 file, get the knight to d6 and knight to e4. But that's a long way to go, right? And in the meantime, maybe I can set something up on the king side. That's White's plan in the position. We'll see if he doesn't fall for temptation of taking the pawn on f5. He might. He might take on f5.
I can resist anything.
I know.
Except taking the
Except temptation.
The best way is
I
to
always
go
fall
for it, yes?
temptation.
Yes.
Yeah,
I like this
pawn
move knight
grabber.
to e2. I don't know if he's going to go for. But guys,
Yes.
I want to
Please.
take you to this game for just a second.
Which one is that?
Wesley versus
D5
Sam.
pawn is missing.
No, yes, the d5 pawn is missing, but there's also a piece missing from black. Sam
A
Shankland
piece
sacrificed a piece.
missing.
How
Take a
did he
black.
do this?
Yes. Take a look at this.
Wow.
So we left it at bishop
this
b1,
moment, yes.
and yeah.
Knight g6, king g2, bishop to c8, the plan.
Exactly the idea you
Bishop
showed.
b7,
Right.
target that. Bishop to d3.
Whoa.
Knight takes d5.
Okay.
Bishop to b5.
Give me the
Now
rook.
you're going
Yes.
to have to sacrifice something. Knight takes f4. Take on f4 and rook to e4. I am getting to this pawn.
He's
as
already
well.
gotten two. He's got two in the pocket,
And
this
he's
is
going to
the
get the third one.
So he's
King
got
to f2,
three.
rook to f4. This is the position. Rook to g1.
Threatening queen takes f4.
Big threat. But don't I have some sort of a perpetual now if I want? Check.
Check.
You have to go here, right?
Yeah.
Check.
Wow.
You don't really go to d3, yes?
If you want to, no.
Because you lose the rook f3, yes,
Exactly.
exactly.
That's a mating
And
one.
even mate, yes.
That's a mating
I also
one.
saw the piece. You know this
Yes.
thing that if you see you can win the piece, don't look for a checkmate. Yes, I
Right,
mean,
right.
But there is a checkmate, yes.
Between checkmate and the queen,
Yes.
capture the queen because the checkmate may not be
The
Should not
case,
be
yes.
there. And if you go knight to e3, bishop b7, this is not looking good.
That's
Your
three
queen is
pawns.
not active anymore,
No,
right?
no.
You don't have any attacks. You have to
No.
go knight e1. I have rook d4.
My
This is looking
my
bad.
pieces
Wow,
are
what a Benoni
confusing.
game. Cristian, now I think it's time for you to come back to Benoni, yes, and to claim that it's...
First of all, it's been only against certain setups. Only against
Yes.
f3, g3. If you
Right.
play the Benoni against the main lines,
Knight
that's a much
F3
more
and
difficult
knight
conversation
D2,
to have.
yeah, right.
So against f3, I understand Sam.
So are
and
you
by the way,
s-
Sam is very good with the engines. He
Yes.
prepares a lot with the engines. He probably knows that the engine is saying it's more or less complex, this position.
So you're saying not only was the piece sacrifice accurate, you
Correct,
got
yes.
3 pawns,
Yes.
but at this exact moment, a perpetual check is
It's an option.
is the most expected result.
If you want to get ambitious, you're going to go rook to g4.
If
Want
black
to get
is
ambitious
playing
as black.
ambitiously,
Yes, yes. Rook to h1, of course, you don't want
Is
to
it
take.
the only move,
because-
like rook h1 or something like this?
Not really, no.
only,
Knight to
yes.
e3 is also a move. To be honest, I understand that the white king is weak, but I also understand the dangers, the strategical dangers. If I manage to cooperate, to coordinate my pieces as white and defend the king, this knight jumping to the center on d5, your pawns, sure, you have 3 of them, but they're not mobile.
Yeah.
They're not mobile pawns, they're not you're not queening any of them as of right now. So
Exactly.
just play queen h4, queen e7, make a draw. That's a good result when you play the Benoni.
In the ladies section, Begum has won, and
Yes.
Kostya caught up with her for a very short interview. Let's see what Begum had to say about her victory.
Begum, you won a nice game against Jennifer Yu. Do you have any thoughts on the game?
Actually, no, because I didn't have any expectations, and then I feel like, oh, she blundered. That's what actually happened, because it seemed like she wanted to be a little bit aggressive, and it didn't work out because she was not developed yet to be that aggressive, I feel like. And then I think she missed just a5, queen b5, and takes knight d4, and g7 is hanging. I feel like it's pretty much over there.
Yeah, all of a sudden, just nothing for black to do.
Yes, I expected a long game. That's why I was like surprised. It was very unexpected with a5, because if she goes somewhere else, then I can take on c5, queen a4, and rook c5, bishop b4 is hanging. So
Right. Yeah, all the tactics look like in your favor. What are your ambitions for this tournament?
no ambitions. I'm just enjoying, because the format is so complex. It's hard to predict, or it's hard to like even expect what will happen. So I'm just trying to enjoy every game.
Okay, great. Well, best of luck in the rapid. We'll see you.
Thank you.
Thank you to Kostya.
It was begging to her
she-
happy.
as our social director, she understands. She has an obligation, a duty to us
Yeah, we had
to come on and tell us how she's doing. I just wanted to catch up a little bit on the Anna Zatansky and Nasi game, because, again, this for me was a position that I really felt that Anna was doing extremely well. The problem from Black's point of view, Nasi's point of view, is the king side is absolutely closed. And White is actually going to make inroads on the queen side. She's going to play the move b4, drive this knight away from c5, and then take over on the queen side, take over on the center. And what Nasi has to do, unfortunately, from her point of view, is to prepare a sacrifice against g5. And normally speaking, you know, White's king can just waltz away in many of these variations. Let's see what has happened, how things unfolded.
Knight f7.
Talk about forcing you to play the sacrifice.
Sacrifice, yes. She decided. I mean, there were no other options.
No other options. And we're caught up with the players. But it's strange that the knight somehow got imprisoned on the c8 square.
You could go knight a7. Knight a7 is not possible because of bishop f2 right now, right? And then rook takes on a7.
So let me prepare the move queen takes f2 as a counter, right? So bishop takes a6 just to...
Be ready to take with the queen.
But here I'm kind of holding my breath because knight g5 is a move that maybe...
In some positions can be unpleasant, yes.
Right? You're threatening f3, you're threatening knight h3. Suddenly it's getting tricky.
Yeah, it's getting. I was checking this bishop h4, but there is still check, and then queen king f2, queen takes h4.
Help me out on this one, because bishop takes h4, and for sure Anna has analyzed this situation. Did she already capture on h4? I think she has.
Yeah.
Bishop takes h4.
Queen takes h4.
Queen takes h4. And again, you kind of want to make sure that you have queen g2 in response to queen g3. So this looks most likely.
Yeah, but the problem is that then pawn on f3 can be, weak.
Attacked.
Yeah, can be attacked. So I don't know what's going on
Say,
now.
for example, knight g5.
Yes, queen g2.
Yes, thank you. I definitely wanted queen g2.
So then I don't know, like
I got two pieces. I'm 2 pieces up and d6.
Yes. Shall I just forget about this knight and play rook a6?
Yes.
All in with the idea sometimes to play rook a2. I don't know. And just started to see all this.
This is how you play these positions as Black.
Yeah.
It's not the iron grip that I wanted. Maybe this is going to be a double-edged game. But it felt like Anna was really doing very, very well. And I saw that Zoe has let her advantage slip. And
in the game it was Arena Crush.
Arena Crush. And
the problem for Anna, just to finish off with this game, she's still winning. Knight takes d6 is objectively winning, but she needs to calculate all these checks. It's not pleasant, right?
Right.
So there's something to work with for Naji.
Yeah.
Knight takes d6 is the best move in the position, and this is another thing, another factor that she can work with. She can work against. That is Anna's clock. She only has 5 minutes 35 seconds and is dropping fast with a very, very difficult position to assess. There will be some transitions. There will be something to calculate, something deep to calculate to convert your advantage. Will she have enough time to do so?
Right.
Well, we're going to have to wait and see on that one. But
Zoe.
Let's take a look at Irina versus Zoe. Is Irina back? Or at least, is she crawling her way back in this game?
For sure.
Let's say something like bishop to a5.
First of all, it's already 4 against 5. Yes, it was 6 against 4.
That is correct.
So it was a two-pawn advantage.
She got a pawn back.
Yes.
Right.
She got a pawn back. Maybe she can try to get the second one.
Right.
And she's much more active than her opponent, right?
Right. Before, Black had the active pieces and the material in the pocket.
That's right. Let's say somewhere around here.
Exactly.
Yes.
Look at this position, right? Bishop takes 4, 2 pawns up. I have the active pieces. Structure is beautiful for Black.
Fantastic. It's a dream.
What else do you want in the position? And take a look how this one changed. Take, rook to d3. Sure, she understood that. We're being told...
F4 move, yes?
F4, first of all.
So she wanted to push her pawns and decided to sacrifice the pawn, yes.
Unnecessary. Why would you go for
Here,
this?
something like rook c8,
rook c8,
c5, d4.
I know c5 is d4.
Yeah. F4 was an overestimation.
It's not even a really bad move, but the way you have to follow it up, C6, no. That's.
You could have started with C6.
Why not start with C6?
F4 is a move that you always have in your hip pocket. You don't need to rush it.
Precisely.
And the current position, though.
We go all the way to this one. King to H8. First of all, again, Zoe has been thinking a lot. She's down on time, approaching time travel situation. What if I continue?
Yes, just the
putting
most
pressure
challenging.
On me? Bishop to A5.
Right.
I'm trying to maybe take on C7 at the right moment. Now you have to start calculating. E3 is the best move.
Yes.
It's the best and maybe the only one to keep an advantage. Take. Will you queen this pawn? I'm not sure.
D1
But
check
at least
is
some
a threat.
checks.
Correct, but I get out of it.
Okay.
I get out of it as fast as possible. I understand.
Yes.
For example?
It still looks very good for you. And in fact, in this position, White's only move is H4.
Wow. Okay, that's important because let's see if Rook C7, for example, because I also have my threats.
If you take on C7, I take.
With queen,
and the problem is, if you do try to take with the queen, then I give you a check.
And
Yes,
you cannot go here.
You
because
have
of queen
to
F2, queen
yes,
F1.
checkmate,
Right,
yes,
but King H3, Queen F1 is not
Yes.
happiness either.
Correct, and that's
What, Bishop F6? Let's
that's
see
the whole
it at the
idea,
end. Yes.
to have this H2 square.
I
right?
saw King H4, Bishop F6 was look
Yes.
nice.
Yes. So the whole idea of this H4 is to have ideas of King to H2, this extra square on H2.
I understand, Cristian, the move E3, but I personally would never allow the queen to go to D1. So you play E3, but Bishop A5 is good, E3. I would play King F1.
Directly, without taking.
And just say, okay, if you take on F2, oh, excuse me, blindness.
There was one move.
Oh, because what I wanted you to do was take on F2 so I could take on C7.
Yes.
Yep.
I forgot about Queen H3. That ends that story.
Still a lot of things to be calculated, right?
Right.
Bishop to A5, by the way, is not the only move. Maybe you try to go H4 first. There's still options for both sides, but I have to say the trend of this game is definitely in Irina's favor. She's crawling her way back from a completely dead lost position.
And I see that graphic just above your move, and it looks like Irina in one moment was dead busted, and
graphic,
you could just see her crawling out of a very deep hole.
Yes. I'm disappearing from the frame, but I show you the graphic. Yes, beautiful graphic.
So that says it all right there. A big comeback for our defending champion.
She's a fighter, you know. She will try to use her chances. She will not give up that easily, and that's a very important quality to have if you play chess. Like even if you're in trouble, try to find some resources in the position. Try to keep playing. That's very important.
These champions never give up. I mean, just when you think you've got them completely, they find an escape. I noticed that Anna Zatansky, by the way, after capturing on H4, her time is really ticking down.
Wow.
And she's got, is that right? 3 minutes, 44
Well, she had
seconds?
2 minutes ago when
and she took on E6.
No, that's my move.
That's your move. Okay.
That's my move.
She's still thinking.
If you could bring up the live position on your screen, I'm just, here it is. And, well, that was a shadoob.
I don't know.
She did take on A6.
She did, yes. And
Okay, excuse me. Rook takes A6, and then Queen G2, covering the king side. But that's a nervous move right there, because she knows that by allowing Rook takes A6, which defends the D6 pawn, that the knight suddenly is not as powerful as it was. The crucial moment was right here, was Anna could have taken, and then she was calculating a series of checks, and can she escape a perpetual? She can. Knight takes D6 was the best move according to the engines. And this position, I don't know, this is a nervous affair suddenly.
Yeah, but okay, she still has this piece up, right? And she probably believes that by defending the position, playing Queen G2, she has good chances. Maybe next move like Rook C2, making sure that...
Queen D8 by Nasi is an indication that she was afraid of B5, chasing the rook away from the defense of the D6 pawn, and knight takes D6 would have occurred. So Queen D8, what's the material count? Two pawns? 2
yeah,
pawns.
2 pawns for the piece. Maybe she threatens rook c7 sometimes, not now. I mean.
Yeah. If I'm in Nasi's position, I'm just dreaming. Please don't do anything. Let me play g5, g4.
Yeah, yes, that's an
Let
idea.
me, please,
Yes, yes,
please,
yes.
please. All I want to do is advance my pawn to g4, put my rook on g7. Maybe on a good day, knight would come to g5 as well, with the pawn on g4, and I'm in. Anna's going to have to play quickly, and she has. She did play the move rook to c3. She went down to 3 minutes and 10 seconds, reminding everybody it's a 30-second bonus when you complete your move. That's why she's now at 340. I don't know. I like white, but it's one of those things, the ticking clock.
You don't like it as much anymore.
Not as much as anymore.
It used to be much better when that knight was coming back home, right?
Yeah.
Knight d6, knight c4.
What about you, Coach? You've seen enough positions of the King's Indians where, like the Benoni, if you don't win and
you're
you let your
materially
opponent,
up, right?
Yeah.
You have an extra piece,
Right.
but your extra piece is on c8.
Right.
If you don't get it back, I do have the majority on the king's
I'm trying to
side.
find a way. It's not that easy actually to bring this piece back to the game.
Right. Okay. So I'm going to play g4.
For example,
G5.
G5.
She played
yes.
g5.
Yeah.
It's on the
I
board.
don't know. If you,
And
even
then-
if you play rook c1, I mean, what do you threat?
Exactly. Knight takes d6.
Queen takes d6, not rook. Rook c8 sometimes. There is an idea.
She wants
there's an
knight
idea,
a7 probably.
But she will take with the queen.
But I think...
Knight a7.
But knight a7,
possible.
queen b6.
Check first. So maybe that's why you have to
that's
play king h1 first or
Oh,
something
come
like
on.
that.
You guys are mean.
I thought
mean,
about it,
I
yes.
wanted to go rook c8, but your queen b6 check is putting me out of...
I don't know, guys. I'm starting
like it.
to think that...
G5. Guess what? Rook c1, g4.
King h1. With the idea knight a7.
Yeah, but this feels
My
like...
pawns are coming.
Like
My
this
pawns
could
are coming.
easily be a 3-result game suddenly.
Absolutely, yes. Now
Yeah.
black is back
Yeah,
into the
and
game.
when you've got 3 minutes on your clock, I'm starting to get confident, right? By the way, king h1, I think encourages me to even
Yes,
consider
to give
queen
the check to
h4
king
check.
f1. I mean, I'm trying to
I
remove my
understand.
king, but I don't
Yeah.
know what. Maybe I don't have time for that. Yes.
Well, king f1, rook g7, I'm
Yes.
just kind of chill. Again, I'm keeping knight g5 in my back pocket.
Knight a7 now.
Oh, no more queen b6 check. I like
Yes,
that.
that's the idea. The only idea I
Finally.
had. The only idea I had. But I'm not sure if I'm on time. If he starts, if she will take on.
Yeah, I might do some. Yeah. It's okay.
Until
This is
my
exciting.
knight goes back.
What's happened in Wesley's game and what's happened in Leinier and Ray Robson?
Well, I do believe
Cristian.
that Wesley is repeating, but I do feel we should probably go to the marquee matchup in the open section, the Fabi versus Grigoriy game.
Okay.
Because that one is getting down to the last few minutes, and also the position has changed quite drastically.
Really?
Yes, it has.
When we left, Fabi was in the driver's seat.
He's still in the driver's seat, but the structure, once again,
He didn't win a pawn. He did not win a pawn.
No, he decided to go for that knight e2 idea.
Okay, so knight to e2, we left it here, queen d7, with a very straightforward plan from black's perspective of playing knight to d6, to e4, knight f4, that's a tempo against the rook had to drop back,
G6.
g6. As you said, the structure changed. h7 was traded for g5.
Yes. Queen to e7 is, and the thing is, Fabi is down to his last 4 minutes now. 4 minutes against 10 minutes.
h4 is hanging.
Yes.
Just boldly pointing out the obvious. f5 is hanging. I can play bishop takes f5, knight takes f5, rook takes f5, thanks to the pin on the g file. Shall we look at the forcing captures? Let me capture. Let me just see.
You really want to take that pawn?
I'm not sure I do.
We want to check. Yes.
Yeah. So queen takes h4 is a move you have.
But then bishop b6 with check.
Oh,
So
that
maybe
is with
first,
check.
Maybe first
So-
you have to take and then
Right.
queen h4.
Then maybe take on h4.
And now rook to e1. And we see from the spike.
He played
cam,
it. He took on f5.
Yeah. Bishop takes f5. And again, for those of you who are joining us late, we have this new spy cam in one match. And we do have a draw by repetition.
So we have 2 draws already in the open section.
Right. Levon and Sam Sevian made a draw, and it looks like Wesley and Sam Shankland did the same. So jump in, Cristian. How are we assessing Grigory's game with Fabi after...
Fabi is still in full control.
He's got this beautiful knight on e5, but he's got this king. I mean, it's scary to have this king.
Your king on g1
no
is
protection.
pretty naked, but also the king on g8.
I mean, both of them are not doing well.
Right. The emperor has no clothes.
Where are all the pawns gone? Huh? No pawns. Where are the king?
Oh my goodness. Rook f1. But the problem is your king is very weak as well. You cannot transfer this rook to g8 or on the g file anywhere. First of all, this knight on e5 is doing a tremendous job.
Actually, let's just look at the knight on e5 and knight on g7. That's
right.
it.
Very
That's
good
what
point.
we need to know about the position.
Like, very good point.
Active knight and...
Look at the quality
passive.
of the pieces.
Yeah.
Passive
Right.
Knight
On g7, just defensive, doesn't really do much. Knight on e5, a beautiful offensive piece in the middle of the board.
And not only that, the knight on e5 really does block the doubled rooks on the e file, the doubled rooks on the f file. And I'm thinking this rook, besides rook f7, which is very, very compelling, of course, rook to g5 also. I mean, the knight, this knight on g7, as you say, it's the quality of the pieces. This knight on g7 can't move. Let's just put a move on the board for a quick second. But this knight can, you know, in the sense that this knight is in a
defensive position, yes.
Well, a pin, an absolute pin. Absolutely cannot move. Our knight is not in a pin and can. So, yeah, I mean, it feels very, very good for Fabi. What about Leinier's position? Because that Ray Robson game was fantastic.
Yes, and by the way, it seems like Leinier is back in the driver's seat.
No.
Yes.
Oh no,
F3,
our accuracy went down?
It went down slightly, and that was enough for him to bounce back. Queen to d2, and this was a critical moment in the game because you only have one way to preserve your advantage as black. You have to start with this move knight to c4, not an easy move to make. Now, if you play anything but queen to d4, let's say queen to c3, for example, queen to e3 finishes the game.
Right.
It's a beautiful move, and after king to b1, knight to a3 as well. Stop it. Stop it. You know, throw the towel. Throw the towel. So he, after knight to c4, queen to d4 is, I'm sure, something that he was looking at, and probably that's why he rejected it. Queen to c7 was the key move in the position. If you take on it, not an easy move.
No.
Now I bring my queen and I support the push of my pawn, and that's enough, it seems like. Because after rook to f1, I have queen to f4 as well.
Check.
You still have huge problems on the dark squares, right? So that's the key in this position. And by the way, queen to c3, now I take, and I go knight to e3.
Yeah, because you cannot
a lot
take
of crazy stuff. This is really difficult. This is such a difficult position. Forget about the engine's eval.
Actually,
this is
nice
a complex
variation,
battle.
like rook, queen c7, take, rook d2, and then we have funny move, maybe rook c2. And then f2, f1, no? I don't know, I'm not sure. No. So first maybe we have to... So what's going on here? No, maybe it's not working. Just for the second I thought about it.
But no, it's nice. It's nice. But I like...
Yes, so we take it easy. Yes, we have to take it easy.
I actually take it easy.
Yes.
Rook f7 isn't bad either, you know, take it easy.
Yeah, and if you go rook to f2, now knight to c4, now it's quite difficult to defend against checkmate. If you go rook f1, f2, very problematic, right?
Yes.
Dang.
Yeah,
hate that.
A lot of things calculate.
He didn't do it.
Really,
what
a lot of
happened
things
instead?
calculate. He played rook to c7, which is very
also
natural.
very attractive.
So natural, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
You just want to double up, create an immediate threat. Why not?
Right.
Rook to c4. This is what
I see the engine doesn't like that one.
Hates it.
2 thumbs down. Yeah.
Hates it.
Hates it.
But, I mean, the engine's move is so difficult to make. It's a rook to f8, which nobody does that.
Right.
I mean, you play the rook f7, rook
that's
f8.
taking back the last move. He's going to play rook c4.
The second move is queen to b4.
Well, it threatens.
This looks nice.
I am
Queen
threatening
takes
something.
E4.
E4.
Threatening E4.
Rook takes
Rook
C3 maybe.
sometimes, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, if you played knight D4, rook takes C3. Is,
That's right.
In a good day,
That's
yes.
right.
Yes.
No, right now.
Right away.
It's already a good day to do this. It's already a good day to do this. Knight to C4, game over.
Yes.
I'm checkmating you.
Queen
right?
B2 mate. Yes, lovely.
So he did not play that. He played the move rook to C4, and right now, Leinier down to his last 4 minutes, Ray down to his last 3 minutes. Still a very complicated battle. It seems like knight to D4 might
knight
offer.
D4. What's going on after knight D4?
That's a good question. Might offer white some advantage.
Because maybe he thought that there are some tricks.
Maybe he
like
wants to still go queen to B4. I think this is what he wants to do.
Wow, that's
Otherwise, how do you continue your
Actually,
attack?
yes.
Agreed.
I mean, rook C3, the threat. Try to defend against it. Good luck.
Maybe queen to A5. He's trying to provoke the knight to go to D4 to go queen to A5. But now I just go king to B1.
Well,
Where's your
now I'm
attack?
very happy. Now I've consolidated.
What's the
Yes.
difference when we have the queen on B4?
Well, then you would be threatening
on
rook
C3.
takes C3
Oh,
with
yes,
the
you
king.
take
There's
rook
a pin
C3. Yes, so
on-
then it's pin. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
You
the difference.
cannot run because I take on C3. Yes,
Yeah.
that's a key difference, by the way. Key difference, and it's not easy to understand it from afar. Rook to C4, down to their last 3 minutes. We're
Wow.
entering those time trouble zones.
We
which are going to
certainly
be a lot of fun.
are. And for those of you who are joining us late, let's just remind everybody where we stand with the results so far. Let's start with the open section.
In the open section, we have already 2 games over. Levon Aronian made a draw against Sam Sevian. The same happened in the game against Wesley So against Sam Shankland.
We think Fabi is in the driver's seat. Conversely, we think 3 results are possible.
In Dominguez
and,
game, yes.
and in the ladies.
In the ladies section, we have actually 2, I think, 1 decisive game at the moment. Begim Togardronova managed to defeat Jennifer Yu.
But all 3 games seem to be in that zone where everything can happen,
Exactly.
including with Zatansky. Also today, of course, what we're going to be doing is we're playing classical chess, and at 5 Central Time, 5 p.m. Central Time, we're going to be playing a 5:30. Sorry, we'll be playing a rapid game as well.
So please don't leave. You know, when the
exactly.
classical
Just
games
because
are
the classical
over,
game,
we don't go anywhere because we still have the rapid portion of the game.
And let me just say that Leinier did answer the move rook c4 with the very compelling good knight to d4. And Ray, very quickly, because again, they are in that time trouble zone, played the move rook a4, and something tells me that Ray's losing contact. He's the threat of the position, you know, I'm not even seeing rook takes a2 as a massive
big threat, yes.
because I do have king b1 as an answer. And I start looking at moves like, I don't know, even rook takes e5. By the way, if I play rook takes e5 and you take with the pawn, don't forget, I mean, I do have a passer of my own down there. I mean, you know.
G6 pawn can start running.
It can.
Yes.
I mean, it can, and it can be really scary, right?
Yes.
I mean, rook takes a2, king b1 is one, but also d6, and you know, I'm threatening ideas of queen d5.
Yes, it's getting wild.
Rook a4. No, that was my move. So that's one. Anna Zatansky's game is another. One of those crazy games. I'm going to go to Anna's game for a moment.
Yeah, it's such an interesting game. Anna has a piece up for 2 pawns, but
those
position
2 pawns
remained absolutely unclear for anyone in here and in the world.
Exactly. So
what's going on here?
So let's see what our commentator colleague has done. After the move g4, knight to d2, Nasi said, well, I like what's happening. I like what I'm seeing. Rook a2, you know, that's a very nasty pin. Takes on g4, rook g7, king f1, knight f6. Ooh, this is getting even more frightening because now you're starting to see ideas of knight takes and knight here check. King e1, and we're up to date with the players. Personally, I love moves like this because I start to look at f3, rook takes d2, knight takes e4.
But don't we want to get that rook in?
You
the
want to
game?
play
Maybe
rook
like
takes
knight
g4?
I was thinking knight takes g4.
Knight takes g4, ideas of queen h4 check.
Queen h4 and
Knight
knight
e3.
e3.
Oh, gosh, I love
knight e3,
this
the rook
too.
comes in.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel
Maybe
that-
queen h3 here, try to defend.
that makes sense, to stop queen h4 check, which is scary, as well as knight e3 just getting out of...
By the way, she took with the pawn.
She did?
took with the pawn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. That's showing understanding and keeping, all the squares and so forth. And what's the times?
And the time, as far as I can see,
Anastasia.
that Anna has less than 2 minutes for the moment.
1 minute and 30 seconds.
Yes, one. And then Nazi has about 8 minutes right now, and she's thinking about her move. It's why actually Nazi?
She played queen g1.
Queen g1.
Queen to g1.
She's looking at knight b6 ideas.
Yes.
First of all, to rescue the knight, but also she wanted to get out of this pin. But the first thought that comes through my mind is I'm dreaming. I'm just loving the idea of knight takes e4. Can't do it because of the knight. So let's get rid of this.
Wow.
Rook takes d2.
Yes, king
now,
takes.
I'm sure she wants to play knight b6, the intermezzo.
With the idea rook c8.
Correct, with the
Yes.
idea of rook c8. Because if you do take with the king, that's already 3 pawns.
It's a lot of pawns.
And
Yes, and
they're already
couple
up the
of pass
board,
pawns, yes.
those passers. But the move knight b6
Oh
would
my gosh.
make me, chill my jets. I would be like, uh-oh, now what's going on?
I mean, I
Do
really
I have
have
to
no
move my
idea.
king?
Well, the
What's
problem
going
with
on?
moving the king is that I can throw in a check on h1, and that protects knight against knight takes e4.
So here, you got the check.
What a clever move.
But then you take my knight. Wait a minute. But now you take my knight on b6.
b6, yes.
Ha-ha.
Here.
So I haven't really
Okay.
accomplished anything.
So what you have to do is after the move, knight b6, king h7, you throw in rook c8 first.
First, and then let's say queen.
And then after queen e7, now check.
King g6.
And you're a
You
rook
take.
to the good. I still think the game
I mean, the game is not over at all.
at all,
it's just
right?
starting.
Right? I mean, there's still some craziness
Yes,
to
king
the
e3, I don't know, like...
Guys, Ray Robson down to his last 30
rook
seconds.
h.
Should we go there?
Oh,
Yes.
for
Ray Robson.
sure.
Down to his last
Wow.
20 seconds. Critical move right now. Will he sacrifice a rook?
I hope we will be on time for the game. If he continues like this.
Oh, a3.
Yes, a3
Oh,
move.
Leinier didn't.
7 seconds. Maybe we can see
Knight c4 is
knight c4
played.
with how many seconds? He's
4
got,
seconds.
4
He's got
seconds and he
34
got-
seconds,
no.
so he
And you
made
still
them-
have to write the moves, Yasser. That's the worst.
I don't know.
Normally you should.
think when you're underneath 5 minutes, you're allowed to write a check mark.
Maybe you, yes, but
You know
normally
what I
if you
mean.
have this 30 seconds.
And I played Viktor Korchnoi so many times, and he was in time trouble so many times. At the end of it, if a score sheet, you would see this like 12 check marks on his
Yeah,
score.
I know
Queen
what you
C2.
mean.
By the way, this is a queen takes B2 mate, so you can't wander away from, wander too far. So Queen C2.
Queen c2, yes. And,
It keeps, you're not threatening to take the rook because of the mate, but you have it in mind that you would like.
Knight
to
c4
take-
seems to have been a decisive mistake.
A decisive mistake.
Decisive mistake.
What should he have played, Christian?
Rook takes a3 apparently was the only
Rook takes
move that...
a3.
But it wasn't really keeping him in the game. It was giving him some chances.
By the way, he's down to 15 seconds currently. Knight c4, queen c2 on the board. Make that 8 seconds and counting.
so maybe now rook
4,
a5.
3,
He plays the move, rook takes a3.
with 2 seconds on his clock.
What's the idea? After he takes, the knight takes
Yeah, I
a3.
don't think this is going to help him after
Queen
b
b2.
takes.
Rook takes
Rook
a3.
c3.
We don't understand it. We
Not
take.
yet.
We call the bluff.
I think so. It
We
looks like
take,
that.
and if knight takes, we have
Queen
both
b2.
queen b3 as well as your
Rook
queen
c3
b2.
check doesn't work probably. Queen b1 and king
And
d2. I don't see the checkmate.
Leinier also.
What about
Yes.
queen b3?
I like queen b3 just to ignore, that the discussion of.
And once you go queen a5, I can just simply pick up the pawn on f3.
To begin, exactly.
That defends the pawn on c3.
That's very nice.
Yeah, so he
Knight
plays knight
e3.
Mhm.
Bent Larson once told me in a post-game analysis after I play a move like knight e3. Yasser, nobody believes you. I don't believe myself. I don't believe that this is at all good.
It feels like he lost the try.
He really did. He really did. I mean, in this position, I think queen d3 is also rather simple.
Yes. I think he wants to take the rook on f5, just so that rook on f5 doesn't come back on f3, picks up the pawn and defends the third rank as well.
Maybe some moves like queen a5, I mean, with some hopes to take c3 pawn, like queen a. I mean, after you take the rook.
Oh, take the rook immediately?
Yes.
Well, then.
Then also you have knight e7. Oh my gosh.
Sorry.
Or yes.
Queen a5, knight.
You could take with the knight on
You
f5.
could take on the knight and then threaten knight e7. That was a problem, which I saw and I didn't like.
Just a moment ago.
Yes.
I understand you. You like the knight.
That's a big check.
That's a big check. That's a big fork.
So I cannot even create any threat. That's a problem. I'm trying, but I cannot.
Queen d3. So maybe queen a5
right
immediately.
The idea
but
is
here the problem is there's too much material, right? It's two rooks.
Even you can give the queen maybe.
And a knight, two rooks and a knight for the queen.
I would not go for this. I want more than this.
Wow, you want more than this, and I think this is an overkill. But in any case,
it could be enough. It probably is enough. That knight on c2 is such a good defender.
Is Leinier getting the time trouble?
Oh, they're both down to the last 20 seconds.
Also. So queen d3 he plays. So will Robson play queen a5?
If I understand it, he went down to 16 seconds.
Yes, he did play the queen a5 move.
Queen a5, yes.
Will we see the queen sacrifice here?
You wanted more.
Yes.
I don't know exactly how, but I did want more. I did want more.
You did want more.
Maybe like king d2. Okay, can I really bite the bullet and play
I can
king
take
d2?
on d1, at least rook c3. I mean, I'm probably lost, but I dreaming that
you're throwing some punches.
Yes, I agree.
I keep f3 pawn for a moment. And
okay, just take on e3.
Yeah, for me, I just thought that this was just a whole lot of material. Unfortunately for black,
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
You remember Leinier playing with 1 second on his clock? I mean, will we see it today?
I remember Fabi winning his first American Cup championship, a match against Jeffrey Zhang, going down to 1 second.
Yeah, professionals.
Yes. And now we do have this position on the board, and we do expect queen takes c3 and knight to c2.
Knight to c2.
And the problem is, if black had his pawns on b5 and a5, you continue all the tempo, b4, and let's go. But nothing's helping the queen.
And the problem is that I don't even have to focus on picking up that f3 pawn. Maybe I can even go for e5, create my own pass pawn.
And d6 and so on.
That's nasty. e5. And then, as you say, your past d pawn.
That rook on d1 is perfectly placed.
And also this knight on c2 prevents all checks.
No
Unbelievable.
checks.
By the way,
checks.
those knights are great defenders of the king.
Yes.
Bent Larsen famously said, I put my knight on f1 and I never get mated. And he has a point. The knight does defend the king incredibly well.
With this
knight
one,
at c2 looks great.
Very much seems to be going in a straightforward fashion. Should we go to Fabi versus Grigoriy?
Let's do it. Let's go to Fabi. And
see
I'm just
that
gonna,
time trouble situation.
And first of all, Grigoriy did sacrifice an exchange. When we left it more or less around these parts. Queen takes h4, queen e4, queen to g5, rook h6. This is the exchange sacrifice.
Threats.
Whoop. Oh, that's a nasty move.
Wow.
Knight e5 to g4. That just threatens the house.
Exactly.
And there goes the exchange. And okay, you do pick up a pawn on b2, but with this knight imprisoned, this is all play on one goal, right?
Yeah, this is a different night. And it's time to go to Kostya because he is with Wesley So right now.
Okay, let's do it.
Hi, Wesley.
Hello.
Just drew your game with Sam Shankland. Any thoughts on the game?
Yeah, I think I played very poorly. Like, I didn't expect him to play the Grunfeld. and then decided to go for the Famish. And I thought I was better after the opening because I thought I tricked him by playing bishop g5, bishop f4. But I thought after he played h5, maybe I should go bishop g5 to pin the knight. Because when I castled, I thought I was better still. But then I made a mistake somewhere for sure. Maybe e takes f5 was a bad mistake. Also maybe putting the a rook, maybe I should play rook fe1 instead. But it's not clear exactly where I went wrong. And I thought I was getting a bit worse, but maybe not so much really. So, and there was a fair result, but I'm quite unhappy with how it went.
Gotcha. Thoughts on the Rapid coming up?
Well, it's going to be fun. I think I played Sam Shankland last year. Then also I played him in Berlin a couple times, so I won those matches. So I'm sure he's going to be eager for revenge. It's going to be tough, hopefully. You know, it's hard to predict exactly what's going to happen. It seems my opponent is in good shape.
All right, well, we'll let you get to it. Good luck, Wesley. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kostya. As we're still in the time trouble phase, I've got the game between Irina and Zoe on my screen. Takes, and Zoe was 2 pawns up, and she had a great position. I think, you got to sometimes you just tip your hat. It's not enough. You've got to beat. You really have to win. You can't let your opponents hanging around. And Irina's definitely hanging around. And fortunately for Zoe, she just got in this move, very important move, h4, to keep her initiative alive. White's king is still in great danger. It's not over. Not easy draw or anything like that. Zoe is still for choice. What's happening in the other games?
Yes. Let's go back to Fabi, because...
Oh, Fabi's game? Yes.
Well, I don't know what happened after queen to b1, so maybe we can see. This is move 41. I just hope that
he doesn't have a second time control on his
He doesn't think he has a second time control.
Oh my gosh, you mean he let his flag fall?
It's on zeros.
No.
Yeah, okay. So
Really?
it's just a technical error.
A technical, oh.
That's a good point, actually.
Right?
You remember Magnus once? We lost the game like that.
Against Topalov,
Yes, against Topalov.
We do have some moves, actually, from the position.
We don't, no.
Yeah, well, I can see on the board.
Yes, it was a couple of checks. And knight is
Again,
on
it's a
h5.
technical issue. They haven't registered on my board.
Okay. And what about Alice, Lee, and Tatev?
Tatev, they're still playing, but what I know that actually Nazi has a very good position against Anna Zitowski, and they were in time trouble.
As well,
yes. Everybody is like...
Everybody's in time trouble.
I mean, such a crazy game. So the knight actually came back to the game. Yes, this knight from c8 traveled all the way back. But we can see that black also has improved so much.
It's so funny because I had it in my mind. I don't know. I was looking at the position that the black king, the white king was on g1 and the queen was on so I was thinking knight f2 and queen h1 mate. But the king is on d1. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I mean, it's a crazy position.
So knight f2 check is possible.
I don't know. It's some rook a1 ideas. I mean, so many different ideas in this position.
Rook a1 ideas. Oh my.
I don't know.
So this looks really good for Nasi in this position.
At the moment, it looks like knight f2, straightforward move.
Let's go.
You cannot go to c1, I guess, like rook a1 then. Yes. So what do you do?
I have to go not very happily. Well,
probably to e2.
I was going to say not happily to e2 because knight takes e4.
I can also take on d2.
I can take on d2.
Take on d2, take on f3.
Wow.
Rook takes d2 and queen.
Your queen on g1 is under arrest. You're not going anywhere.
No checks on the h file. The h file may be open, but there's no checks. What a turnaround is going on here. And I know you have the Fabi game on your board.
I just think we're seeing the last few moments on that one. So perhaps we can see the spy cam, or maybe we can catch the resignation, because it's very close to that.
Because rook g2 check is...
That's one way, yes.
It's one way.
Yes, queen to h3 is a very powerful move right now.
As well.
Right. Now I'm trying to connect my queen and the rook.
Again, just to remind everybody, in this classical game, there is no second time control. 90 minutes for both players, and that's all you get, along with your 30-second increment for each move you make. So They went past move 40, no pause.
Wow.
And by the way, rook
Big
takes.
news.
I saw rook and queen h3. That's
a
the
powerful
finishing
move. Yes, that's a
touch you
finishing
were
move.
mentioning. And I just saw that in the Anna Zatansky game. Nazi did play rook takes d2 and queen takes f3. She's completely winning. What a turnaround that has been, because I thought Anna had a winning position before.
Yes, and now Nazi is on the driver's seat. And let's check what's happening in the arena game. They also had not so much time left, and it looked scary for the king, for the white's king.
It
this
did.
position. Look, what a turnaround. So the queens, they left the board. Bishop d4 protects
but look at the resulting pawns.
Yes.
Arena's bishop is trapped. The bishop can't move because the pawn on d3. You can't
Also,
maneuver
you cannot
the
move the
bishop
king as well. So black is just probably clear plan, moving his king towards, I don't know, c2.
to e2. Yeah,
E2,
or c2.
C2,
yes.
for example.
But I can go bishop c1, right?
By the way, that finishing move, queen h3, was a finishing blow, as you said. And Grigoriy is like, dude, what did I do wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And what was the accuracy of Fabi in this game?
97.5.
Not bad.
Not bad.
But you feel
could
bad.
feel it.
Your opponent never allowed you to play.
We might have some questions. We might have some questions.
You're not convinced
Maybe
about the
Kostya
97.
can ask him.
You're not convinced about the 97?
97.5 against
That's-
86.5.
that's pretty
Remember that
accurate.
rook takes e6 instead of knight takes e6 from Grigoriy. Let me just point that out.
That was his moment.
It was at this point. Knight takes e6, he had to take with the knight and go into that knight g5, knight takes h3 sacrifice. But I'm
Very
sure
useful.
we'll have a lot of time to analyze this position later on.
Right.
We still have a lot of action going on in all the other games.
Yes, so Arena
What's
is not
happening?
losing.
Well, that's what I wanted to say.
What about
is,
Leinier game?
Is Arena has gotten herself into a bishop's ending, which is lost.
This looks lost.
Because
Yes,
her
it looks
pieces cannot fight against these passed pawns. And Black's king
Just
will
goes to
just
c2.
escort right up the board. King comes to c2.
I'm going to set some
Leinier.
traps in this one.
How?
I'm going to go bishop c1, and I'm hoping that you want to take that bishop with bishop c3. Maybe.
Is winning, yes. And then what?
And then I think I can take on f2.
Oh, sorry, king
You
g7.
mean this ending could be drawish?
Yeah, I think so, because
But-
I'm getting my king to g4, and then my idea is to go h4, h5.
I see.
Sacrifice my pawn.
Right.
I see. But okay.
So I don't have to be so quickly ambitious. And then this is what Cristian is hoping. And by the way,
Leinier has
Ray's
won.
sacrifice of the rook takes a3, did not work, did not pan out. Leinier won, but in
What a
truth,
game it
Ray
was.
had a
Ray.
great
Yeah,
position
yes.
and just spoiled it. Leinier won't be happy to
Leinier
find
will
that
be
out.
happy. Yes.
That he was in seriously worse shape. This is Zoe versus Arena Crush, but what's happening with Alice Lee? I mean, that was a game we've kind of left behind us.
Yes, Tatev is playing with black pieces against. Position
rook
simplified.
ending,
I must
four
say.
rooks with
Two
an
pawns.
A and H pawn.
Yes.
Okay.
I feel this one will last for a little while.
Yeah.
Right? Should we go just
Yes.
see Irina perhaps?
For sure.
Yes, like what happens?
Well,
there?
actually, Zoe putting the finishing touches in that game.
Right. And by the way, Arena recognizing that passive resistance will not work.
Yes, she
The
plays.
king is
played
going to
F5.
come to c2, so she went f5, hoping that her opponent will have to keep an
H-
eye over the h pawn.
Yes,
now
if
I
you
get
run
my
with the king to
on
c2, for
H5.
example, h4, h5 will happen. Yes. But
So
I don't know if
king-
you can play f4, f3. The idea, yes.
No, I just go to h5.
H5, yes.
And then h4.
Right.
And then you will run out of moves. You will
It's
need to
gonna be
allow my
Zugzwang.
bishop to move to c3 or e3.
Exactly.
And that's it.
Exactly.
No, it's
So
lost
we do
position.
have king g6 on the board. By the way, I mean, for Arena, this will be her first loss in the American Cup. She won all of her matches
Yes.
until
What
she
about
got to the
games?
finals last year.
Yes.
And she did lose one game against Alice Lee in the finals, but won the finals.
Yes.
I want to say Alice did nick her. But this is the first time
That she's
I am
losing the
losing a
game.
classical game. So I'm just like, wow.
Okay, but maybe things are not that easy.
Really?
I think so. What do you do? So how do you do this? King h5, I just sit. I go this bishop
Okay.
d2, bishop f4.
What about
Bishop d2, bishop f4.
Like, how do you make progress?
what about bishop c3 move? Yeah.
Okay.
Bishop c3, I take on f2 and
Oh,
then
yes,
king
d2
e2.
take this pawn. What
No,
is this
I go
position?
king e2.
Ah, you go king e2.
Yeah.
By the way, I can boldly point out the obvious that the bishop on d4 is also covering h8. So I can bring my king to around, can't I? Can't
That's
I
probably
just,
what you should do.
it's just
Just
and then,
f4.
Yes. And by
She's
the way,
going for it.
Zoe,
Yeah.
king f6,
She
recognizing just what I was about to point out, that she can put her pawn on f3, immobilize the king, and then pick up the h pawn or
And I want to say
say
the best way to do it
yes.
is after h4 to go back to g6. Now that the pawn is not connected with
Yes,
the king,
yes.
I will pick up the pawn first, and then I will go back to the other side.
Oh, but
Nice. Okay, that's smart.
can I play h5?
No, the bishop is on f4. So
Okay.
Already, yes, bishop
Yeah.
f4.
Okay, so
She
sorry.
played king
let me
f1.
just- Let me just put the current position up on the board. Apologies. And yeah, we'll just do a simple refresh, I think. Yep, perfect. King f1. Wow, I mean, Arena has been dominating this event since its inauguration.
Absolutely.
And to
then
see her with white on
the new
back
player
foot.
comes to the tournament and,
And-
says, okay,
Okay.
now it's my time.
Make room for me.
Yeah, but actually the way she transferred this ending into the bishop ending was really nice. Did you notice? Like
No,
she,
I didn't.
Actually, at this moment she took on g3 and then she surely went for queen's exchange, queen f2. So this moment h4, remember we saw it and you
Yes.
said that it's really, really nice move.
Well timed. because-
So you see queen g3 was not possible because bishop on g2 was hanging.
Right.
So white has to play king h1, the only move, and now queen f2. And again, that's, I think, the only move. Yes, you have to take.
Well, I'm really
And bishop
surprised
d4.
that Arena, let's say, accepted
This
this ending
ending,
because
yes.
it just looks so wrong. I
But
mean,
maybe there was no other way around. Yeah, hard to say.
yeah.
Also, with this time, actually, both of them are playing with seconds. Look, 20 seconds against 40 seconds.
43 seconds to
Actually,
20.
now king d5, yes. Cristian proposed to go back to grab the pawn first.
Right.
Irina waited to play h4 until the king was on e6.
Exactly.
So you cannot go back.
Yeah, okay.
Can't go back.
She understood that king g6 was quite
Right.
unfortunate.
Yes.
But unfortunately for Arena, this king is
It doesn't
marching
Yes, it just goes
right,
to e4.
right up the board.
But maybe the other way around, actually, right? Maybe king c4 and king c3. Isn't that
Because the
more
bishop
precise?
is controlling h file, yes. I mean h8.
H8,
Yes.
yes.
h5, okay, the only attempt.
I sort of like this king c4 more.
King
Just to
c4.
promote my pawn first.
King c4.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow. Sorry. May I be brutal? King e4, bishop d2, bishop.
Oh, you can definitely
E3?
be brutal.
Also
like that.
this and d2.
That is exactly what I was thinking. Because if you really want to escort the pawn, she did, by the way, play your move, king c4.
King
Oops.
c4. So probably maybe
Okay,
it's
but
also
maybe it's
winning.
not that easy. Now that I think about it, king c4, I go h6. What do you play?
h5, king c4, h6. Okay. Well, let's go.
King c3.
King c.
No, you want to go king c3, right?
Oh, somehow.
King b3, I don't think you're in time. King b3, I go h7.
Okay, king c2. Oh, I could. You mean I could?
you can go
I
king
could
c3,
just as
d2,
well
yes.
have put my pawn on d2
Immediately, yes,
Yeah.
let's say.
So if h7, d2, and she has played the much more precise. king c3.
Yeah, this looks over.
Yeah, and d2, and what do you do? Like king
You have to
d2, f1
sacrifice.
check. And
Sometimes double pawns aren't so bad.
no.
In this case.
Yes, it
In this
depends.
case.
If especially if it's extra pawn.
Yes.
If we have extra pawns.
So we're anticipating h6,
Yeah, it's over.
king c3,
H7.
h7.
We might see a
d2.
resignation.
No,
H7, okay.
Not with Irina.
No,
Irina
we
is
never
resilient.
resigned,
Yeah,
yeah.
she plays until the last moment.
Right.
Okay, d2.
I always like that line. Those who never admit defeat are seldom ever defeated.
Correct.
What about Nazi game? Remember,
D2.
things were crazy.
Right?
Just to see the handshake.
Waiting
on
for
this.
the
Yes, well, let's
handshake.
wait what will happen in this one. And then we
Well.
probably go there to check.
Well, you're definitely taking on d2 and then queening the pawn, saying, I queen first.
Yes, and take on f2, and then maybe it's a draw, or maybe it's not.
If the pawn from f5 would be on h5.
h5, yes.
Ah,
okay.
the
Yeah,
handshake.
Yes. Okay.
Our congratulations to Zoe.
Bravo, bravo.
Bravo. Her
Great. Game.
maiden victory in this.
She had to
pardon
win
me.
this game 2 times, but nevertheless, she managed to convert this game.
Absolutely, as we are going to jump out of this game and go to the game of Nasi and Anna. Oh my goodness, look at 4 connected
yeah,
pass
cannot-
pawns. 4, count them. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not often that you see 4
You cannot
connected
take the
pass pawns.
knight because then g1 queen.
It's a girl.
Oh my gosh. Okay,
I
it's-
think we're.
looks
I
lost.
think we're in time for another handshake
Yes.
here in this one. As well, hold on. Who's on the move? Did she play G2 King D4? No, that means a resignation.
Yes, on resignation.
King D4. Yeah, G2. She stopped.
For those pawns. this is such a beautiful position.
Wow.
If you're playing with the black pieces.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's depressing.
I once had a French defense structure against Grigoriy Kaidanov. I am not joking. I think it went from F7 to B3. Just and it was really a beautiful, a nice turnaround by Nasi. But for Anna, the Cairns Cup champion,
Wow. Yeah.
that's a grim start. Cristian, turning it over to you. What are the remaining games?
There's no remaining
Yes,
games,
no,
right?
we have
Well, in
only
that
results.
case-
Yes, let's check the results. So
Oh, perhaps it's Alice. Alice still is,
Oh no, Alice
still
is playing.
playing.
We forgot about
Okay.
it. Yes, I mean remember.
I didn't forget. I was
Yes, you did.
asking.
I remember Cristian said we will come back later. And then we decided to
I was
never.
already thinking about the rapid game.
Already.
There's a rapid game coming in 2 minutes.
Hold on.
Actually
Remember,
interesting
before
ending.
the rapids, the gods have made the classical, you know.
Actually, I'm sure
So Tati was trying to keep this position. 4 rooks, ending with 2 pawns
This
at
looks
the edge of the board.
really grim because the problem is Black's king as well, right? I
So what
mean,
if I
you
go
could get
Yes,
checkmated,
exactly.
checkmating
careful.
patterns, right?
But rook c7, I go king g8. How
Right.
do you put the finishing touches?
Probably not in that way. Maybe king b4 first, and then followed by h4.
Yes, and h4 because you cannot go rook h1. Then it's checkmate.
By the way, what's the clock time situations
On this
For-
one, we will check it.
for
A minute
Alice and Tata?
40 for Alice, 2 minutes 18 for Tata.
So they haven't, or have they gotten themselves under 60 seconds? Ooh, this move king c5 by Alice indicates to me
She
that
wants
she's
to go with the king in.
Oops.
She's thinking, you know what? I can bring my king via d6, c7 and go after the rook on a8.
So you probably have to defend
Maybe
with
that's a
king
very
e7.
good point.
That's a good plan. Yes, it's hard to defend.
King
Well,
e7.
King
And
e7
she's
preventing.
You have to do it, yeah. But now you're getting
Yes,
very far.
check
But
and-
now checkmate plans do jump out, right?
Rook b7.
Rook b7, you
There is
have
a
to go
pin.
king f8.
Yes.
I mean, it could be, but sometimes in these
Because-
positions we have pin.
Otherwise, this guy is coming.
Okay.
So king f8, and on this guy, you do have king g8.
The only move.
I feel that
But
at some
now-
point you should include your H pawn as well. I mean,
Yeah.
you have it on the board. You might as well.
Yeah. Why isn't it on H4 at least? Right. Yes, exactly. Agreed. If you're going to have 2 extra pawns, utilize them. Let me just refresh my board. Sorry. And this is the current position after the move King E7. That's the last move. And is Alice getting under a minute yet?
Not yet.
Not yet.
She's close.
Minute
Though.
17.
Well, the thing is the position. You can give a couple of checks and still gain some time, right?
Yes.
It's not that difficult to make up that time.
Yes. That's the really nasty thing about this position as black is sometimes you feel, oh, my opponent's down on the clock. I've got some chances thanks to the extra time. And then suddenly...
She played immediately.
Yes.
This move, yes.
Rook
Interesting.
H6. By the way, we've just got an update on the schedule of play. We know that after the classical games are finished, there will be a short break and the rapid games will
follow
start
up immediately, yes.
right away.
That's great news.
Yes. I think they were originally scheduled for 5:30.
5:30, yes.
Central Time. And I think the players are showing some flexibility and for us.
Yes, and at the moment I can see the checkmate threat. That's the only thing I can understand about this position. Yes, check and check, and checkmate.
Check and check.
So there is a threat. So probably Tatev should react and play move like king.
Rook
so
C1
so
check.
she gives check.
What's your thoughts, Anastasia? I was thinking about getting a puppy and naming it Check.
Really?
So I could go around saying, "Where's Check?"
Checkmate.
That's a terrible idea. That's a terrible idea.
That's a great name for a puppy.
Check, come
Where's
here.
Check?
Let's check on check.
Yes. You get it. You're feeling it. You're warming up.
Back with some ideas.
Right. King B5. Alice is still keeping her ideas.
She wants to go,
she wants to go inside. Yeah.
King C6 and King B7 alive. She's still got her ideas of checkmate, not check.
Not check, checkmate. Yes.
Checkmate on her agenda.
So
and for
King
Tatev, this is terrible. 2 pawns down and struggling. No. Ouch.
What to do? You have to defend this position. You have no choice, and she's trying to use her chances right now. Yeah, but we missed this moment. How did they get to this position? I must admit, because we were focused on the other games.
For sure.
Like it was the end game, and then suddenly we have this rook ending.
Once again, for those of you who are joining us late, we are playing today a classical game, followed by a rapid game. All of the classical games, except for this one, are already finished, and we're waiting for Alice Lee to put the finishing touches on a superior 2-pawn ending, and there's a handshake.
Tatev just resigned.
She just didn't see a good move to make here, and
what about like move King F7? And
yeah, and then aren't we going to go the same thing that
King
check,
King G8,
King G8, and maybe.
But the thing is, after King F7, can I try to go A7?
Yes, that's a point. Yes, maybe even A7. Yes.
That's also nasty, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ouch.
Because now I have a big threat. Rook H7, Rook B8.
Precisely.
If you let me. And
Right,
you
Rook
cannot
H7.
touch the pawn on A7.
Right, and Rook B8. Yeah. We didn't see how she got it, but Alice Lee did win 2 pawns. She did convert.
Yes, she
and
had
we
a
had
better
a very
position.
eventful
Absolutely
classical, as we take a look at our...
The games have already started, by the way.
Right.
The
What's that?
rapid games have already started. So
the rapid games have already started. Oh,
don't go anywhere.
I was going to take a break. I thought,
okay, you need a break. Okay.
Yeah,
But
so we
first,
have the results.
Tell us the results.
Yes, we have to check the
Anastasia.
results. First of all, the open section. We have 2 decisive games. Fabiano
With
Caruana
white.
managed to beat his second and coach Grigoriy Oparin, and then we have a draw between Levon Aronian and Sevian. They finished first today. Leinier Dominguez defeated Ray Robson.
It
what
wasn't
a great
easy.
game. It wasn't easy at all, I would say.
Ray had his chances.
Yes, and so it was an interesting game between Wesley So and Sam Shankland. The game finished in a draw.
And in the ladies section, maybe even more decisive games.
Yes, we have actually all decisive games.
I wanted to say I remember 3 of them. As
2 for white, 2 for black, and Irina
fair.
Krush surprisingly lost against Zoe Tang.
Right.
Then Anda Zatonskih lost against Nazi Paikidze. She had a good position at the beginning, but something went wrong later. And Alice Lee just won the game against Tatev Abrahamyan. Begim Tokhirjonova finished first today. She really crushed Jennifer. You didn't allow her even to get out from the opening.
Exactly. It was that move, Bishop E7. Everything went wrong. We're going to do this very, very quickly. We're going to take a break. And in 5 minutes, we're going to come back and we're going to have a rapid chess. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side of the break. That happened.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuzha Nakobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy. The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield. The St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. The St.
Welcome back to the American Cup.
Yes.
And we have the rapid portion of the games.
First, tell us our bracketology. Tell us what happened in the open section.
So we have some classical games finished, and Fabiano Caruana managed to win today, as well as Leinier Dominguez. They both won their games, and we also have two draws between Levon Aronian and Sam Sevian, as well as Wesley So finished his game in a draw against Sam Shankland. And they continue.
All
playing.
four decisive results in the ladies. No draws.
Wow, what a fighting spirit
Right.
they showed today. Irina Krush lost today against the underdog of the match, Zoe Tang. Anna Zatonskih lost against Nazi Paikidze. Alice Lee converted her advantage against Tatev Abrahamyan. And Begim Tokirjonova won quickly against Jennifer Yu.
Exactly. Now, some rapid games are underway. Others, for example, Alice Lee played her game against Tatev quite long, so they will be coming in later. But for example, right now I have up on my screen Sam Sevian and Levon Aronian are in a Grunfeld, and boy, I wanted to say they are playing so rapidly, so quickly, a theoretical dispute. I just don't even know when it stops. I see on our screen we have Wesley So and Sam Shankland there, but check this out. This looks like the theory from the 1990 World Championship match between Garry Kasparov and Anatoly Karpov. And the idea that Karpov wanted was to play the move rook b1 to threaten the move rook to b5. You would provoke the move a7, a6, and now the move rook to c1.
Wow.
How crafty was that? The idea is that you want to weaken the square b6 so that when we do get into this type of ending, we have ideas of d5 followed by bishop to b6,
Wow.
which is why you see e6 and not, for example, castles. So bishop d3, and look how quickly the players have played. It's like they've been here, they know what they're doing, and everything.
The interesting part
Coach,
is that
where's the novelty?
it does seem like Sam might have done a misstep. Early on, yes, this h4 was some sort of a novelty.
H4,
yes.
At this moment.
Correct, yes, h4. Rook h to c1 was previously played.
Okay.
But he played the move h4, and now we have bishop to e8. The problem is that that opens up the d file, which is quite crucial in the follow-up sequence.
So
Rook to b1.
Oh, sorry. I'm just going to apologies as I just rook to
b1 and now b5.
Okay.
And there might be some problems because of your d4 pawn support. Rook to c3 most likely will come on the board.
And by the way, b5 is on the board.
b5 and rook to c3, they're on the board.
Yes.
So now we can go bishop to f8.
What?
Let's go bishop to f8.
I just wanted to boldly point out why we had played bishop to g5 earlier, provoking the pawn to f6 so that the pawn on d4 isn't hanging.
Yes.
And you wanted to say that after bishop f8...
Your position is a bit awkward.
For white?
For white, yes.
Really?
Yes. You don't have d5, and that's crucial. You don't have d5 because of my bishop already being on e8. And by the way, Levon immediately understands that because he played
bishop e8.
Bishop
yes.
f8.
And a3?
Yeah, I wanted to say...
a3, I think, b4.
Just before, yes. Yes, a3.
Just a3, b4 might be problematic, actually. No, I think Sam misstep. He was playing fast confidently, but he just misremembered his opening preparation.
Yeah, actually, they switched colors, and today Sam now has white pieces at the moment. And look at his time. He has 8 minutes.
Or did he? Right, because he actually spent some time.
Yeah, he spent some time. Yeah, probably trying to remember something.
Yeah, no. This is Levon Aronian showing what he's capable of. Yes.
Yeah, you discussed before that Sam is so good and with rapid time controls, but he still played against Levon, you know? I mean, it's not that easy.
Not easy, not easy.
Nobody should underestimate Levon.
No way.
Yes. Bishop, this is a little irritating because the move that I really just want to play and to sidestep the threat of bishop b4 is the simple king e2. But the simple king e2 means after knight b5, I have an awkward situation. This knight is going to take a very good bishop, the bishop on d3. So Sam stopped. And let's check the other games as well.
Rook b3, the best move.
And by the way, Sam took some minute or two. I mean, he's down 14-7.
Yes.
Right? To find the best move, but that's not exactly what he wanted to do either.
No. Rook c3, rook b3, rook b1, both rooks looking at that b5 pawn.
To give up the c file and to kind of invite rook c8 and knight a4, that can't be what was on his agenda. Shall we just see Wesley So versus Sam Shankland?
Sam Shankland, yes.
I'm going to bring
Sam
up that
has
game.
white pieces.
And by the way, boy, and this is a Berlin.
Yes,
I can see it from afar.
Yes.
We're just going to jump in and say, everybody, we're in a Berlin. And boy, the players played this quickly.
Yeah.
B5.
Yep.
Wow.
B5 looks interesting.
Nice. Takes A4. Let's go.
So he's trying to get rid of...
And king...
B6 threatening B5 pawn.
You know, it's one of those very funny things about the Berlin. It's one of those openings that at first glance you think it's very, very passive and it's intended to block and defend. But it's one of those openings also that if you get the initiative, it really burns brightly. And in this case, you can see that this bishop on e6 is actually far more powerful than the bishop on b2. King takes b5, and that bishop on e6 blockading the e5 pawn and constantly reminding white about the pawn on b3. They think that was a good move, bishop a3, reminding black that he also has his plan.
Like if king b5, then rook c1, yes? Comes.
Yes.
So what to do for black? Shall we take on b3? And you cannot even...
I do.
Yes, but you cannot play c4 because knight will be hanging on e7. That's
correct.
That's a problem.
Exactly.
So yes, you have to take.
And
And
I
then
was
play
just
C4.
wondering. There is
They
knight
have knight
d4.
d4,
Sorry.
yes.
So this
Because I was
exchange
thinking knight,
sacrifice.
knight to
Yeah.
d5, and I get everything.
Yeah.
Knight to d4. Sorry, that clears the cobwebs. So bishop a3 on the board.
But that's something surprising, right? Sam Shankland usually is not in time trouble.
No.
He is right now down a lot of minutes on the clock, 7 minutes against 13 minutes.
Right.
Yeah.
We don't see this very often.
Right.
from
Yeah,
Sam.
maybe those moves like a4 were kind of b5, a4.
Well, just a second. So
Surprising.
here.
Maybe rook a5. With the idea to take.
No, rook a5, bishop takes c5.
Really nice.
I would like
trouble.
to play,
Bravo.
I'd like to
see
play
that.
knight to
d5, yes.
d5. I'm assuming you have to play rook c1. Knight to b4 once
Are you
again.
sure about it?
I'm not sure. You have knight to d4 now or early.
I'm
later.
thinking about taking on b4, actually.
Okay.
Take on
Take.
b4, rook c6 check. Take my pawn, please.
Okay.
And then knight d4 or what?
Very,
It looks
very-
nice.
That's a beauty. That's a beauty.
And
You're
if you
right.
go to b7.
Yeah.
I mean, you can go to b7.
Of
It's
course.
not like
But
Yes,
that
it
really
wasn't.
bad.
But it wouldn't be so nice.
Yeah, and that wasn't
But now
the
I go
whole
rook
idea
c1,
of b5
maybe I
and
take.
a4.
Yeah, I take and knight d4. It looks good
Yes.
for white.
Yeah, no, that was not the idea of b5 and a4. That is for sure.
did
Another
he
way
play?
of sacrificing an exchange: king takes, rook here, rook takes, knight to c6. Idea of rook to d8. Oops, sorry, that rook was supposed to go to d8.
And then
rook
rook
goes
to
rook to d8 immediately. Okay. He wants to play rook d5 in answer to
Or maybe
rook
even
c1.
rook to d3. Rook to c, yes, rook c1, rook d5.
So we expect rook c1, which was played by Sam very, very quickly, by the way. Let me just refresh my board. Apologies. Talk. And now rook d5 or, what did you say, Cristian? Rook d3?
No, rook d5 looks good.
Rook d5 looks
Rook
good.
d5 looks good. Maybe it's the only move, right?
To
Yes,
protect c5
exactly.
and now you want to take on b5.
And you
But by the
cannot
way,
take
wait a
bishop
minute.
say takes
Yeah.
Wow,
Thank
again.
you for stopping me because
Oh my
I was
gosh.
about, wait a minute, your rook on a8 is hanging. Don't I have rook
I already
takes?
missed this idea before, but
Rook
then
takes c5. That's embarrassing. Rook takes a3.
what?
A repetition has occurred and 2 draws for day
that's,
one.
That's really good for Sam Sevian, I have to say, because this endgame was not easy at all for him.
It was almost a dream Grunfeld ending.
Yes.
Yes. So
Levon going for knight a5, knight c6, I would say
From a
it's a
position
good
of strength.
result for Sam Sevian.
Yeah, but a position of strength for Levon. And by the way, after rook to d5, king to g3 by Sam Shankland, inviting the simple king takes b5,
yes.
regaining the pawn. And by the way, if I can play knight c6, I mean,
Yes, e5 will be in trouble.
I'm getting excited by Black's chances of
I
winning.
think pieces are more active. Look at this king on b5.
Very much so. And look at this pawn on b3,
Yes.
long-term weakness, no question about it. And in the ladies section, have games
Yes.
begun in that
Let's have a
bracket? I believe one game has started, and that's already Begum's game with Jennifer.
Jennifer, of course, Jennifer now plays with white pieces, and she wants revenge, of course.
Exactly. So a Murano variation.
And I do believe that
Queen's
all the
Gambit.
other games will start at 6.
At 6.
Correct.
Thank you for the update there. E5. Wow. Okay. Takes.
Take knight g4.
Boy, it looks like Begum is borrowing a page from the Budapest Gambit.
Yes.
Queen,
so h7 is hanging.
Queen
yes.
b1, give me your bishop,
Yes, and the pawn.
and give me the pawn.
Bishop, queen a5. Take, king h8, and
Queen c2,
interesting.
g6.
G6 blocking this bishop.
Bishop takes, pawn takes. Wait a minute.
What's going on? So it's a bishop for 2 pawns. right? For
Or
2?
3.
At the moment, even 3.
But, okay, let's say I'm greedy. I
And
take
you
one.
take, yes.
You
Mhm.
can't take on c3 because I can actually pick up this knight with a check, right? The old
Check,
check.
check.
So
Mhm.
you probably don't want to, in case of queen takes g6, you probably don't want to take on c3. You probably want to take on e5.
E5, yes.
Knight takes e5, knight takes e5, and maybe something like queen takes e5.
e5, and so to make sure there is no perpetual check right now.
And also to stop you from castling short,
Yes,
right?
if you castle short,
Your
you will
queen
be in
h2,
trouble. Yes.
Yeah,
Bishop
ruins,
c3, the threat as well.
ruins your whole day, and bishop c3 as well. Jump in, Cristian.
Interesting position.
I mean, I'm not sure. It
looks good for Begim, right?
I know it looks
right?
good for Begim because it's a
Didn't
piece up
Jennifer
at the
trick
moment.
herself?
I think so. I think she did. And
Yes.
by the way, look at the time situation. 2 minutes and 45 seconds. How much?
Against the 8
8 minutes.
Mhm.
That's a big time
Now,
advantage.
I can understand if you wanted to play queen b1, you could start with bishop takes h7.
And then queen b1,
and then queen
b4.
b1.
Oh, you're right.
But I don't think,
Yes.
because right now she ended up playing queen c2, which wasn't the move, you know, because the bishop on h7 is kind of stranded.
Yes.
Okay, she played
Just
a3.
to beg him, you know, she decided to go for this piece.
a3.
A3.
But that doesn't immediately threaten
No
anything,
threats.
right?
Mhm.
Because you take on b4, I take on
Take
a1.
on a1, yes.
So we can just snap the pawn on e5.
Right. Now I understand why you would want this, because now once you do threaten to take on b4, so let's say castle, for example. Maybe you can take on e5 first and then castle.
I was going to say, I think you don't want to allow rook f3, right?
Right.
And now castles.
And now castle.
So what's the body count? How many pawns?
It's not looking great.
6,
It's not looking great, right?
But the thing is, if you do take on c3, at
No,
least
no,
I
no,
set
no,
up that
I-
pin, right?
No, that would
No,
be.
this is like
I mean,
suicide. Yes, I
you
mean,
know,
you
you
don't
would
do this,
lose
no.
your grandmaster title.
No, but if you don't take, again, there are
Bishop.
some ideas with knight jumps.
Maybe some knight jumps, right? Like, where do you put the bishop? Is it
Right.
d6, I don't know.
So bishop to d6,
No, knight
knight to
e4,
jump. and
Actually, no. Bishop d6, I might even have knight b5.
A much stronger queen d8.
You have to go queen d8.
Yes.
Yeah, no, this is not exactly what Jennifer wants. Just a second. So we don't take on e5. Do we take on f3?
Uh-huh.
I mean, maybe this is a little bit. We use this term romantic to describe this style of chess where you sacrifice just
Everything, yes, what you have.
know,
but,
just
but I mean,
go.
did you really need it to give the second knight?
I kind of like it.
Could you?
I kind of like it,
yes.
actually.
Because
You take on g4, bishop takes
Takes
g4,
g4.
everything gets active.
it's
A queen joins the party with knight f3, queen g5, yes, a queen h5.
Now you're warming to the romantic
I see.
chess. Yeah, knight
I mean,
f3.
don't ask me twice.
Right,
Normally I
you
like to
ready?
give everything.
You
but-
ready?
Yeah.
In the style of Mikhail Tal.
Right,
Yes.
just
Okay, knight takes e5 was played, by the way.
no
more funny
no
business.
more romantic
But
rook
rook
f3.
f3 looked interesting.
It certainly did, but
Yes.
she decided to take
Knight takes e5 on the board.
Practical.
practical. Yes.
I suspect knight takes
So
e5 is
take.
forced. Now again, we are threatening AB, so you can't play queen takes e5, knight takes e5,
Castling?
and now things are getting interesting from white because
Yeah,
the
I mean,
dark squared bishop. You're going to have to give up this dark square bishop for the knight. White's bishop is going to get on the long diagonal, and it's going to ask some very salient questions.
Yes.
All right, guys.
1
All
minute.
right, what
1
is
minute.
it? Clear the
picked-
cobweb.
I picked at the engine.
And
Yes, and what's going on?
She really needs to find this next move. If she doesn't, then white is in fact better in this
Okay.
position. Knight to f3 check.
I thought about it, but I mean,
GF, queen g5
Bishop
check.
h3.
oh my gosh.
Knight
So the
check.
idea is queen g5 checkmate.
That's the first idea.
Yes. So you cannot take on before.
That is true.
And,
Very correct, yes.
What else? What I have to play? Like knight
Knight
e4,
e4 to
yes,
stop.
to stop.
Queen g5
Bishop
checkmate.
takes d2, maybe.
Knight e4, queen
But then-
f5.
Queen F5.
Five with-
I'm still trying to checkmate.
Queen
you.
F3, yes. The idea is Queen F3.
This is my key.
Yeah,
So
this is
a
the
key moment.
This is a big moment for this game, for this match.
By the way, 1 minute for Jennifer versus 6.5 minutes for Begum.
Will
and
Begum find this knight F3 move?
it's
a good question.
Oh, that's a nasty move, isn't
Wow.
it?
If she doesn't, she's worse.
She's worse. Even,
She's
yes.
worse.
Wow, what a game.
What a game indeed. So any bishop moves, bishop d6,
Yes.
bishop
Bishop
e7.
d6, bishop e7,
It's all
she's
bad.
worse.
Yeah, she's bad. She's
In fact,
worse.
bishop d6 is really bad.
Reminding everybody that Begum has won the classical that was played earlier
she's
today.
Leading. She's leading in the match. So
Exactly.
Jennifer, you.
But this
has
move,
to
knight
win this
f3 check.
That's a sick move.
That is
That's
really.
a classical chess move. You don't see this type of moves in rapid. I mean, I would be
This is really
very
nasty,
impressed
right?
if she finds it.
But okay, you have to start with checks, right? This is what I was taught.
Yes.
So maybe if she does and she sees the move knight f3 and then followed by bishop h3, at least it's a checkmate threat.
Right.
But she doesn't. She goes for knight f3 and then she continues with checks. Queen g5.
Queen g5, for example.
And then king h1, bishop h3, rook g1.
I
That's
got
it.
I
And
see
now
your
we finish the
point.
calculation.
So just to get everybody else in on the conversation, so the idea is that we're all trained to look at the forcing moves
Yes.
first. The most forcing moves are checks.
Exactly.
So you got 2 checks in a row, followed by bishop h3,
rook
and
g1.
then rook g1, and you're...
And queen f6 we can continue still, like
Right.
trying to threat queen f.
But rook g3
Yeah, then f4.
and then the music stops. But
Exactly.
we check, and we start with bishop h3 with the threat of queen g5, and then suddenly black is for choice, especially this move, queen f5.
Wow, it's difficult to find queen f5 move. That's the problem.
That is nasty, nasty, nasty. That's evil.
It's
The intentions
knight
are
f3
clear.
is a very,
Queen
very
f5 is
difficult
hard
move to
to
make.
find.
Wow. Wow.
So actually we have all the games running at the moment except one game because Alice
Alice
finished
was the last to finish.
yes.
Okay, so all the games are rapids are underway. We'll keep an eye on this game as more games are underway. For those of you who are joining us late, Irina Krush lost the classical game with white against Zoe, and for that reason, I suspect she decided to play King's Indian herself.
Yes, I mean, she really wants
felt
to
like
pen-
she wants to
play.
to equalize the match right away. H3, bishop E3. I know this has a peculiar name to it. It's a favorite of Levon Aronians as well. H2, H3 has same-ish types of ideas, only you're keeping the F3 square
For the knight.
unoccupied, so the knight can come there. Bishop E2 on the board, knight A6. Cristian? What do you have for us?
Well, I'm looking at the open section for just a second because
Please.
this game between Grigoriy and Fabiano has started as well. And again, they're looking for ideas. They're playing against each other. They know each other
Without
very well.
revealing anything.
They know exactly their repertoire, so they're just trying to find something new.
Yes.
And this is exactly what Grigoriy started off with. Knight f3, knight f6, not c4, don't go into the main lines. He shied away from the very popular London with bishop to f4, played the move g3. Bishop to f5, knight to h4. So already off the beaten tracks. Bishop to g6, which the engine shows as a bad move. I don't think it's a bad move. And by the time spent, sure, Fabi, he doesn't believe so either. 15 minutes still for Fabiano seems to be within his preparation. Bishop g2, c6, castle, and now knight to d7. So it was Grigoriy that tried to create some separation early on in the opening, create a surprise with his knight f3, g3, knight h4. And it does seem like Fabiano knew exactly what to do. Right now, very complex battle entering the early stages of the middle game. But I have to say, Fabiano is showing why, he's the second right now best player on the planet. He really knows pretty much everything.
Fascinating exchange sacrifice by Wesley So. He was not under any obligation to sacrifice the exchange against Sam Shankland. His intuition told him that the active king makes all the difference in the world. And in this position after h4, sorry, Anastasiya,
No, I just mean that Yasser, you tried to sacrifice this
I was
exchange a few
trying.
times, so like you felt that it's in the air.
Exactly.
That's great, actually. So he found the way.
He did, and he went.
did,
rook.
history.
I think that this is really very, very impressive exchange sacrifice. Rook takes a3, and I don't think it's calculation as much as this is intuition.
Yes.
So the rook comes to d3 with really nasty threats. The knight is in a pin, so knight takes e5 is on tap. By the way, don't forget that the rook is also in a pin, so moves like c4, bishop takes b3 and c4, and everything kind of seems rather forcing. Rook went to e1.
Look at this move, knight h4.
Knight takes 4. Give me that pawn.
Nice.
Now give me that knight, and check this out. So this bishop is basically saying, I will defend these 3 pawns. On the king side is stable.
So what is the evaluation of the position? It's a razor, white, black will manage to win it, or it's just a draw, right? I mean, white is not really hoping to win this position.
Right, and that, as Magnus Carlsen famously said, that's already a success. 2-result game.
Yes.
That's already a great success for black. And my intuition tells me this game is winning.
Is it really a 2-result game?
It's a 2-result game.
Okay, so what do you play right now?
Okay, I take.
I think somebody
Take on
disagrees.
b3. Let's say I go king e3. No, I want to go king e3 actually.
Okay.
I don't want to allow you to go king d4.
That's fine.
And now I go rook takes c6.
And I go with c4.
That's fine. And now I just wait. I go rook c7.
By the way, do keep in mind the pawn on g4 is on tap, right?
That's why I go rook c7.
Okay.
King d4.
And king e2. King D, pardon me.
You're trying to go from behind. Okay.
In the famous words of Larry Christensen, getting you from behind.
Oh, that's not nice of you, Yasser.
I'm going for the g4 pawn.
That is truly not nice of you. Okay, wait.
There, but you can feel why it's a 2-result game, right? Though,
yes.
Like
Christian?
white is not really threatening to win at the moment.
That is true.
That's a
I
problem.
like that. Not threatening. It's a nice way of saying things haven't gone well. We are not threatening to win. Rook b6, and again, we're up to date with the players. Why didn't you like king d4? You went king e3 in a particular position, and I wasn't impressed. Why didn't you take?
I didn't like king d4.
And then rook check?
Then you take my pawn.
Yes. Sorry.
I don't want to give you any more pawns.
And with good reason, I agree.
You have enough.
There's not many of them left.
They're not beautiful pawns, but they're mine. You know, so.
I like it. Okay, good, Cristian. Sorry, I didn't realize that we're just coming back to collect the e5 pawn.
But let's continue with that, right? Okay, so bishop takes b3, I go king to e3. You go back to e6, I go rook takes e6, you go c4.
Yes.
Now, I will try to be a bit more clever.
All right.
I will try to allow you to get your pawn to c3 so that that bishop doesn't defend that pawn on c4 anymore. Let's go rook c7.
Rook c7. And now let's be cruel. Anastasiya, do you agree we should create a passed h pawn? Put a pawn on h3.
So we have trousers.
The two bridesmaids. I'm going to interrupt our analysis, Cristian, because Jennifer is down to 10 seconds.
We have to go for that.
And I do think that Wesley is doing well, but let's jump to Jennifer's position.
By the way, Begim didn't find this idea with knight f3 and bishop h3,
She
which is
retreated.
understandable. It was really hard to find, so she played bishop e7. I mean, it's really hard, yes.
Exactly.
I agree.
But then, because she didn't find it, then she's simply worse, right? Knight d5? Oh, I wanted to say that if I was white, I would include the move bishop b4, because I want the d5 square, rook d1, rook d5.
I see, yes, and to provoke c5, yes.
Okay, Jennifer immediately went for, well, we just saw a game that had 4 connected passed pawns.
Yeah, and now it's another game like that. So she has like
What's the theme of the day?
3 pawns for the bishop.
4 connected passed
yes.
pawns. Oh my! But Jennifer is down. Oh, how much time? 12 seconds.
Not bad.
13 seconds.
Against 50 seconds.
And she did it.
Let me remind you, they have 10 seconds per move, increment per move. Yes. It's important.
Obviously.
If you don't have them,
and
you are
Begim
lost.
recognizing, look, she doesn't want to give her opponent much time to think.
Let's go king e6, right?
Oh, was she going to? I thought she was reaching for her bishop.
Maybe she wants to plant that bishop on e4.
Okay. She was reaching for
Yes, she
and
plays
you
bishop
were right.
before, yes, at least blocking one of those pawns.
Right.
Such a beautiful bishop on e4.
But that does invite g4. Doesn't invite
stop.
e4 or rook. No.
D1.
rook
By the way,
D1.
very nervous.
The tremble of the hand.
Yes.
Yes.
This is what Viktor Korchnoi called it. With trembling hands.
Of course, I mean, players are very...
I
No,
thought
but this
she was
is
going
not
to play
good,
rook
right?
to d4.
Oh no,
Ooh.
but now the rook invades.
Well, she does have bishop to d4. She is, and she's got to
B6,
play
with
c5.
idea c5.
Forget
she
about.
has to play c5,
yeah, she
yes.
must
Otherwise, black will play c5.
absolutely play c5, and
she
then
played,
the rook
She played it.
will invade. So c5, a must move was played. Just your quick knee-jerk thoughts here, Anastasia. Who would you prefer, white or black?
Good question. I think still I would prefer to play with white. I mean,
Because
because
the
you kind
pawns.
of push your pawns, and this is what you're trying to do. So
And-
she has to find a way how to do it. But look, b5 with the idea to create your own
Right.
passage.
Hello. There is a5, b4, and maybe rook takes d4 one day will be embarrassing.
Yeah. So it's a good attempt to have some counterplay on the queen side.
By the way, do we have g4? Yes, we do.
We'll have g4. She has to do
I
it.
think f5 and rook g6 is on Jennifer's agenda.
Also rook e5, because you cannot take on g4, I will take on e4. Maybe
Also
with
rook
the
e5.
idea of g5, maybe.
Gotcha.
But guys,
Yes.
like, what if I just push my pawns a5?
I know.
A5. No, you have to do it. This is what she's
I'm very
doing.
fast.
And she is
Don't get me
very,
wrong,
very
I'm very
fast.
fast.
I feel it.
I don't think you have
Scary.
time. I don't think you have. I think it's busted. How do you get the rook back?
I'm scared. I truly am scared.
Yes, you made us scared.
With good reason.
Yes, f5, yes. So
but
Sometimes you have to bluff your way through.
It doesn't matter. b4.
Before,
Rook
really?
g6, rook takes d4.
The idea you proposed Yasser before, he's just using your idea.
Yeah, but he's a good man. He's
Dangerous.
A good man. He's a dangerous man. And look at him. Look at Begim go.
I mean,
She
it's
is wow.
a simple
A5
plan.
b4.
It's a simple plan. You're just not in time. Rook g6 is over. Rook takes d4, b3, b2.
But she
Well,
has to play
she's-
this rook
and-
g6.
and
Rook d4
immediately look
falls
at her.
up.
Look at-
b3. Yeah, good luck.
And
I mean,
Jennifer
G5 she plays.
G5.
I mean, I can go b2 and
I
get a
think
queen.
B2.
Really?
Oh my goodness. Rook
Begim.
takes.
The thing is,
pawn
my bishop on e4 is untouchable, so you cannot even get. You cannot even get a rook for the queen.
So we have b4. Pardon me. We have g5 on the board. How much time does Begim
yeah,
have?
both of them
20
they have seconds. 20 seconds against 40.
Second. Knight g4, b2, knight g8.
What knight g8 she played?
Yeah.
She could have played knight h8, but it's not possible.
But she's a lady after my own heart. She keeps the material. But
yeah, I mean, imagine that Jennifer loses both of these games.
Yeah,
I mean,
she lost the-
It's gonna be, of course.
she lost the classical
Begim is
order.
1/2 a point away
for
from
her.
qualification.
Exactly, yes.
And just to remind everybody, it is a match. So if you score 3 wins, no 4th game is
So
played.
she managed to stop this pawn, but
And she's
you
reaching for the
still-
queen.
Yes.
She's
Actually,
thinking-
when you touch the queen, does it mean that you're
No,
obliged? No,
it's only on
No.
the board.
On the board.
On
okay.
the board.
Just to be sure.
It
Right.
did cost her a lot. Stopping
That's
that pawn.
2 pieces.
Wow, 2
And
pieces for many pawns,
unfortunately,
but
the pawns are beautifully blockaded. This game is all Begim's. It's over.
yes, it seems like she's
F6,
going to win 2
knight to
games, and then
F5.
she just needs a draw.
Yeah.
Pick up the pawn on d4 as well.
Exactly. Finishing touches. I think knight f5, and it's a handshake.
Knight f5, maybe
You
she'll
want to
play
be
d5.
cruel, you can go knight d5.
That is cruel.
That is pretty cruel, yes.
But knight f5, I really think puts the kibosh on any further
She has to go d5. No?
d5 again,
Right.
just to try. Yes,
And by the way, another lady who lost her classical game, Irina Krush, our defending champion, she is in a rapid game where, I'm not saying it's a must-win game, but for Irina, one thing she doesn't want to do is lose and put herself in a situation where she has to win back-to-back.
exactly.
C6.
Yeah, she's trying,
Knight
but
D6.
knight d6 will block this pawn, and no, we just try to push our pawn.
We have a passer too. D6, C7, knight D6. We've got that under control.
Yes, actually, after knight d6, white has no even plan how to threaten this pawn on d4.
Clear.
Like black is.
Just put the bishop on e4. That king is not coming anywhere.
Yes, anywhere.
close.
He has no squares. Yes,
Yeah, by
even
the way, bishop e4,
bishop E4 will
c7,
be
bishop
very
b7
strong.
is just a nice way of keeping white's king under
At some point,
way.
I do think that you're going to have to give away the d pawn, and then we're going to see the conversion of
Bishop and knight?
versus king.
You think it? You
It's
think
possible, yes.
I would have thought that.
I don't see how you hold on to that pawn on d4. So, for example, I go c7 right now.
Okay, bishop
C7?
e4
Bishop e4. Now I go king e2.
and d3 check
Yes. King d2.
and king g6.
That's fine. h4.
Yeah. And I should be able to put my bishop on g6 and my king. Yeah, she's doing it very nicely. I think her plan is to go bishop f5 now,
Okay.
just to keep the c8 square under control.
f5 is nice. Yes.
Yeah, bishop f5 is.
And then you go king h5.
But still, I don't see it. King d2.
Okay, king h5 and bishop g6.
I mean, white still has some idea.
No,
think you
king
can-
h5, I go f7. Knight f7, c8.
You take
Ah,
everything and
king
king
and king
e4.
e4. That's
Yes,
how
and
you
then you
get it.
take the pawn. Yes,
Bravo.
wow.
Finally got my...
Yes,
And
you did.
then, yes, let's
Oh,
check.
but c8, I have knight e5 check. King f4, bishop takes
intermezzo.
c8, intermezzo.
Oh, she plays d3. Look at this.
Okay.
Now maybe king e3 with the idea
Then
of
I have
f7.
knight c4 check.
Uh-huh.
Then I have knight c4 check, king e3. Hold
That's a
on,
good
Let me
move.
just refresh my board apart.
That is a good move. D3
Yeah,
is a
knight
good move.
c4 is nice.
No, she had to stay with the king on e2. And
Yes.
after d3, king d2. And then go
Yes.
to c3 whenever knight c4 is coming.
That is right.
But it's really hard to find, you know, and also they're playing with seconds. 20
Of
seconds for each
course.
player.
And you feel it. And
Oh.
you're at the board and the tension,
You can
It's-
feel it. I mean, of course,
yes.
Jennifer doesn't want to lose 2 games in a row, so she's looking for some chances.
By the way,
She's-
we're saying that, you know, we're trying to find a way to just hold on to the d pawn. The position is winning anyway.
Of course, but
Bishop
we're
and
just-
knight
If you go bishop and knight.
is an awkward win.
It is an awkward win.
But it should be.
D2.
And by the way, D2 is a boss move. It basically says, I'm going to play
Bishop and
knight
knight.
c4 check and bishop g4, and I'm going knight c4 and bishop g4 check, and I'm queening the pawn.
Yes.
And
What?
she lost on time.
She lost
I
on time.
believe.
Okay, so
Yeah. In a losing position.
Wow, what an impressive start for Begim. She started 2 out of 2.
Let's
start
go
for
to
Begim,
our
yeah.
defending champion, Irina Krush. She's playing a King's Indian defense, and Zoe played this line with H3 and G4. Look at Zoe. Zoe's saying, look, I don't believe you can play the King's Indian against me because I'm prepped. Takes. And by the way, this is a really nice position for white. Open G file.
Yes.
My king is perfectly safe on
yes.
C1. Your king, black's king on G8. I wouldn't call that a safe king. I'd call that an exposed king. By the way,
he's on the verge of going
pawn
0 and
Also-
2.
pawn on H5 is a very promising target.
Wow.
Gift.
I mean, black will try, of course, will try to create some counterplay on the queen side, maybe by pushing b5 at a certain point. But I mean, white is
How?
faster.
Yes.
What a start that would be for Zoe
Wow.
Tang.
Okay, it's not over yet.
It's not over.
We've seen
No,
what
of
happened
course
in the
not.
previous game. Like
Right.
things can change, but
Bishop-
definitely it's not the best start.
Already an indication that she knows rook g1 and doubling on the g file is just going to make the bishop on g7 a target. Irina is thinking, look, I've got to move my king to h8 and I've got to put pressure on the f pawn. So let me get rid
Of
of
these
this
bishops.
powerful bishop, even though at the cost of exposing the king. So let's take a look. So I go check, right?
King h8.
King h8. Now I want to involve my knight as much as possible. Knight to g3.
That looks good. Okay, so let's say we take on e3 and go h4.
Right. Take, h4.
Oops,
Now
rook f1.
queen
Can we
h6 is
go
a-
back just a second?
Maybe.
Please.
Maybe go h4 first.
Yeah, because I mean I don't like this rook f1. So,
Ah,
at the end of the variation.
Rook f1. That was the.
not
that
sure.
was something that.
You were looking for.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Can I just see? I mean, am I going down a completely wrong road?
It's a dangerous road.
Yeah.
Getting that knight on h5, I'm not sure about it.
You know, it's strange. I, in my mind's eye, I was going queen g2, but I realized you don't have to take the knight. And she has played king b1. Let me just go, I'm going to refresh my board, everybody, and just get the current position. There it is. King b1.
She kind of says, "Look, take the bishop. I'm fine with that."
All right.
And
F2.
we'll see.
Well, she's done it, but it does leave this idea of rook f1 in the position, right?
Yeah, but then you have this knight c1 at the end. I don't know.
That's right.
You can kind of protect. So you
Right.
were ready to give up with the queen, yes, for two rooks and.
I am not sure. The jury's out. I'll let you know
Yes.
very, very shortly.
So let's go queen f3.
In this moment, queen.
Yeah.
By the way,
Wow.
our
We have
congratulations to Wesley So for a really beautiful,
Converting descending.
a beautiful
He
exchange
actually won that
sacrifice.
endgame. Wow.
Yeah.
He did win.
Two-result game.
Impressive.
Yes. By the way, rook check and rook g3 is one way of kicking the queen away from e3. Anything more promising? I'm not sure. Okay, we're going to leave this game for a moment and just where else should we go?
Let's go to Fabi.
Fabi, our number one seed, the number two player in the world, won.
By the
Pretty
way,
impressive game in the classical. He played very well.
you know
Please.
those rating points are not easy to pile up at 2,800.
No.
He just won a couple more, right?
Did he?
In
Yes,
the morning.
it's
yes.
important. Yes.
Yes. My first take as a Caro Kann player is I'm really happy with black. Very, very solid king. Pawns on g6 and g7 and f7 means my king should be very, very safe. Question about the
Yeah,
rook.
this rook. What?
The difference, though, is it's two bishops versus two knights in an open position. Normally, the bishops dominate.
Where else did we see this, two bishops versus two knights in the previous?
There was a previous game with.
in the previous game.
With knight dancing. It was
Oh,
Alice Lee against
Tatev.
That
Tatev,
was
yes.
the two bishops
Well,
against
bishop
the knights.
takes
So
c6.
yes.
But in that particular instance, the knights had great squares and could win one of the bishops back
Yes.
with knight e4. Queen c5 on the board. Anastasia, do you like knights? Do you like bishops?
That's a good question.
Bishy
Depends on
loves-
position. If it's
right?
open position, I prefer bishops.
Bishops. Vishy
loves
the,
knights. Yes.
the knights. Queen c5, a challenge because now that the pawn is on a4, it's not so easy to avoid the queen trade. So in other words, we can take, and play b3, but we don't want to leave the a pawn necessarily hanging.
Yeah,
Let's
b3,
see.
maybe even c4 ideas.
Exactly.
Even though c4, you do have bishop takes c5.
Queen c5, Cristian, jump in.
Yeah, why not? Let's go for the endgame.
I really don't want to leave that queen on c5. And to be honest, I don't see any alternatives for white. Queen b3, it feels a bit artificial.
One point is that the rook on a4 would be hanging. So for example, queen c b1, I'm not suggesting that you do it. There might be some Zwischenzug with, oh, by the way, we did see a queen trade already.
Yes, there could be. The problem is I think I do have some knight g4 ideas in between. So maybe
hitting
queen
F2.
b1, knight e g4.
Gotcha. Hitting f2. And by the way, really kind of
And
entombing.
G5. Oh my gosh.
And g5.
And G5 also.
That's a good spot.
That's a good, yeah. So queen c, yeah.
Threat.
Yeah, just, pile on.
Yeah,
queen
so
c5
he
takes. And
h3, wow. That's a move I did not
please take
anticipate.
my pawn. Yeah, he does have that Zwischenzug idea. Oops, excuse me.
Yeah,
it was
maybe.
rook takes a4. I will take the knight and then take another knight.
Okay, can we be really smart? Or at
Yes.
least try to be really smart with c4?
Be clever.
C4.
c4, e2 is hanging. Yes.
Correct. Yes, at the end.
So c4, bishop. This is Cristian's idea that he will crash through on e2,
And
and
b2 is hanging.
You still have rook b4.
Rook
I mean, there's
b4
still
is
some
Yes, and
pressure.
this bishop is suddenly better than this knight.
I've played enough Catalans in my life to know that this is not equalizing.
Yeah.
It's not equalizing. So,
But what else?
correct. That is the question. What else? There was something about that G5 move that I found
And we have some crazy
bothering.
moves like knight c4, threatening two pawns.
Yeah.
I don't know, and if b3, knight a5. I just want to win a pawn.
So easy. Just chess is easy.
And let's.
We'll keep this game on tap. Let's go back and see other other games in the Open. Let's jump to Ray Robson. Ray lost. Oof.
Well,
tough game.
yeah.
Tough game.
But now he has
against
white
Leinier.
pieces and an extra pawn at the moment, as I can see.
I wish I knew how much time he has, though. Because right now, on the screen says 0-0.
Yes, against the 9 minutes.
But I'm sure that's not the case.
That's not a good.
So it
Sure,
seems like
that's
not
the
that
case.
much.
According
Yes, we have
to
15 minutes for the whole game.
according to women's grandmaster Anastasiya, white has extra pawn.
Yes, that's the only thing I could catch.
Nice.
I'm trying to count the pieces. That's the only thing I can do,
Well, I was told when
How
ahead
do you hold on to
material, when you're ahead material,
Yes,
trade.
let's exchange everything.
Let's trade. That's what the doctors advised.
So now if I go rook to... Yeah, the problem is I don't have rook c8. If I go rook a8
Yes, actually,
now,
rook c8 is covered.
Knight to
yes.
b5, and if you go bishop here,
Oops, look at this.
I can find
Geometry.
a square where I defend.
And the problem is rook e8.
I have knight
take
c3.
that- no, I can take that bishop.
And a bishop f1.
And then go
This is
back.
nice.
That is beautiful.
nice.
That is perfect.
8 minutes for Leinier and 1 minute and 51 seconds for Ray, it seems like.
So it's not that bad. It's not
So
zero.
Ray gave up 6 minutes for a pawn.
Good trade.
I don't know,
Good trade.
it can
For
be a good
Leinier,
trade, yes.
I mean, whenever I ask him these questions, like, Leinier, how did it feel to be ahead on time? Felt good. I liked it. It was such an
Doesn't
unusual
happen that
feeling.
often.
Yeah, right? It felt good. So rook d3 we expect by Ray. And he did play it, by the way, I think on the light board. Rook d3, rook e8 has already been played.
Mm-hmm.
So, like,
Where do
most
we
of
find
bishop f3?
our bishop? Well, we're
Can be
always
tricky,
worried
yes.
about
Yeah,
the... I'm thinking something like bishop f1.
Just
I'm
to
always,
be sure that no
You're not going to
checkmate,
checkmate me. Yes, you can tickle my rook.
Bishop
Yes,
c4.
you can
Rook
do...
d1, we go back.
Right.
Yes.
All I'm dreaming is to return this knight back to civilization. I won a pawn. Let me enjoy myself. yeah?
Yes. Maybe
So-
we could try to play active, like bishop f1, bishop c4,
And then
let's say
rook d1?
exchange and then rook e2. Something like I'm trying to make my
No,
rook.
I'm going to recapture with the king.
Ah, yes, you're right.
Of course, yes.
Yes, somehow I forgot about it. Yes.
But can I go knight g4 now? You just simply go h3. Yeah, that's
H3, yes, and I cannot do anything.
Right.
Yeah.
So bishop f1, a couple of small little details, but if Ray answers all of the questions right, bishop f1, he'll be an extra pawn. Yeah. By the way, 40 seconds and counting.
Can I do something along the lines of maybe knight g4 right now after bishop f1?
Sorry, I'm just going to refresh my board. This is the current position. King f1. Okay, I was a little bit worried about tactics.
But bishop c4
because
just
now,
g2.
well, now knight g4 is a little bit more unpleasant, right?
Maybe we can take and even play rook e3.
h3.
h3 bishop. Oh, sorry. h3.
I can go knight king e1 if I really want to.
Bishop
c4 and rook e3. Where is that knight going?
Nowhere. It's going absolutely nowhere. Sorry. So king f1 on the board. Let me just refresh my board. 40 seconds to 7 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't know. 40 when Ray had 2, I liked his extra pawn. When you're down to 20 seconds,
I don't know what he's thinking about.
It starts to get serious.
So what do we play? Rook d2?
Rook e3 or rook d2?
So the idea of rook e3 is rook takes e3, rook f takes e3, and knight g4, I think.
Wow. What a dirty...
Tricky mind.
What a dirty guy.
But now I have king e1. Okay, wait.
But then you go knight takes e3.
Knight takes
yes,
e3.
e4, e4, knight e3 still, yes? And do you take on g2?
I can also take on h2.
I like e3, but after taking on
yes,
h2...
it's easier, yes.
10 seconds, 8. Oh, Ray, don't do this to me.
Don't play
so what,
rook e3, play a move.
No! 2 seconds.
Rook d2.
I don't know why he's doing this to himself.
By the way, I mean, it's terrible to be the trainer of a player who loves to play time trouble. I mean, you will have a heart attack.
Absolutely. I mean,
it's 100% guaranteed. You know, you just have the emergency room on speed dial.
No, but now that we know the statistics, Yasser, which we will show later. Yes, we know that Ray actually is doing really well in time trouble. Yes, but...
So scary. Okay, so what happens?
So maybe knight e4. This is what he
now
was
we go
checking.
rook c2, I think is the only move.
Only move?
Bishop b3, and where do you put that rook?
I'm assuming c1.
Now I give you a check.
I have no choice. I have to go to e1.
Now I go knight c4. No, I think you actually want to go to c7.
Now rook c3, and it's such a great relief. Everything is wrong suddenly for black.
Yes.
Something went wrong. But this is the current position. Sorry, I'm just going to refresh my board, everybody. Don't be angry with me. Wow. Okay, rook to d2. I hate to leave this game with 12 seconds on the board. Cristian, how's Fabi doing?
Just to give you a quick update, we don't actually have to leave this game just for the simple fact that Ray is down to his last 12 seconds.
12 seconds, right.
And he might actually equalize the score. If he wins this one, he's in a pole position to equalize the score. So this is a very highly contested match. Now, let's see what's happening in Fabi with black pieces versus Grigoriy. He was in some trouble, some danger. 2 bishops against 2 knights, that's not a good situation. By the way, in this position, knight to c4 was a very powerful move. Knight to c4, b3, and now knight to a5.
And this is what I proposed, guys.
Really?
Yes, and then e2 is hanging, I said, and b3 is hanging.
Perfect. He should have went for this one. He did not. He played the move knight to d7. Bishop to e3, knight to b6. He's... Rook takes e3. Take a look at this. Double exclam.
Wow, Wesley So sacrificing exchanges. Look at this.
Right, g5, and where do you... The rook is trapped. The rook is trapped. Rook to e4, and now we got this position, g6, king to g7. To be honest, right now, if I'm in Fabi's shoes, I'm looking at the position, I know that I'm already slightly better from a strategical point of view. I play for a victory.
Absolutely.
Because these rapid games are worth as much as the classical games.
Right.
So I might as well, if I manage to take a 2-0 lead in this one, this is all about a wrap-up for a player of Fabi's caliber.
What you just saw there, everybody, was a spy cam, we're calling it. In one of the boards, you can see that there's a resting pad in front of the players that they can put their elbows upon. and it contains a camera.
Yeah, but look at Fabi. He's winning. Our position is really crazy, but he has no any emotion.
No, very, very
He's
calm
fine.
at the board. He has great nerves. Here, for me, I think this is strategically won. It really is. I think you go rook a6, rook b6, rook b4. You plant your knight on e5 on a very good day. You put your king on d6, and as Vasily Ivanchuk would say, the rest plays itself. You don't.
You don't need to show it.
You don't have to show anything. And by the way, Ray Robson is enjoying his extra pawn. I would say that the dangers have gone, and all he has to do is play to bring the knight back.
Yes.
Something like knight c8. Oh, sorry.
That one is
rook d2.
fairly balanced and simple. I think we should stay with Fabi just because it's a bit more complex.
Yes, Ray, even though he's down on time, now he's got this idea that the knight can come either to c8 and d6 or to b5 and back. Extra pawn. And for Ray, that's huge.
Grigoriy started with the aim to put some problems with the white pieces. Now he needs to change directions. He understands his worth. He needs not to go down 0-2 in the match, because 0-2 is such a difficult.
That's too deep a hole.
Impressive.
Fabi is going to be able to make a draw with the white pieces if he really wants to, right?
But
it's
that rook takes e3 was well
Beautiful.
spotted. Nice,
Yes.
nice.
Also, how far can you go with your trainer? I mean, if you beat him badly, he may not come back to work. So you should feel show some respect.
Right.
Well, the good thing about it is, whoever gets eliminated can work for the other person for the rest of the tournament, right?
Yes.
By the way, I'm going to leave the game of Ray for a moment and just check in on Arena Crush, because again, Arena, I feel she's in one of those situations where she definitely cannot lose this game, because what can I say?
Her position looks crazy actually at the moment with this pawn on f7. I was really trying to understand what's going on.
Wow, what is going on?
Yes. So at the moment we can see that material is equal. Yes, we're equal. Yes, we have everything is equal, same amount of pawns and pieces, but
wait a minute. E5 is hanging. Knight g3. Knight g3 is a very salient threat, because that is forking two rooks. And
wow, so the knight is
wow,
hanging. So
and the clocks are more or less even, a minute and 10 seconds per side. I don't know, but it looks to me like Arena has fought her way back.
Yes, exactly.
And now 3 results.
And if you try to play rook f5, defending this knight is knight g3
Knight to
again.
g3 hits both the rooks. You have time for knight g6 check, but the rook on h1.
Shall we give up the exchange? Can we do it somehow? Not. You cannot even do it. But I thought about rook f5 and rook f1, but then knight f1.
Yeah. One idea is maybe to just drop the knight back, knight f3, knight g4.
Yes, this is
knight g3. I was about to say knight f3, knight g3, and rook to d1.
I see.
That way I could save an exchange at the cost of my pawn on f7. Considering the fact that I could have put the knight on f3, where kind of does a little bit more, right?
You could take
I'm
the
a
pawn.
pawn grabber.
Yes.
Give me those pawns. Or, as we say in the Northwest, give me your pawns, baby. Whoa!
Knight f6 after
that
knight
was
g3,
a move
she
I didn't
found.
expect.
No.
After knight g3, she has played knight.
F6.
Wow!
Threatening this rook.
Whoa!
Position
I'm not a
really
happy camper. What am I doing against rook to d6?
Good question.
I mean, I'm not going
Knight
to
e8
allow.
or what?
I'm not going to allow knight to d7. So I'm thinking rook d6. If you like knight e8, that's okay. But now,
I'm losing the one of yes, and also f7 pawn.
Correct. So.
What does she want after
I
rook
don't
d6?
know. Rook d6. Arena could equalize the match.
I think
By the way, I wanted
she's
to,
in a great position to do so.
I wanted to ask you both your opinion about the idea that the games of classical chess have an equal weighting as the rapid chess games. And by the way, rook to d8
I thought
was...
about rook g1 actually. After rook g6, maybe there was rook g1 idea. And if knight f1, rook g8. This is the only idea.
Check it out.
Yes,
She's gone here.
But she played rook d8, yes.
Here takes... I think Zoe had it in mind that she was going to go knight e8,
yes.
and she forgot about rook d1.
Oh,
And rook f1.
That's a big miss. Right?
So if the king was on c1, it was winning
And
position.
now she
yes.
has to take the knight.
Oh no.
Now it's over.
Now it's
Now
over.
it's actually over.
Yeah.
Yes, now it's
So she has taken the knight, and now she's an exchange down. And Arena Crush, our defending champion, is breathing a huge sigh of relief as she'll equalize the match. But again, the question is, do you like that the equal weighted, the classical and the rapid?
I think it's just this kind of format, and I'm looking forward to see what will happen, because it feels that it was the only way to make it exciting, you know. So let's say players have equal chances, and I mean, it's interesting that you have chances to fight in the rapid game, you win it, and then you are back into the match. So
I would have weighted the classical games higher, not necessarily 2-1, but higher. How about you?
I love it.
You like it equal?
Yes. Equal, just for the simple fact that it introduces a new element to professional chess. We haven't seen this before.
That's
in a tournament where you have both hybrid event like this one with both classical and rapid time controls, generally the classical outweighs the rapid.
Exactly.
This one is different. So the players are offered a dilemma. Are you going to prepare the same for the rapid game or for the classical? Are you going to weight your preparation differently? How are you going to approach it? Asks a very interesting question. So
and again,
I feel
if you're good in rapid
a good
chess,
idea.
you have your chances, right?
Correct.
Very much so.
Normally, classic was winning.
Guys, but
Yes,
this one
please.
is pretty much over.
This is over.
I think we should go back to the
Let's
Fabi
do it.
versus Grigoriy, because I also think that Fabiano is putting the finishing touches on his good friend and training partner, Grigoriy Oparin.
Ah, yes.
By the way, handshake as we showed up. You were absolutely right. Grigoriy went down as he has this better knight versus bad bishop and just better pawn structure too. Yeah, everything went wrong here in this game ever since that exchange sacrifice. And Grigoriy...
And I want to say he did get a good position. I mean, Grigoriy got a good position. He offered some questions, some early questions to Fabi. Fabi just answered with brilliant responses.
Exactly.
And every single time, that knight d7, knight b6, rook takes c3, that was just an incredible find with low time control. So yeah, definitely well-deserved. And right now, this is a commanding lead
And
for Fabi.
Fabi needs only a draw to win the game, to win the match.
To win the match. Just looking at the game between Ray Robson and Leinier, that was the last game in the open section. Both players are under 20 seconds. In fact, Leinier, who had a 6-minute advantage, has 6 seconds. Make that 3 seconds.
No,
Make that 2 seconds.
1 second. And he makes the move? No.
Oh, no.
No,
he
lost on time.
He did not make it in
Oh my
time.
gosh, we just caught this moment. I cannot believe it.
I've never seen Leinier lose on time.
Wow.
That's a first.
It's the first time. We always saw him with 1 second. With 1 second. But now, yeah, I mean, the time came.
He was bleeding for those 1 seconds against Wesley So. You remember that match?
I remember. It's crazy.
And he never lost on time.
Yes, it's the first time, yes.
This might be the first time in history.
Okay, the position was also not great, yes? I mean, but still, he could have tried to
Rook
defend
C2,
it, yes.
Rook A2, make a move.
Leinier Dominguez loses on time, flags for the first time.
1-1. And let's just check in on the ladies, because what is happening with Nasi and Anna?
Is Anna able to strike back?
Exactly, that was
a
a
big question.
And
Right.
this is Arena. We know that Arena is winning. Alice, Lee, and Tata. Let's jump in.
So far we have Zoe, who unfortunately was unable to stop Irina from bouncing back. Begim took a commanding lead, as well as Fabiano.
Right.
And then we have also Ray equalizing the score. Very tense matches,
right?
I have to say.
And just picking up a big theoretical dispute, I want to say, in the Russian defense, or what we might call the Petrov defense, as Tatev is sacrificing all her queen side. Very, very typical of Tatev's games. She loves the initiative and the move G4. And Alice said, "Okay, go ahead and sack my king. Show me.
Say, where is the checkmate?
Show me the checkmate." That's what she's done.
And is it?
Tatev versus Alice Lee, and the time. In the time?
Yes, and the time now we have like about the same 3 minutes against like almost 4 minutes for Alice Lee. I'm thinking about all these moves like Bishop F6 to tell the truth.
Exactly.
I mean, I cannot stop myself from checking them,
Right,
but always there is Rook G8 at the moment. Yes, so
I feel like Dr. Strangelove as well. My hand wants to play the move Bishop F6. My hand wants to play E5 as well, but what am I going to do about the E5? Yes. Arena has equalized her match against Zoe
1-1.
After really receiving a shock in the first classical game.
So
that match is 1-1, and she is back. But again, the game of Tatev, honestly, the clocks are ticking.
Yes.
We're down to 2 minutes.
Against almost 4 minutes, and it's very important.
Was
actually,
G4 well-timed, mistimed? Help me out here, guys.
I think
I'm not so
actually
sure.
Alice just have a pawn up, and I don't see anything for Tatev.
It's looking good for Alice,
yes,
right?
No,
this is looking really good for Alice.
I don't see anything for white here. I mean, I tried all this Bishop F6.
I think she dropped back with her queen.
You've committed so many resources on the king side,
yes,
and yet you got no result.
Exactly, and now with this move Queen G3, it really means that even when you do play F5 and E6, you're not landing a big punch.
Can I munch on another pawn?
Oh gosh, yes. I think she's going to take
on B2.
On B2, yes,
absolutely.
Yes. Possible, yes.
Let's munch.
And there we go.
I'm hungry.
She's done it. I'm hungry. F5.
Can I munch on another pawn?
C3.
Boy, I think I've lost control.
I understand.
I'm the pawn grabber.
I get it.
Look at you.
I mean,
you know, now that he's a coach, he's come to the dark side. Guys, take the pawn.
Look, I have to say, Tatev is making things easy for me to feast on the pawns, right?
Pawns, right?
Might as well take another one. I would take with the queen on C3.
Yeah, and then Rook D3, for example.
Maybe Queen C4.
Queen C4, F6, I don't know.
I'm not that worried about this F6.
I understand. I mean, even if you take on G7, King G8, yes?
Correct.
And that's what? And what?
Exactly. Your pawn is sitting on my doorstep on
Maybe,
G7.
I think Tatev overpushed somewhere. Maybe
I think so as well.
So, for example, if you go F6 at that point, I can even take on E5.
Yeah. By the way, she did take on C3, and I wanted to say that in this exact position, I would find myself drawn to takes because it does give me this D4 square,
yeah.
and it gives me C2. Queen takes C3 was the move, by the way. It was played, and Rook D3 went immediately. Tatev was ready for
Queen
this
C4. I want to stop you from going E6, and now F6. I just want to take on E5. Can we look at that?
F6 and just take on E5. I assume. Let's take off some attackers.
Let's go with the knight. Let's go with the knight.
And the whole point that we've been talking about is anytime you take, I want to hide behind the G7 pawn. I want to use that pawn as a kind of a protection.
Yeah, now this, I mean, you don't have a follow-up.
Really, it's hard to give it advice. Black just takes everything.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Seems like
I have an idea.
Okay.
It's not much, but it's an idea.
She has played
She
F6.
played F6. Okay.
She played F6, yeah.
You were about to say E6?
E6 and then F6, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the only hope, probably.
So
but again, it wasn't really
is that
doing
the
much.
5-pawn sacrifice?
Right. You go E5. You go E5.
Yeah. Okay, F6 on the board, but I agree wholeheartedly. We're in munch mode. Knight takes E5 and just munch, and just let the white pawn go all over
You
to G7.
cannot force me to move, to touch that G pawn.
No.
You would love me to play g6 or g takes f6.
Right.
I'm not touching that pawn.
Exactly.
Even bishop h6 if I play?
I'm not touching. Okay, I'm probably going to take your bishop. I will consider my options at that point.
Knight takes e5 on the board, everybody, and we think out, and she's done it.
Of course.
Yes.
Very, very, very masterful
G8, yes.
play, I want to say.
A typical
King
idea
G8.
to hide your king.
You know, it's strange you should say that, King G8, but for me, when I discovered this idea of using my opponent's pawns against them, that the G7 pawn protects my king, I just thought, wow.
I think, yes, it was fun to discover.
For me, it was like, wow, how cool. And now my opponent would probably say, I would like to remove the G7 pawn. Let's get rid of it. Then I could play bishop f6 and queen g5 check and make a mate. But the pawn on g7, no. Perfect defender.
Now queen d5, centralize the queen.
Well,
Get
first
the
of
knight
all,
coming to
there is
f3.
knight f3, citing
Sometimes.
the rook on d3.
Yes.
It's gone wrong.
Hopeless, yes.
I think queen d5
hopeless.
might actually be close to resignation because I also have ideas of knight and the bishop on g5. Knight moves, the bishop on g5 falls.
Yeah.
So
Very impressive play by Alice Lee so far.
Very impressive.
Like in both games, she was the one who was trying to push.
that means Statev is down to 0.
Yeah.
0-2.
0-2.
And Alice just needs to draw to claim the victory in this match. So
And
probably
it
we'll have
looks
to
like,
jump somewhere else.
Yeah, this looks like a winning position for Alice Lee. Yes. Let's jump to the game of, I was about to say Anna Zatansky, but I think I did it wrong. I'm going to go back. And
maybe they finished already, or what?
Did they finish already?
I don't know.
Who?
Anna Zatansky.
Ah, there it is. You're right. Nazi won.
Nazi won
wins
this
2-0.
Ah, wow. So Nazi won both games.
Okay, so we're just going to pick up the end of the game just to see where it went wrong. Check this out. We just F6. This is actually a shocking move by Anna. Similar to the game we just witnessed, you'd almost like to see takes on G7.
And here is...
Yeah, so let's go. Let's keep it going. She took, exposed her king, and whoop, suddenly...
Bishop h7, rook g8, how to protect?
Checkmate. That's
Wow.
it.
But it felt like she was doing
very unnecessary defeat, in my opinion.
It felt like she was doing great.
Exactly. What other games are going on?
Yes, probably the Alice Lee still playing. What about open section? Let's have a look.
I'm going to go to the Alice Lee game again, as we do see the queens have come off.
So Levon Aronian made a draw, Fabiano won.
And Ray Robson.
Yeah, actually all games are over.
Wesley won and Ray won. Yeah.
And so it means that
they
we
just
only
finished,
and
yes.
Alice has won.
Alice won.
And that concludes our round.
That concludes, yes.
I think we have all decisive games in
the
ladies section again.
Right,
I
and
cannot
a couple
believe
of
it, yes.
2-0s.
Wow, it's really cool.
Wow.
So Alice
okay, as we
and
get our
Begin
brackets
take an amazing lead in this one.
ready. Wow.
I just remembered this, that actually all the games were decisive again.
If it wasn't for Levon and Sam Sevian, we wouldn't be having any draws.
In this round. And so it was really exciting day. I mean, with so many decisive games, and probably players take more risks because of the format.
Exactly.
I mean, I don't know what's going on, but it feels like this at the moment. We will discover it in the next days.
Kostya is going to be talking to the players for some interview.
And
But
it's time to go
let's
to him.
go to Kostya and a special guest. We're not sure. Who is it?
Hi guys, I'm here with international master, two-time women's champion Nazi Pakidze, who won both games today against Anna Zatansky. First off, how do you feel?
You know, I should feel really happy, but I'm still jittery. Still feel the adrenaline going.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you have the classical game, then the rapid game starts immediately after. The classical game you won was a crazy game, but for now, let's just look at the rapid game. We have this position here after move 19, rook d6, knight f6, rook a d1. How did you feel around here?
I knew that I had an advantage, but it was type of advantage where I needed time to figure out how to keep this compensation for the pawn. But of course it's rapid, so I didn't have much time and I was just playing on intuition. And I think I let my advantage slip away.
Mm-hmm.
At some point when she played queen b4, which I missed, I figured here it was already equal. And then I started to get worried because I was down 2 pawns at some point.
Right.
Somewhere here. But I always have compensation because her knight's very passive, my bishop's good, and I have some advantage on the king side.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, super messy. Obviously, you guys were in time trouble. Where do you think was the final blunder? Do you think it was just super messy? I guess we can look here.
I think it was, yeah, it was much worse at some point. And then towards the very end last move was the big blunder.
Pushing, yeah, rook g5, check, king f8, bishop f5.
I set up this trap,
playing for me.
hoping she would play c3 and bishop h7, and it happened.
Yeah, and then, I mean, that's it. I mean, just on the board. Okay, you're 2-0 now. You just have to make one draw in tomorrow's 2 games to clinch the match. Any strategy, special thoughts?
I haven't thought that far because I was not expecting today to finish with +2. So I'm going to think about that tonight.
All right. Well, I will let you get to it. Thank you very much. Best of luck.
Thanks, Kostya.
All right, guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Kostas. Thank you. Congratulations, Nasi. And just remind our viewers with the brackets, what the scores are, just the results. Here we go.
So we have the results of the rapid section, and Fabiano and Caruana managed to win both classical and rapid games.
Right.
And now he is leading with 2-0. Levon Aronian made 2 draws against Sam Sevian, so they have equal score at the moment, 1-1.
Right.
Leinier, Dominguez, they exchanged the victories. Yes, it was really crazy match, and at the end of this match they have 1-1 score and 2 decisive games. And Wesley So is leading against Sam Shankland. He managed to win the second rapid game.
With a very beautiful exchange sacrifice. And I felt Fabi also this exchange sacrifice in the rapid game.
Yeah, very impressive.
That was very impressive. I mean, come on, rook takes e3. Judging that from afar,
yes, but to be honest, that was not an exchange sacrifice because he got his exchange back next move.
It was the sham sacrifice with g5.
Right, but it was still very beautiful and definitely missed by Grigoriy.
Exactly.
Because he would have never allowed that transition if he saw it from before.
Right.
But take a look at this because I was actually watching this game between Sam Shankland and Wesley, and it was in fact a draw.
No.
But it was a study-like draw.
Really?
You remember our plan?
Yes,
to get the pawn on g4, get the pawn on h3, use these 2 pawns, and you're not going to be able to hold on to both at the same time. He understood that he has to play the move g5. But after h takes g5, the drawing move was king e3.
No, I mean, how to find this move? Not possible.
King e3, yes.
So the idea is to keep this pawn.
Impossible. That is study.
That's crazy.
And after c4, apparently this position, after rook to g2, you don't have a way because you cannot get this pawn to h3 on the 3rd rank protected by the bishop, so you cannot go g3. You don't have a way to make any advancement in the position. For example, if you go king to b3, now I go king to d4, and whenever you go c3, I have rook g3.
Oh my gosh. How to find it? You know, g5 takes
You don't. The answer is you don't.
Wow.
In a rapid game, you don't find king to e3. You played king g5, he probably spent 1 second.
Of course.
Took on g5, and now you lost. After the move c4,
unbelievable.
You don't have time to get back in time. The king is too far away. This is all she wrote.
What a great position for the book of Sam.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Wow.
Well, the rook endgames, rook versus
and results in the
endgames.
ladies. What a thank you, Christian, for that.
Of course.
What a remarkable. Oh, we
All
have
decisive
3
games. Yes, it's
really crunchy matches.
It was a thriller today. So.
Who said chess is an equal game?
So Arena
Not
Crush
me.
lost the first game and then managed to win the second one, and the score in the matches remains 1-1.
Right.
Anna Zatonsky, unfortunately for her, lost both games against Nadi Paikidze, even though she had really good chances in that match, and now she really needs to win tomorrow in order to stay in the match.
Clear.
And Alice Lee won both games. Very impressive result so far for the young player, 2-0 against Tatev Abrahamyan. Begim Tokhirjonova also won 2 games against Jennifer Yu, 2-0 as well.
And I want to say for Begim, also decisive games. She won them, but it was very clearly the dominant player. And let's return to Kostya, who's with Fabi.
Hi guys, here with top seed Fabiano Caruana, won both games today against Grigoriy Oparin. Fabi, first of all, how do you feel?
Yeah, it's a great start, although the second game I don't think I played very well. But it feels like Grigoriy is a little bit out of form at the start, so today I feel like he missed some really critical moments, and especially in this rapid game, he made a very, very serious blunder, which I was very surprised by. So, yeah, it's of course a bit unusual for us to be playing. It's our first time playing over the board, I think, in like actual competitive play. But we work together quite a lot, so it's really unusual to play against him, and maybe it feels kind of weird for both of us. But yeah, overall the result so far is really good.
Yeah, take us. What was this blunder you mentioned that he made?
Yeah, actually I made a mistake here. I mean, of course, knight c4 and knight. I forgot that my knight can go to a5 where it's very well placed. And the thing is that I even have this like same trick. Like if let's say he plays rook b1, rook e2, and let's say bishop e3, I still have this rook e3 and g5, which is quite important.
And the rook gets trapped. Yeah.
Yeah. So, thing is when I played knight e d7.
Oh, sorry. Let's get you back there. Now you're fine. Right here. Yeah.
So, of course, I was actually even thinking here to take. Because, like, if I play knight e5, for example, he should probably, like, save his rook in some way. Okay, I thought rook f4, but apparently a5 even better. Or knight b6, rook f4, which I think is quite important. So I was even thinking to sack the exchange for some dark squares. But, okay, then I thought knight b6. And, yeah, I was very surprised because, okay, he takes, knight a4, bishop b3. This is the move that I missed when I played knight e d7. Because I was looking at bishop a3 or bishop d4, but then his rook gets trapped. But now it comes alive. And yeah, I'm probably lucky that I was thinking after the game that I still have this. And then knight a4, and I get maybe knight c3 and decent drawing chances, but I struggle quite a lot because once the position opens, my pawns become really weak. And so this was a serious mistake by me. And then, yeah, terrible blunder. I mean, here I'm like playing for free.
So he gives you this rook takes e3 basically. And yeah, now you just get the exchange back, and then the end game is just very nice.
Yeah, I was wondering about this a5 because then he has this very important tactic that if rook a7, he has bishop c6, and here he makes a draw, and so probably he's making. I wasn't sure if he's making a draw, but okay, with some suffering, maybe he makes a draw here. Okay, this is just a nightmare. Like my king goes, he can't do anything. My knight on e5 controls absolutely every critical square. Yeah, maybe he had the moment to play h4, but I thought it was also bad. Yeah, and then once my king got to b6, there's nothing. Knight on e5 and king.
Right.
Very often I play c4 to sack a pawn, and then I just take even more dark squares. And okay, it was no more hope left. But the opening was very interesting. If we go back, like such a weird opening. I wasn't sure what was going on. I was playing, like, you know, I was just playing kind of intuitively, sort of. I knew that. Like there was a game of Hans, I think recently against Aryan Tari, something like this, and then like take and c4 or something. I don't remember the theory, but I remember that Aryan lost in like 20 moves. So then I thought, okay, let's not do that. Let's play like at least it looks solid. Of course, it's probably not very good, but it's rapid, so who cares?
Right.
Yeah, and we got this like really weird position. Of course, he has the bishop pair, and my king is. There's a lot of like strategic danger, but his rook is pretty poorly placed, and it was just very complicated. I wasn't sure, but we were both making tough decisions.
Yeah, especially for a rapid game, such like unusual position. Well, you're 2-0 now. You just need a draw tomorrow to clinch the match, and you're playing white I'm playing black, right, in the first game, and then white in the rapid game. Any special strategy going in?
Well, I'll try not to lose my classical game. That would be a good start. But yeah, overall the match is looking very, very good, and he has a huge task ahead of him to try to come back. But I'm sure he'll keep the fight up. And of course, I'm playing black in the first game, so he'll keep the pressure on. If I was playing white in classical, of course, it's much higher chances to like get a safe position. But with black, of course, you never know, right? You can get something like this in classical, then it's a lot more dangerous than in rapid. Right. So we'll see.
Okay, well, we'll let you get to it. Best of luck in your game, and back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Kostas. Congratulations, Fabi. A very nice start to the American Cup 2024 as our
2-0.
top seed, 2-0. But the brackets don't change, of course, because they are match play.
Exactly,
an
we will have
elimination
day
match.
number 2 tomorrow, but the only thing which is changing is the colors. So Fabiano Caruana will have black pieces tomorrow in the
Exactly.
first game, and then he will return to the white side. So they will play against Grigoriy Oparin, and Grigoriy needs to win the game in order to
Exactly.
stay there in the match. So Levon Aronian will play with black against Sam Sevian. Same happens with Robson, who will have white pieces against Leinier Dominguez. Sam Shankland will play with white against Wesley So.
Exactly.
And in case of draw in the main portion after classical and rapid games, we will have blitz match.
Exactly. And the blitz match, interestingly enough, I think we were discussing that. When did they play the Armageddon?
Actually, they don't.
There's
They
no
don't play.
Armageddon. The players will play blitz until a winner is determined. So that'll be fun, as we have one more interview ahead of us, as the 14-year-old Alice Lee is with Kostas.
Hi, folks. I am here with Alice Lee, who was another one of our 2-0 winners, defeating Tadev Abrahamian in both games. Congratulations, Alice.
Thank you.
First of all, how do you feel after day one, American Cup?
Yeah, I feel pretty good. This is the best result possible. And of course, there's still some more games tomorrow, but I'm happy with the way that things went out today.
Yeah, absolutely. Take us through this rapid game. You won first a very long classical game. You just had some time to rest between then. Then you have to play this rapid game immediately right after.
Yeah.
So take us through. How did it go?
Yeah, so because I won the first classical game, I was okay with drawing. So I played the Petrov defense. And then she went with this interesting d takes e5 move. I think there's some lines after bishop c5, but it's very complicated. And yeah, but d5, knight bd2, knight takes d2. I'm not sure like if I was so happy with the way that the opening went out, because I didn't remember what to do in this position, and I knew maybe there was some c5, but I didn't know like whether I was supposed to castle short or whether I was supposed to play like bishop e7, bishop e6, and castle on.
Right.
Yeah, but I think this was bishop g4. I was happy because, but yeah, here. I wasn't sure because I remember that I had some lines where black played bishop e6 and then castle is queenside. Yeah, but here, yeah, apparently bishop f5 wasn't so good. I guess I thought like trading the light square bishops would be advantageous for me because she would have less of an attack, but maybe my light square bishop is also good with some counterplay in the center.
Yeah, it seemed like things were doing all right. She plays knight g5, forces the trade of bishop versus knight, and starts pushing her pawns, going for this kingside attack. It did look nice for white for a bit, but okay, it's a rapid game. And then at some point you just go queen takes a2, you decided like you gotta just take material.
Actually, so when I played queen d6, I thought that she might play g4 because like that's the most like tempting move for white than to play f5.
Right.
But actually I was happy because I didn't want to play queen takes a2 in the previous position since I was worried about some like rook d3 and rook d3. But once g4 is played, then the rook lift doesn't really work. So I was very happy here when I was able to take the pawn, and I didn't see anything for white, surprisingly. Because, yeah, my pieces out-defend the position very well, and I think this should be winning for me for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I believe it was. Yeah, just taking the entire queen side and managing to defend. Once white runs out of threats, then, of course, it's all over. Well, okay, you're 2-0. I've been asking everyone this. What is your strategy? Normally, you have to make a draw in one game. Here, you have 2 games to make a draw.
Yeah, I think this is very interesting because with 4-game format, like the previous game I won, but I can't just think if I draw, then I win the match because 1.5 to half might not win. And similarly here, I guess a draw will win the match, but I have to think like whether I also want to prepare for the 4th game because it's also possible that I do lose the 3rd game. But yeah, I'll try tomorrow not to lose, and then we'll see from there.
All right. Well, thank you, Alice, for joining us, and wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Alice, and our congratulations. Very eventful start to the American Cup. Your thoughts?
So many decisive games today.
Right.
That's pleasure for all the followers. This
Exactly.
is 100%, and especially in the women's section where they were all decisive.
Right.
I personally impressed by the play of Zoe in this first game against Irina Krush, that she managed to beat the champion of the
Right.
previous American Cup, 8-time US champion. Good start for the newcomer.
Right.
And of course, by Begim and Nazi Paikidze, they also did really great job today, and Alice as well, 2-0. Great start. What about you, Yasser?
The results speak for themselves. Absolutely great results. Fun to call, Cristian.
Absolutely, and I have to say I love the change of pace between the formats, between the different strategies, because I don't remember a competition in which you lose a game and then you immediately have the bounce back option, right? And we've seen that from Irina Krush and from Ray Robson as well. So I really love the change of pace. It keeps us entertained as well. I'm sure it keeps the viewers entertained. We didn't have any breaks. We're like going from classical to rapid. The rapid games were already started. I have to say I had a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to the next few days. But we should ask Kostya about his final thoughts as well after today's round.
Well, guys, I mean, what a format. I mean, it's just day one. I feel like the players are already just exhausted. You know, they got to play this classical game and then the rapid game right after. And it's not just the number of games, but it's the switching. You have the slow classical game, and then all of a sudden, you have to now play this very quick rapid game. We heard it from Nazi earlier. She was saying she thought she's playing quickly, but it turns out she's just like running out of time in the rapid. And yeah, I mean, I think we're set to see a ton of decisive games, guys. I think it's going to be a very, very exciting event.
Wow, thank you for that, Kostya. By the way, big blunder on our side. We haven't picked our champions.
Oh.
We failed.
We'll do it tomorrow, I guess.
We'll have to do it tomorrow, okay.
We'll have the night to think about it.
Wonderful to call the action with
Thank
you,
you.
Anastasia,
Yes,
with you,
sir. Thank you,
Cristian. It was
Cristian.
all very, very good. Lots and lots of fun. We hope you enjoyed our coverage. Tell your friends where you're hanging out and join us tomorrow. We'll see you all then. A best of good nights. That was great.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.